Well, hello everyone. I'm sorry about the 7-minute delay, and wow, I'm gonna have to do something about those alerts, aren't I? That's not what I want to have going on right now. But hello. I needed to make sure that the Nightbot was set up and everything, so give me just a moment to turn off some things so that I don't get interrupted the entire time. Donation, preterm. Okay. For those of you that don't know, I live stream on Twitch on Sundays and Tuesdays. So I've been messing around with my settings and stuff to make sure that this will go smoothly. Let's see, I just got a super chat and it didn't tell me about it, which is concerning. I wanted to make sure that there we go. Awesome. So if you do a donation or I'm sorry, I also needed to open up a different app. See, I'm very professional at this. Load. So it doesn't seem to be adding my. Okay. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat, and thank you for the $20 super chat. I was hoping that this donation counter at the top would catch those, but it doesn't seem to want to.
Congrats on all the growth you've gone through this far.
Well, thank you very much. And I guess if that donation list at the top there doesn't update as often as I would like, or that donation counter at the top, give me a moment and let's see if I can fix that. Session. Should be at least. Okay, now it says $24.99 like it should. Let's see if it updates when someone gives a super chat. If not, then I'll just keep track of it the old school way, and we'll go from there. But before I kind of get too into the content, or messing with this stuff, so okay, I needed to.
Your channel is awesome. Keep doing what you do.
Thank you very much for the $10 super chat, Spike, or TX. Yeah, I'm just gonna go with that. Okay, so the donation counter doesn't seem to be updating. Oh well, okay. So what I was planning on doing, and I guess we can just play it by ear. And thank you for the $2 super chat, and sorry about that. Anyway, what I was hoping to do was, for every $250 in super chats, we'll watch a.
Trump is the great divider.
I agree with you. For every $250 in super chats, we would, and Streamlab donations, however you choose to do it, I would watch an unlisted video, which is very similar to what I did last year. So if you want to see some of the unlisted videos that are in the Patreon vault, then I'll be happy to. Oh, good, it is updating, at least in part. It may be a little behind, and it didn't seem to catch those first few, but I'll mentally add what I need to. Yeah. That copyrighted music, though. I was listening to Lindsay Ellis's 2000s live or 2000s playlist from her latest video. So thank you for the super chat, the €2 super chat. I would prefer that you keep it in US dollars just so that the counter doesn't get all messed up.
Geography and Ship of Theseus are my favorites. I would love to see more geography related stuff from a geographer.
All right, well, I'll keep that in mind. And thank you for the $1.99. So, I suspected this was going to be a bit of an issue, that there would just be so many super chats, which is a good problem to have, that it would constantly interrupt me. So I have a solution to this.
Keep it clean.
Thank you very much for the $10 super chat, or $5 super chat about keeping it clean. When the light behind me is red, that means I have paused the alerts. So I will still see it, it'll still read it, it just won't until I turn it on again. So if people are wondering why the light behind me is red and why no notifications are happening, that is why. So today, the hope, or at least the plan, I should say, I really hope this goes, yeah, okay. The plan is to watch some of my videos from my second year on YouTube. Last year, at this time, we watched videos from my first year, which starts all the way down here with the dangerous effect of gerrymandering and goes up to slavery's scar. So that was the first year I wrote this down somewhere. In the first year on YouTube, I made 55 videos and 10 hours of content. My second year on YouTube, which starts with when is Independence Day? Can I highlight that without clicking on it? Yeah. Independence Day, and ends with Subverting the Narrative. That was 27 videos, but 9 hours of content. So I halved the number of videos that I made that year, but I increased how long each video was. You'll notice, well, if you've been paying attention anyway, that those first few videos, they were all like below 10 minutes. And then second year, they were all 20 plus. So that's the plan. We're gonna watch through a few of these. But I also wanted to talk a little bit about the current state of the channel and where things are, and give a bit of a state of the channel, so to speak, and where I'm planning on going from here. This year, I have only made 10 videos so far. The 11th is on the way. It's about police militarization, so it'll be about how we've gotten to where we are with the current protests and everything, and what we might be able to do about it. So the history of all of that, and it'll be rather topical and probably a bit heavy, I assume. But I made fewer videos this year, but I spent a lot of time improving the channel in other ways. If you've noticed, I have a completely new set. I slowly upgraded that with the various lighting changes and furniture changes, and got rid of reflective poster boards and all that sort of stuff. I've been putting a lot of work into the bells and whistles of the channel. I've also started Twitch streaming. I do that on Sundays and Tuesdays. It's not a replacement for any of my current content, but it is an addition. So if you want to see the behind the scenes process of what it is like to make a video, through the research, the writing, and the editing, then that's where you should go to find that. Yeah, we've done a few like 6-hour streams over there where I write or edit, and I get a lot of feedback live from my audience to tell me whether a joke works or not, and it's been a lot of fun, and I think really useful. So both the history of oil and the climate policy video were made live on Twitch. I wonder why that doesn't say closed captions, because they're definitely there. Huh. Anyway. So this second year on YouTube, let's kind of hop back into the context. Let's put ourselves in Knowing Better 2017 shoes. When I made When is Independence Day, I had 1,000 subscribers. And this was a dramatic shift in the way I do content. If you watch the first year, you can pick any of these from the first year. My style was much more presentation, right? Like I was presenting information to the camera. But once I did Independence Day, I switched to a more conversational tone where I'm talking to you as if I'm talking to a person sitting in my living room. And I look away from the camera, I use my hands and stuff, and I think that was a good change, because the second year of videos is kind of where my channel really took off. Again, for those who may not know the history of my channel, I made this When is Independence Day, I had 1,000 subscribers. Up here at Subverting the Narrative, I had like 9,000. So all of these videos in between were made when I only had 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 subscribers. And it was after this that the channel took off and everyone was watching kind of my backlog of content. So before we get started watching my first video of that year, let me go ahead and turn the the alerts back on and hear some of your questions and comments and all of that. What I plan on doing is while we're watching a video, I'll have the notifications paused so that we're not like being interrupted every minute. And then at the end of the video, I'll turn it on and respond to any of your questions and comments. I'm also watching the chat, of course, so if I see something relevant in the moment, I will for sure address it. There we go. There we go.
Ferrets ever butt scooch after they go potty?
Yes.
To do it all the time, tears of joy.
Yes, they definitely do that. Well, I appreciate that you're watching at work, but perhaps you should work at work. So the bot only reads it if it's over $5. So if something that's quite a long poem, it looks like. I appreciate the donation.
As a pastor, love your theology videos. Looking at joining army as a chaplain soon.
Well, I'm glad as a pastor you're able to get some enjoyment out of my content. Thank you for the $2. Can I do I'll consider doing a face reveal. I'll tell you what, I'll do a ferret cam though. That, for those of you familiar with my Twitch channel, I have a ferret cam that gets turned on whenever we reach a certain donation limit. And I'll turn it on occasion when I'm just answering questions. I appreciate everyone becoming members as well.
Consistently great. Got a question, what was it like being deployed in Iraq as part of the military?
I have a whole video about that, so I recommend you check that out. Thank you for the $2 happy 4 years, thank you. So if Trump somehow gets reelected, where are we? Reelected, do you foresee some troubles? I mean, I don't know what's going to happen. Thank you for becoming a member. Wow, it's catching up, I guess. And I'll leave the ferret camera up while we cycle through these. Yes, thank you for becoming a member. It helps. It's kind of like Patreon. It's a $2 a month thing, but it's through YouTube. You get a fork next to your name, and in the chat, you kind of stand out to me. Hello from Costa Rica. Thank you for all the super chats and donations. It really kind of helps support the channel, and I definitely use it, I think, to buy stuff and costumes and improve the general channel. I have to fix that. There. Wonder how it looks here. Oh, still good. Okay, so it is updating correctly, which is great. Good.
Message from the YouTube algorithm. Your videos need at least 60 more ferret. At least.
Thank you. You know, since we're still kind of in the introduction, I'll keep it full screen here. Washcloth that I use for exercising. Sorry if I miss any as well. You know, I can only keep up so fast.
I miss the retainer sometimes, but I think good teeth is probably better.
I still wear a retainer at night, so it's not gone. Thank you for the $2. Ooh, I recognize this name, this next name. Assuming, there it is, yes. Thank you for becoming a member. You're a Twitch sub too, if I remember correctly. I probably won't do a video on the Hong Kong protest just because it's currently happening and I'm more focused on what's going on in the US.
As I was saying, ELO, Steri Lezi Najabani NA were Salche.
Okay, I appreciate that, but since I don't know what you're saying, I'm gonna have to go ahead and skip that one. So, all right, it looks like we've mostly caught up. There might be a few more. Okay, so let's go ahead. I'll turn off the ferret camera. So let's go ahead and watch my first video of my second year on YouTube, the When is Independence Day? Turn this off.
Independence Day. Easy. When is Independence Day? Easy. July 4th. Everyone knows that. Even non-Americans know that. Yeah, but why?
The old live action intro. People always tell me to bring this back, but again, nobody was watching me back then, so yeah.
The answer is simple, because that's the day the Declaration of Independence was signed. I feel like I'm about to tell someone that the Tooth Fairy isn't real. Many people already know this, and if you don't, you will now. The Declaration of Independence was not signed on July 4th. It was actually signed on August 2nd. Okay, fine then, when the Continental Congress voted to declare independence. That actually happened on July 2nd.
So this is around the time where I learned to have these white boxes come in from the side in order to make the text stand out rather than just putting text up on screen and hoping people can read it.
In fact, John Adams thought that this should be Independence Day, saying, the second day of July 1770.
And when I first started doing this.
Ipaka? That's not a word.
Okay, that's funny.
On July 2nd.
I haven't seen these videos in forever, so I may laugh hysterically at some of these old jokes.
In fact, John Adams thought that this should be Independence Day, saying, "The second day of July 1776 will be the most memorable..." That's not a word. In the history of America. He also said that about May 15th when he wrote a preamble that he regarded as the Declaration of Independence, but nobody else did, so...
That mark on my neck, right? Oh, I don't know if you can see my mouse or not, but that's from shaving. Not a hickey. I wish it was a hickey. That would have been more exciting.
You know, take that with a grain of salt. Okay, well then what happened on July 4th? Congress ordered some final official copies of the Declaration of Independence to be printed.
And I still have those posters, the Enlist and the Nuka-Cola posters.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that we will not go quietly into the night, we will not vanish without a fight, we're going to live on, we're going to survive.
Today, we celebrate our Independence Day.
That was a great transition for me.
Really though, aside from those first few sentences, the rest of the Declaration of Independence...
There will be a video on police brutality. That's next. Well, not brutality, but militarization.
Refused his assent to laws, the most wholesome and necessary for the public good, for imposing taxes on us without our consent, for depriving us, in many cases, of the benefit of trial by jury. To the fairly ridiculous. He has called together legislative bodies at places unusual, uncomfortable, and distant from the depository of their public records, for the sole purpose of fatiguing them into compliance with his measures. Really? You're complaining about the location of your meeting places? Anyway, since we're already splitting hairs, which Declaration of Independence is the Declaration of Independence? Well, you should know by now that I wouldn't rhetorically ask myself a question if it had an easy answer. As I said, on July 4th, 1776, the Continental Congress ordered around 200 copies of the Declaration of Independence to be printed and distributed to various state assemblies, military units, and institutions. These are known as the Dunlap broadsides, after the printer who printed them. They're all different, actually, since the typeset
So funny.
being printed, or he would stack them on top of...
I remember being really proud of this video when I made it,
little quirks, and
because of how like loosened up I felt, like I'm moving and stuff. If you watch my earlier videos, I'm like very stiff, present the information,
$4.
but here I'm
$4.
moving.
That actually happened. Seriously. Fun fact.
Okay, now I need to...
Discovered behind a
What really happened? Seriously?
framed picture that was bought at a flea market for only $4. $4. That actually happened. Seriously. Fun fact.
And I was still like yelling, but not really yelling, like in that soft, fake yelling. Now I'll just let it out. I mean, I probably won't do it here, but when I'm filming, since I have soundproofing and stuff, which I didn't back then, if I need to yell in a video, I just yell.
None of them were actually officially sent to England, or, the people who probably most needed to see it. If you're going to declare a war, the war doesn't actually start until the declaration of war is received. Not written, not announced, but received. At least back in the days of gentlemanly war, which 1776 was definitely back in those days. Granted, the fighting started long before the Declaration of Independence was even a glimmer in Thomas Jefferson's eye. Just for the sake of being thorough, the
Ding!
most historians view as the beginning of...
I think that's the most used YouTube sound effect, is the bell ding. Ding! Ding!
Well over a year before the Declaration, which, again, was never sent with an ambassador to the king or anything. It just kind of made its way back to England through various British officials who were still living in the US. 2 months ago, another copy of the Declaration of Independence was found in Sussex, England, likely written between 1783 and 1790. And it's a copy of something someone said to someone in a noisy bar, so it's a little different. It's close enough, but it obviously played a few rounds of telephone. Anyway, I'm wildly off track here. There are 26 Dunlap broadsides, 2 of which are in the Library of Congress and 1 in the National Archives. So on July 19th, the
I didn't cut in and out for my jump cuts. I just kind of stayed in the same place the whole time. Well, I guess here is a few zoom-ins, but I wasn't as good about it as I am now, I don't think.
He was the president
Oh, I
of the
should change the
Congress.
stream title.
Not the president of the United States. There's a difference, but I made a video on that already. but this is the one that's on primary display in the National Archives, and the one that Nicolas Cage...
If people in my Discord could help me remember to change the title.
Just for completionist's sake, in January 1777, the Congress commissioned another set of official broadsides to be printed, this time with the names of everyone who signed it, known as the Goddard broadside. This is the first time that the public actually found out who signed the Declaration of Independence, and there are only 9 of these left in existence. So if Congress declared independence on July 2nd...
It's not a hickey, wasn't a hickey.
But the Declaration of Independence was written on July 19th and signed on August 2nd, why is Independence Day on July 4th? For the same reason that Christmas is on December 25th. They just decided. Oh yeah, I'm about to ruin Christmas for you, but only a little bit. If you don't know already, most historians agree that Jesus was probably born in the year 4 BC, which it doesn't matter. The important thing is that nobody knows the exact day. Back in the year 200, when they were trying to figure all of this out, the main guesses were April 20th or 21st or May 20th. There were other guesses all over the place, but weirdly, none of them were in December. So why December 25th? Because that was the winter solstice under the Julian calendar. It's December 21st now. And it was during other existing holidays and festivals like
When I used to think asides like that were funny.
Why December 25th? Because they just decided to put it there. Why July 4th? Because they just decided to put it there. But should they have? Let's look at it another way. What makes a country a country? I mean, besides the whole having land, government, and people and stuff. It's when you're a recognized member of the UN, right? Well, let's take a look at an example. Kosovo. If the majority of you were to look at a map, you'd see this.
All these tangents.
Kosovo. Because according to my demographics, most of you live in countries that recognize Kosovo. But it can't get into the UN because 2 members of the Security Council, China and Russia, say it's not a country. So when they look at a map, they see this. So is it a country? Since there was no UN in 1776, this example doesn't really apply, but we can use the same vein of thought. It's when other countries agree that you're a country. As you can imagine, since there was no single body to declare your status as a country, this could get a little messy. So who is the first country aside from the United States to recognize the United States as a country? Morocco. What? No, let's talk about countries that actually matter, please. Okay then.
Oof. Morocco shade. Oof.
Is what helped America win the revolution.
That wasn't very nice.
But the French
Morocco matters.
American victory at Saratoga because, well, think about it. Nobody wants to support a loser. And predictably...
Oops.
Because, well, think about it. Nobody wants to support a loser.
Nobody wants to support a loser.
And predictably...
I have it set up where, at least I think, if you become a patron, it should... there should be a notification as well, but I was having trouble linking that with Streamlabs, so if it doesn't work, I apologize, but I'll get to that stuff.
Just over a month later, Britain declared war on France, so they were taking a huge risk by recognizing the United States. This is the same problem as during the Civil War, by the way. I know, another tangent, sorry. But had anyone recognized the independence of the Confederacy, things might have turned out differently. But since they kept losing, nobody did. So, okay, France, Morocco, and a few others, whatever. The one that matters is Britain, right? Yeah, well, that's where things get a little fuzzy. Because while Britain did formally recognize the independence of the US with the Treaty of Paris, which ended the revolution, they didn't really act like it. They kept capturing American ships and impressing the sailors into the Royal Navy, and doing other things that are generally regarded as not cool things to do to an independent country, which started the War of 1812, an often forgotten war which is sometimes referred to as the Second War for Independence.
I like my...
It was the UK at this point didn't really respect American sovereignty.
I like my tangents as well. I think those are the things I remember most from these videos.
Continuous peace between the US and the UK. But there's yet another way to look at it. When did the United States become the United States? I mean, sure, the original 13 colonies declared independence on July to August 1776, but we didn't have a real federal government yet. And then we had those dumb Articles of Confederation. But when was the Constitution handed down by Jesus? Again, that's a messy question.
Oof.
It was written in 1787, ratified in 17...
These are some jokes that I probably wouldn't include today just because
that's when the United States became
super
the United
toxic.
States that we all know and love today. So when is Independence Day? July 4th. Look at a calendar. Okay, but like, Should it be, though? The revolution had been going on for quite a while, but independence was declared on July 2nd, printed on July 4th, and signed on August 2nd. The war didn't end until 1783, or 1814 depending on how you look at it, and the Constitution didn't happen until 1789, so should it be? Yes, you have to pick somewhere, okay? Okay, well the next time someone asks you what actually happened on July 4th, at least now, you'll know better. So when do you think Independence Day should be?
Oh, this is when I started. My end screens always included some sort of ferret video, which I still do today.
Down in the comments. And don't forget to...
This is where that started.
Independence by clicking it. In the meantime, follow me on Facebook and Twitter.
That's Wheatley, who is no longer with us. Okay, so that was a lot of fun. Let's see what you guys had to say. Okay, so thank you for becoming a member. That is a $2 a month way to support the channel, like Patreon, but through YouTube. It's just another way to kind of spread out the income, I guess. Well, I'm glad you watch my channel, even if you don't watch educational channels usually. What's my day job? This is my day job. I do YouTube full-time now. So, I started doing YouTube full-time 2 years ago.
Both in the same general area of Iraq at the same time. I almost broke her tooth at Six Patsy when they left the pits in the olives on my pizza.
I only went to Six Patsy like twice ever. We spent most of our time at Cedar 2 rather than Talil.
Happy 4 years.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for the super chats and the other donations and memberships and everything else. Once we get caught up in the comments, which there are quite a few, I'll kind of do the... rather than doing like a giant ad for every way you can support my channel, I figured it would be a little more fun or tolerable
All of your videos, but
to do it one at a time.
videos were really great while researching for my two boys, Asmo and Chunky. Thanks again.
Yes, this is a Herman Miller Aeron chair. As part of the overall set improvement, I kind of upgraded my office.
Tried changing to USD but don't know how. Sorry. What
No
would you do
worries.
different if you were starting YouTube today with everything you know?
Okay, so I just paused it because that's going to be a longer answer. What would I do differently today? If I was starting YouTube today, what would I do differently? I probably would have started with a 2-week schedule rather than one a week, because I kind of burned through a lot of the easier topics in my first year, which, I don't know, maybe that was good as experience for later videos. Like, I wouldn't do a video today about disgust. It may be part of a wider video, but I did a lot of very singular topic videos back then, short and quick, and I like doing the 20 or 30 minute videos now, so I probably would have decreased the number of videos but increased the length.
Your videos make me mad because they challenge things I thought I knew. Well done.
Well, good. Good, I'm glad. That's the whole point.
Would you consider doing a video on how the Confederacy was it a country? Did they consider themselves the real America, and did it ever end?
That
Etc.
might be an interesting topic to look into later, especially with everything going on recently. Not my next topic, but definitely a possible topic.
possibly difficult to answer question. How different, if at all, do you think your video topics content would have been if the 2016 election has turned out differently? You probably get this a lot, but what camera do you recommend? Especially since Logitech is out of everything.
Okay, so that one real quick I can answer. For my main videos, I use a Canon 80D, and well, all of my equipment is listed on my website. So knowingbetter.tv, go to the recommendations page, and all the equipment is there. But I use a Canon 80D to film my regular videos, and a Logitech 920 for streaming. But back to the other question, how would my videos be different if the 2016 election turned out differently? Well, looking at, I don't know that they would be any different, unless there were big changes in healthcare or campaign finance. But the videos I made about healthcare and campaign finance would have been true in 2016. Like, the system hasn't changed very much since then, so yeah.
This fortune is cursed, accept it only if you are true of heart, or you will be driven mad. As I was.
Okay, I'm guessing that's a game reference that I don't immediately get.
That color orange shirt on video.
Oh, that was a red shirt in the Independence Day video. You're colorblind, I suppose. Oh, thank you for the $5. Okay, there we go. You may have only had a few thousand subs, but that's like not exactly the best reason to not make live action intros again. They are pretty good. Also, eat. Okay, thank you for the $4.99.
Linguistics themed video ever.
That's a possible topic. I have some friends who do that.
I should be working right now, don't tell my boss.
Okay, I won't tell your boss. I appreciate the donation. Ah, yes, Duke in peace. Man, there are a lot of these. Quite a few.
Favorite Halo mission or game? And thank you for being part of this silent parasocial relationship.
I mean, the only one I can think of is the library, and I hate the library. Everyone hates the library, so I don't know why I immediately jumped to that. But, you know, to be a contrarian, I guess.
What's a topic you want to cover but you know will invariably be divisive? Love your channel and work. As a fellow vet who's going into the education field, any advice?
What's a topic I want to cover but I know will be invariably divisive? I don't know. I mean, every topic is kind of that way. I'm sorry I didn't answer that immediately. I was kind of looking at the upcoming stuff. Going to the education field, any advice? I mean, good luck. I don't have any specific advice. I don't know who you are and where you're going and what you're teaching and stuff, so. Have I changed my views on that? I've made a video where I discuss that, and I'm not gonna discuss that here, so. Any reference to current drama, I'm just gonna skip over because that's not the point of this stream, so.
Remember that bad emp guy?
Yep. Next. I've already responded to all of that stuff, so I'm not gonna respond to it here. Okay, I don't know what that... There we go.
Hello. Thank you so much for speaking out about the Armenian genocide and recognizing it. for what it was. As an Armenian, I cannot thank you enough. And if you ever plan on making another video on that part of the world again, feel free to reach out to me.
Okay, thank you for the donation.
Twitch. Sending good vibes your way.
Thank you for the $10, Jess. She's a regular Twitch viewer. Yes, I have a lot more viewers here.
An US military base is already enemy commander named. How about a Fort Ross or Fort Coburn? How about asking Canada for an intervention as fix? You should do more live streams.
So I do live stream on Twitch
whenever I see that
twice a week. So if you want to see more live streams, follow me on Twitch. Thank you for the how many more do we have? Oh, only a handful more, and then we can I appreciate all of the donations, everyone, so much.
Smiling face.
Oh, thank you. But also, if you want to spread them out, I'm totally cool with that. If you want to hold on to your super chat until an hour from now.
Communism, socialism, anarchism, etc.
Yes, I am planning on doing a revamp of my economic systems video eventually. That's on the list.
Opinions of anti-China hate. People get a very distorted image of the real situation due to media.
Yeah, that one's...
there and it's totally different.
Yeah, that one's kind of a mixed bag depending on what we're talking about.
Words to be spoken by a female computer.
Well, there you go. You got your wish.
Hey KB, your videos are great. Any other content creators smaller than you recommend?
Soph's Notes. I always recommend Soph's Notes. You should watch Soph's Notes.
What are your views on reparations or restitution for slavery and the systematic discrimination that African Americans experienced in this country?
Okay, that's kind of a heavy question that I can't answer just instantly. I think there needs to be some sort of restitution. I don't know if that looks like reparations or what, but that's something I'll address in a future video, I think. So forgive me for not diving too deep into it now. But looks like we're caught up, at least on the various notifications. So there we go, the red light. So a bit of a commercial. Stick with me for now. I do stream on Twitch, so if you like this sort of interaction and maybe want to see this without like the chat just flying at the speed of light and me not being able to answer things more in depth, or if you want to see like the background or behind the scenes of what it's like to make a video, go follow me on Twitch. I stream on Sundays and Tuesdays, and we have a lot of fun. I get a lot of feedback on the videos as I'm making them, which I think helps improve the channel quite a bit. So it's twitch.tv/knowingbetteryt. An easy way to remember that is on YouTube, I'm Knowing Better. Everywhere else, I'm Knowing Better YT. So check me out on Twitch. I do work streams and a little bit of gaming, but the game is usually somehow related to my next video. My next video, by the way, is on police militarization, doing a history of that because of current events, but also it's been on my list for quite a long time. So check that out if you are interested in seeing more live streams. I'm still going to do anniversary live streams and State of the Unions here on YouTube. That's not going to change. But if you're at all familiar with the secret live streams of the past, that kind of stuff has moved over to Twitch, just so that it doesn't affect my YouTubing. I kind of wanted to spread my eggs out a little bit. I had them all in the one YouTube basket, so it's nice to open up other options for people who want to see my content. So where were we? We were at When is Independence Day? That was my first video of the year. I had just hit 1,000 subscribers. And yeah, the channel is still fairly small at this point. I did these other videos, but this is the one I want to watch next, which is You Don't See in 4K. I did an entire series on vision. There are 4 videos about vision. It starts with seeing issues with self-driving cars, then You Don't See in 4K, When the Blind Still See, and then Tetrachromats Don't Have Superpowers. So, yes, we also have, I see people mentioning it, we hit the goal for a vault video, so we will watch a vault video, but I wanna watch this one next. So the 4K TVs video was the first one I ever had to really hit Reddit. It kind of struck a nerve with various gamer bros, and up until somewhat recently, this was my most controversial video, like with the most response videos to it. I really kind of annoyed the gamer crowd, who they think that they can see 1,000 frames a second, which if they can, you know, good on them. I hope they volunteer for some studies, because that's some superhuman stuff right there. But yeah, so the 4K TV video, I think it's my second most viewed video ever. I also haven't seen this in forever. Let me change the title before I forget. Okay.
When it comes to home entertainment is the 4K. The next big thing when it comes to home entertainment is the 4K TV. And they're stupid. Now, if you didn't figure this out from my self-driving car video, I'm taking a holy grail of Reddit and deconstructing it in order to talk about vision. And maybe flirt a little bit with color, finally? 4K TVs will happen eventually, but they're kind of wasted on most people. So let's get started.
So, there's still people who tell me that I'm super wrong about this, but since I made this video in September 2017, other large YouTubers who are more tech oriented have come out to say the exact same thing I say in this video. Linus Tech Tips and Captain Disillusion come to mind, but I'm sure there are others where they talk about video resolutions and frame rates, and how, you know, there are certain limitations to human ability. If you can see, my light fell off the wall. If you can see it, then great. But most people can't really tell the difference. And the last I checked, I think it was 2019. 4K TVs still are only like a third of all new TVs sold. The 4K TV thing really just didn't catch on the way people expected it to. It will catch on eventually, because they're just that's all they're making now, and eventually, you know, old TVs break and get replaced. But it's a lot slower than, say, the switch to HD was.
Now this is
So let's see what I had to say about it. Okay.
currently being filmed in 1080p at 30 frames a second. Actually 29.97 frames per second, but 30, okay? And this is pretty much the current standard format for most media, including YouTube. So let's take a step back and see how we got here. This is 480i, but this is clearly too small, so...
This stuff took forever for me to make.
Recognize this. This is what...
Like, how do you film in high quality and then make it look bad?
The resolution is 640 by 480. That's where the 480 and 480i comes from, the vertical resolution. This becomes important later. But let's talk about the I. That stands for interlaced. There's a difference between the field rate and the frame rate. The field rate or refresh rate is 60 Hz, while the frame rate is still 30. So you're getting half a frame interlaced each time. It may not be obvious with this video, but you've likely seen something like this in lower quality videos. This is called combing, and now you know why. This is why old CRT...
See, if I were to remake this video today, I would be able to do the interlacing myself.
Because the camera frame rate and the screen frame rate didn't match up. And this is the format that VHS tapes were in. Home video and VHS tapes weren't really a thing until Top Gun was released in 1987. That was the must-have VHS tape and basically started the whole home theater industry. That's just a funny side note. Actually, you know why? VHS tapes used to cost upwards of $100, but Top Gun brought the price way down by having a Diet Pepsi ad in the beginning. You remember the ad. Anyway, VHS tapes were a horrible format. It was just a magnetic tape. Not only did it degrade over time, but it also degraded with each viewing. So the 100th time you watched it, it was noticeably worse than the first time. So it needed to be replaced. This is 480p, the format of DVDs, and you probably didn't notice much of a difference. DVDs are to VHS tapes what CDs were to audio cassettes. The only real difference was that the storage medium was much more durable, and the P. This stands for progressive scan, and unlike interlaced, it means that you're getting a full frame every time without any combing. Now, a common saying among the non-techno elite is that the porn industry...
Techno elite? Oh my god.
And that's only been
Just...
once. VHS and Betamax...
Tech. Like, the tech elite, not techno.
Most people's first DVD player was the PlayStation 2.
Yep.
The must-have DVD was The Matrix, which came out in 1999. Every single person in high school right now was born after The Matrix came out. Feel old yet? So the transition...
Ugh. Well, now it's different. Like, every single person in high school right now was born after we invaded Afghanistan, which is also a huge yikes. Ugh.
From VHS to DVD was fairly quick because it was necessary, and film studios stopped releasing VHS tapes in 2006. That really feels like it should have been longer ago. Anyway, by 2006 people were starting to transition to high definition. You've probably noticed that we're in widescreen now. This ratio is known as 16:9 as opposed to 4:3 for full screen. Remember when old movies used to say, "This film has been modified from its original version. It has been formatted to fit this screen." What they're saying is that they cut off the sides in order to make it 4:3. So widescreen is the actual movie, not, as I stupidly thought when I was a kid, the movie with black bars on the top and bottom. So
I remember thinking that for most of my childhood. I was like, why? Like, I think the first time I noticed it was maybe watching Star Wars, and I had maybe... This happened more often than I care to admit, but I would accidentally buy the widescreen version rather than, the full version, and I would get home, put the VHS tape in, and be like, oh, why did they put the black bars on the top and bottom? Just get rid of them. Not realizing that for full screen, they zoom in, not they get rid of the black bars. So, if you happen to think that too when you were a kid, now you know better, huh?
Only made the resolution better by making it 1280 by 720, which is 1.5 times the size of 480, but also standardized widescreen, which is far more accurate to what you actually see since you have two horizontally placed eyes, making your horizontal viewing angle much larger than your vertical. 720p is kind of the forgotten middle child, because it came out at the same time as 1080i and 1080p. Which is also known as full high definition. This is more like what you're used to, I hope. It's 1.5 times the size of 720p.
Man, I had an Xbox Kinect.
Size of 480i. The resolution...
And those are all Blu-rays behind me, not PS4 games. I'm an Xbox guy. I don't... Knowing better on Xbox, just so you know. If you cared to add me.
Video game consoles, the PlayStation 3 and the Xbox 360. They were both pretty much the same format, 1080p, with slightly different compression, so they were really only competing to see who could get the most sales. Which Blu-ray won partially because the PlayStation 3 had a Blu-ray player built in, unlike the 360's HD DVD player, which you had to buy separately. God, that was stupid. There were no must-haves or firsts when it came to Blu-ray.
I had an HD DVD player. I thought that was the direction we were going in. Whoops.
like in the previous video formats. But the first Blu-ray movies came out in June 2006. 51st dates, what the... So here we are in the current mainstream format. Why did I just talk you through the history and evolution of video formats? Because we're already talking about upgrading to the next formats, again spearheaded by the video game consoles, the PlayStation 4 and the Xbox One. Before we get into the resolution changes, let's talk about...
Man, we're already in the next generation, or soon will be.
...to you in 30 frames per second, or FPS. But there's been a recent shift to 60 frames a second. Yeah, I know, we round up, I don't know why. Frame rate is kind of a sacred cow.
All of my YouTube videos now are in 60 frames a second. I think it looks smoother. But I have no plans on upgrading to 4K.
The average person watching my video...
I don't know why I'm yelling, I'm sorry.
...and on Reddit, and they'll defend its frame rate is kind of a sacred cow in the gaming community and on Reddit, and they'll defend it stronger than the Second Amendment people, so I have to tread lightly. Let me...
Oh, how young and naive I was. I got more hate for this video than I did the Second Amendment video, so very accurate very accurate prediction.
Start this off by saying that the average person watching my video, whether you're a subscriber or you found this on Reddit, is not the average consumer. You're probably an early adopter, the techno elite, not the average consumer. Remember when you thought 3D TV, Google Glass, and VR were going to be a thing?
So VR is a thing, obviously, and it's been a thing since early 90s. I mean, I remember the Nintendo Power Glove thing. This is not the first time they've tried VR, but it's very niche. Most people, like, it's a gimmick. It's like 3D movies. Like, the first few times you're like, okay, that's kind of cool. But then to do it all the time, most people just don't. I've talked to people in industry about this, and like VR and AR games are very niche, pretty much just for streamers to play and kind of show it off. Most people don't like putting a helmet on that you have to only see and hear. You want to be able to eat while you're watching something, or check your phone, or any of that. People like that. So the VR headset thing really didn't take off as much as in 2017 people thought it would.
Pepperidge Farm remembers. Now, the human eye...
I bought those cookies specifically for that joke.
We're gonna be a thing? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Now, the human eye doesn't really see in frames, you see pretty much continuously. But beyond a certain speed, things can move too fast for you to notice.
The donations are paused while I'm watching one of these videos, and then I turn it on at the end. So I'm sorry if you didn't catch that at the beginning, but they will show up. The light behind me is red. That just means they're paused for now, and I will start them back up again.
Now, depending on your source, at rest, that seems to be about 45 to 72 frames per second. Let's go with 72. That means just sitting there on your couch eating Doritos, if something appears on screen for 1/72nd of a second, odds are you'll miss it. Unless you know where to look and you're waiting for it. That's at rest though. Your perceived frame rate changes with your arousal level. If you just went for a run or are being chased by a dinosaur, or more like...
So there was a response made to this video that used way too much of my original video, and people thought that the giggity jokes were added by that person when they're mine.
And odds are you'll miss it. Unless you know where to look and you're waiting for it. That's at rest though. Your perceived frame rate changes with your arousal level. If you just went for a run or are being chased by a dinosaur, or more likely you're hopped up on caffeine, you can see up to 120 frames per second. And if you're a superhuman or a fighter pilot, or you're on cocaine or something, you might be able to see up to 240, but no one has been able to reliably do it beyond that. If you still think that you can, you belong in a lab or something because you're some sort of mutant. So again, you don't really see in frames per second, but if something appears and disappears above a certain frame rate, you probably won't notice. 30 frames per second was established as the standard decades ago, but I'll get to why in a moment. 60 frames per second, on the other hand, seems to be where the economic use of energy and human perception meet. PC gaming has been at or above 60 frames per second for decades now, and most computer screens are 60 Hz, so they top out at 60 frames per second. If you brag about your 150 frames per second on your 60 Hz screen, I won't ruin the illusion for you. For a while after HD came out,
People still do that.
different frame rates. When we're talking about screens, that's hertz. But hertz is frame rate. First it was 60, then 120.
They're not really, but when it comes to televisions anyway, it's pretty much one for
Why would that
one.
be if we don't really see in frames per second? Because of the soap opera effect. The soap opera effect is when things look too crisp and too fluid for real life, giving it an eerie look and causing motion sickness. Move your hand in front of your face.
People say that they get that effect from my videos that are in 60 frames a second. They're like, oh, it has that weird flowy motion to it.
There was a significant motion blur causing motion sickness. Move your hand in front of your face. There was a significant motion blur, wasn't there? Now, this camera isn't set.
I completely forgot about that.
So let me, there we are. Okay, here's my hand over here.
So this is filmed in 60 frames a second, so there is no motion blur when I move my hand, but the final product is still in 30. And yes, I was picked apart for that, but I was limited by my software at the time.
Now I'm moving it over here. You probably didn't notice anything weird, but here it is again side by side with 30 frames a second. Notice how there is no motion blur? So the soap opera effect makes things look like they're moving in slow motion, but at regular speed. I know, it's weird, which is why it gives people motion sickness. The soap opera effect doesn't really affect video games because A, it's not real life, so nothing really looks all that strange, and B, they program in motion blur. So manufacturers have kind of stopped with the 240 and they're sticking to the 120 and 60, with 60 likely being the new standard. However, your frame...
Very somewhat accurate prediction. Because this video is significantly longer than the last one, I'm going to go ahead and turn on the alerts.
What about you accepting donations from students? Difference when paid for studying by employer.
I'm not sure what you're getting at by that. I mean, don't donate to me if you can't afford it.
I sometimes wish my cats are ferrets.
Everyone should wish that. Oh, yeah, so it's YT as in YouTube. The letter is YT. Let me turn the ferret camera on.
In your opinion, is there a country that goes under the radar that needs more discussion?
Canada. Canada.
Is there any other childhood misconceptions you had? I remember I thought the past used to actually be in black and white now.
That's what I was gonna say. I used to think the world was black and white. Oh, thank you for the $5.
Hey, can you do a video about the Falklands?
I would need a reason to, right? Like it would need to be attached to recent events or something.
Can you shout me out?
There you go. Thank you, Tap, for the £5.
Love the videos, been watching for over a year.
Well, I'm glad you've stuck around, and I hope you continue to stick around. I appreciate that very much.
I just got a Trump ad on your stream. I felt guilty about skipping, so take my money.
You don't need to worry about skipping a Trump ad, but any other sort of ad, maybe consider letting it play. I appreciate that, though. I appreciate all the donations and everything. Okay.
Frame rate isn't uniform across your entire field of vision, which I'll get to in a moment. The next big shift is to 4K or Ultra HD, which is a stupid name, by the way. It's just
I still think that.
within a marketing meeting in order to make it sound more epic. Remember the naming conventions from before? 480, 720, 1080. There's a nice pattern going on there. But 4K is 4 times the size of 1080p, so you would think it would be called 4X. But it's only twice the width and height. So if we go by the same naming rules, it's 2160p. So where does 4K come from? It's the horizontal measurement, 3840, rounded up to 4K. If we use
I'm covering it up, sorry.
1080p is actually 2K. I told you it's dumb. Anyway, HD was a huge jump from regular D.
Giggity.
Most people could tell the difference.
Giggity.
But HD
Giggity.
to 4K, most people can't. Again, you're not the average consumer. And remember, you're usually sitting about 10 feet away from your TV, or at least you should be. Actually, the myth that if you sit too close to your TV screen, you'll damage your eyes is kind of true, but not for the reasons you were told as a kid. It has nothing to do with the flickering or the pixels or anything. It has to do with the fact that you're not changing your depth perception or focal length any. While you're watching TV or playing a game, your brain is perceiving depth. Even though
The muscles in your eyes and stuff,
background or your own
they need to be moved just like any other muscle.
your eyes never really have to adjust, so they get fatigued and strained. You won't really damage your eyes, but they'll hurt. This would happen whether you're watching a TV or you go outside and stare at a tree for 3 hours straight. 4K is 3840 by 2160, which means that there are 8,294,400 pixels, or just 8.3 megapixels for short. For a 60-inch TV, that means each individual pixel is 1/3 of a millimeter wide. Put a dot on a piece of paper only 1/3 of a millimeter wide and then put it 10 feet away. Okay, you'll probably still see it because it's a black dot on a white piece of paper, but okay, you know what I'm getting at. But you know what? There's been a single black pixel right here for the last few seconds.
You have no idea how many comments I get from people saying, "Oh, I thought that single black pixel was a piece of dust on my screen," or something like that. Like, they can actually see the black pixel. I mean, there really is a black pixel there, legitimately, but anyone who claims that they could see it, like, come on.
Go back and watch it again. You probably didn't notice. And this is 1080p. Do you really think you would have seen it if it was 1/4 the size? Now get this, there are 8.3 million pixels on that TV, and there are only 6 million cones in your eye. But that isn't the whole story because each pixel is actually 3 pixels in one, red, green, and blue. I hope you know that those are the primary colors of light. But we only think that because
So many people think it's... The primary colors of light are red, green, and blue. That's just a fact. If you don't know, if you disagree, you're incorrect.
we're human. If you were to ask an alien what the 3 primary colors are, they might say, 3? Silly human, there are 15. Though that's pretty unlikely because wait, this isn't the color episode, stop. Anyway, the cones in your eye are only...
For like the first year and year and a half of my channel, I kept teasing the color video. Like a color video was going to be my big thing, and we'll watch that later. But that was like the meme, was when are you going to do the color video? Now it's probably like the Mormon video. That's been on my list forever, a video about Mormonism. And I'll get to it eventually. You know, I get to these things. It may take years, but I finally made a Citizens United video. I finally made a MLM video. I will get to it.
red, green, or blue. And while the ratio isn't exactly a third, if we match them up to make a pixel, that means that there are only 2 million pixels in your eye. Before you say anything, rods don't matter. If cones are the pixels in your eye, then rods are like the backlight. You can't really see with only rods, which... Stop trying to get me sidetracked. Anyway, cones aren't evenly spread across your retina. They're concentrated in an area called the fovea, which is only 1/3 of a millimeter wide in the center of your retina. So while you're looking at this screen and think that you see this...
Okay, I just remembered something that took way too long to have to deal with. you'll notice that I switch from left side to right side throughout the video, depending on like the subject matter. There I am on the right, and then here I am on the left. I do that in every video. But when I'm on the left, you would have been able to see my exact reflection in the TV. So I had to go through the whole video and blur the reflection, which took way too long to have to render, like 18 minutes of blurring a TV in order to get rid of a reflection. So dumb. And occasionally when I move my hand in front of it, you can see remnants of that blur.
This, you actually see this. And you have to take into account the fact that we're squishing 210 degrees of your visual field down to maybe 15. But I'm actually still being generous. Of your visual field, your focal area is only 1 degree wide. Hold out your hand and look at one fingernail. The other fingernails aren't in focus. So as you can...
And the effects...
My eyes are up here. But since most of your cones are concentrated in the fovea, as you get out to the periphery, there's less color perception. The fovea is also where you get the highest frame rate, by the way. It's the most important part of your vision, and it's really the only part that gets tested when we figure out if you have 20/20 vision. Another side note, there's no such thing as perfect vision. What 20/20 means is that...
There, I could see my hand.
Vision. Another side note, there's...
Let's see, frame by frame. There, yeah, you can see my hand is blurred because it's in front of the TV. There you go, I'm ruining the magic for you, I apologize.
Perfect vision. What 20/20 means is that at 20 feet, you can read what most other people can read at 20 feet away. If you have 2100 vision, that means that you have to stand 20 feet away from something that other people can read at 100 feet away. You have bad vision, but it's okay because we all kind of do. But while we do have some of the best general purpose vision in the animal kingdom, our eyes are really poorly designed. All of your cones and rods are on your retina in the back of your eye, and all of those cells need blood. Guess where the blood vessels are? Yeah, in front of the retina. So at all times you're looking through a field of blood which your brain usually filters out but kind of looks like this. And all of those blood vessels have to get back out of your eye somehow, which they do through a...
You can test that by staring at something that's white, like a white wall, and you'll see that you can see your pulse if you look for it, and it's not red because of the way the light has to go through it and everything. So that's what I was trying to represent there.
A hole in the retina, which results in a blind spot. Close your left eye. Actually, remind me about this in a second. Anyway, close your left eye and focus your right eye on the cross to the left, and move either your head or your phone closer or further away. Once you hit the sweet spot,
oh, there it is.
It'll disappear. It'll be a different distance depending
so like 3 or 4
on
feet
you're on. But if you're watching this on a computer, it's about 3 feet. Your brain
is
in that spot with whatever's surrounding it. It's kind of cool when you think about it. So not only do you not see this, you see this, but you also have this going on. And that's not the end of the story, because if you close one...
Well, that's unhelpful.
What do you see when you close...
That's unhelpful. You can't see there's a black spot there. Again, if I were filming this today, I would have put that somewhere more representative.
And that's not the end of the story, because if you close one... Oh yeah, okay, what do you see when you close one eye? If you think it's this, you're wrong. When you close your eye, your brain receives a no input signal from that retina and shuts off all incoming information. So you don't see half black, you see this. Don't believe me? Close your left eye. Now cover your left eye and open it again. See, there's a huge difference. Anyway, so again, you're seeing this with the addition of this fun mess, which can be bigger or smaller depending on how lucky or unlucky you are.
So a lot of people over the years have told me that they can't figure out the covering your eye and the difference between... If you have your eye covered and it's open, you see your hand, right? Like you see black on that side. If you close it and you're not really paying attention to what's coming in on this eye, so my eye is closed under my hand, I don't see that. My brain just doesn't even input that information. And then if you open your eye again, that's how it works. So cover your eye, notice what you're seeing, close it, and like try to read the chat and you'll see it fade away. Or at least you should, if your brain is working correctly. Unless you have a square brain, or...
Do you really think that you need a massive TV with pixels literally the size of dust mites with all of this going on? Again, 4K will happen, mostly because they're just going to stop making regular HD TVs, but not anytime soon. There's virtually no...
They still sell
4K right now.
regular 1080p
Last year
TVs.
will never be in true 4K because it wasn't filmed in 4K. The current generation of Blu-ray disc, the triple layer, holds 125 gigabytes of data. Do you know how big a 90-minute 4K video is? 477 gigabytes. So okay, it probably won't be on any physical media anytime soon. So streaming, obviously. Yeah, well, unless you live in a big city and not somewhere rural or like Australia, you better get used to this.
Oh, for a second there, I was actually worried that my connection had just cut out. Because that used to be an issue for those of you who watch me on Twitch. My connection used to be pretty crummy up until recently. So I was like, oh no.
Side. Used to somewhere rural or like Australia, you better get used to this happening a lot. The major hurdle for 4K right now is the file size. It's just too large. And there are virtually no games in 4K right now because of the processing power that would take. As of May 2017, only 0.82% of Steam players played in 4K. And Steam players are the PC gaming elite, so...
I mean...
Yeah, and in terms of TVs...
That's something I wish I had phrased differently. Like, Steam players aren't necessarily the elite. However, if anyone was going to be playing at 4K, they would be doing it on Steam. Like, if that number is going to be high, it's going to be high on Steam.
In 2016, only 25% of all new TV sales were 4K. If I were a betting man...
Even 2019, like, last I checked, I have to check again, but 4K TVs are only like 35% of new TVs sold, something like that.
Which I am. I would say that it's going to take another 5 to 10 years for 4K to catch on for the mainstream. Like cars, most people don't buy a new TV until their current one breaks. 8K, on the other hand, will never happen. It's just too much for too little payoff. If we look at video formats like soap,
I mean, they've stopped pushing 8K. Like, when was the last time you even heard of 8K?
And many people still use it. 1080p is a big antimicrobial step up. It's obviously better, and most people will get it if they can. 4K is mega antibacterial, kills 99.99% of everything soap. And 8K is massive overkill, 99.999. Like, who cares, alright?
So the whole point of that is that there are diminishing returns on TV resolutions. This wasn't necessarily supposed to be a technology episode. It was supposed to be a psychology, your perception, vision. It's part of the Vision series. So the reason I'm even talking about resolution and frame rates is to give people a frame of reference to talk about how your eyes and your brain process vision. And the smaller the pixel, you get diminishing returns on that. Beyond a certain point, there's just no reason to make them smaller or to pack in as many, because your eyes they're limited.
An upper limit to what is necessary, and 8K has 16 times the pixel density of HD. That's too much. That's 5 times as many pixels as cones in your eye. You're never going to get a TV with pixels the size of atoms, and at a certain point, it's just not an economical use of energy, storage, or bandwidth. And if you don't have better than 20/20 vision, it's pretty much lost on you. Most people don't see or care about the difference. And if you don't believe me, they still make DVDs and sell them by the millions.
Yeah, still.
I posted a poll on Twitter, shameless plug to follow me on there, asking people if they were to buy a movie today, which format would they prefer? Not which one could they afford, not which setup do they have, which would they prefer? And here are the results.
Back when a Twitter poll would only get me 15 votes, I mean, now I get like 1,000. Speaking of, I'll get to that afterwards, I guess.
Again, my average subscriber is not the average consumer, so if anything, these results are skewed in 4K's favor. Think of all the people out there who don't use Reddit or YouTube or Twitter. These are the people who still buy the blue.
Like stay-at-home moms, they don't care about, ooh, I need 4K.
Not just TVs and video formats, but how your eyes work and how your brain cleans up the information it gets. I was exaggerating a little bit with some of those effects, but not by much. Seriously, start to notice some of the weird things about your vision that your brain filters out. It's kind of amazing. And the next time you go out shopping for a new TV, hopefully now, you'll know better.
I mean, if you're gonna buy a new TV, you should buy a 4K just to future-proof yourself. I mean, unless you can't afford it, right? So again, Wheatley, we're gonna, like, I don't want to bum myself out, right? No one wants that. Video about European nationalism. I'm gonna do a video about international political parties in the near future, so hopefully that'll cover it.
Which Fallout game is the best and why is it New Vegas? Slightly smiling face.
Slightly smiling face. Okay. I like 4, to be honest. I know that's a weird opinion.
I love your vids. I don't always agree, but you always make good sound arguments.
Oh, well, good. I appreciate that. Hopefully I paused it before. That's the whole point. Like, I don't want necessarily an audience that agrees with me 100% of the time. That's how you end up with an echo chamber, which isn't at all what I want. I would much prefer that I want to put out videos that challenge you in some ways, and even challenge my own views. And you've seen over this last year, I've talked about some of my past views and how they've changed. So hopefully, that works with you guys as well.
Hey, do you ever feel like people assume your political agenda, like if I defend Trump? People assume I am right-wing when I am a moderate centrist.
Yeah, people assume all the time.
Love the work. Amazed that you can keep up with all the channels and keep quality where you do. Bravo.
Well, I've had to reduce production frequency, but I'm hoping to increase that a little this year. So I made 10 or 11 videos this last year, and I hope to make 15 to 20 next. Thank you for becoming a member.
Are you going to do a video on transgender people?
So I made my Moderate's Guide to Feminism that I think covers that, as well as I'm willing to anyway. Sorry, I'm like rapid fire. Video I hooked. Oh, well, I'm glad you like this one, or the 4K one. That was, it's one of my more popular videos.
2400 Vision Gang represent. Sorry YouTube ISNT letting me do USD.
It's fine. My main concern when I said the currency thing...
Why would you have minded to become known as the Genocide Channel? Also, what's his 2020 vision, as in vision for 2020?
Impossible. I'm getting a little bit behind on this. Let's see. What was that last question? So my main concern when bringing up the please do US dollars thing is that the counter up there, I don't think converts. So if I don't want to throw the number way off or anything like that. So 5 Canadian is still pretty close, and pounds, those are still pretty close. Why would you have minded to become known as the Genocide Channel? I don't want to be known for one thing. I know that's how it works, but the thing I'm known for has changed over time, and it's kind of interesting to see that evolve. Like, I used to be the 4K TVs, and then the Columbus, and then the Moderate's Guides. So I like that the channel is ever evolving.
The world deserves a knowing better video that explores the current state of animal rights, factory farming, vegetarianism, etc.
That might be a future video topic. Oh, thank you for becoming a member.
The You Don't See in 4K video is one of my favorite videos. Victory hand, dark skin tone.
I like when she reads out the emote. That's funny.
Watched for years. Changed my mind a few times and way of looking at the world. 12 out of 10. Stay awesome. Move along, sir.
Thank you very much. And thank you for becoming a member. The memberships is very much like Patreon. It's $2 a month. You get access to the Discord, which is very active right now.
Important question, what's your favorite Pokemon?
Oh, Squirtle was always my initial choice. Given if I could choose in real life, it'd be a Squirtle. You've spoken about your changing political views before. Is there anything new that's changed? Not really. Like, yeah, nothing I can think of. Views on the health of the American democracy. It's in trouble, and hopefully this. I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen.
I promise to not get you sidetracked again. Sorry, so won't happen again, sir.
Thank you for the $10. I appreciate that very much. All of these donations and stuff go right back into making the channel better.
One, or are you into motorsport in general?
I'm not really into motorsport. However, given NASCAR's recent rejection of the Confederate flag, I might be a little more inclined. Can 2020 get any worse? Of course it can. Let's hope it doesn't.
Watching this while setting up my dual 2160p 60Hz and 1440p 144Hz monitors. I love irony. Also, your vid, they are GR8.
GR8.
For that international party video, I recommend you to discuss Sinn Féin. They contrast with most nationalist parties since they are left-wing.
I'll keep that in mind. I appreciate the recommendation. Okay, I guess now we're caught back up. We've hit enough donations that I think we will watch an unlisted video. And the one we're gonna watch. Oh, thank you for becoming a member. Actually, I said I was going to break up the sort of self-promotion ad stuff. If you notice, down below, there's a link to a subscriber survey. The subscriber survey lets me know how I've been doing with the channel and what direction you would like me to go in the future. I use that information every year. I've done this survey every year. The MLMs video, the Armenian genocide video, those topics came from last year's survey. So please, if you haven't already, link down below with the survey. Take it, let me know how I'm doing. That way I get like the widest net of information possible. Last I checked, there were like 1,000 responses, which is great, but I have like 550,000 subscribers, so it's like 0.05% or some very small number, so I'd like to expand that out a little bit if I could. As for supporting the channel, you may have seen quite a few people becoming members. Plastic Forks is what they're called. On YouTube, it's a $2 a month pledge that as you talk in the chat, you have a fork next to your name, your name kind of sticks out. It also works on the comments section, the general comments section. You also get access to the Discord, which I'm using right now. I have both the YouTube chat and the Discord chat. The Discord is smaller, it moves a little slower, so I'm able to see, two different chats going at the same time. I use the Discord for research all the time. It's for YouTube members, Patreon patrons, and Twitch subscribers.
Star Trek versus Star Wars.
Oh man. Okay, so my answer would be Star Wars. I've always been a Star Wars fan. The recent editions are not very good, though, and I'm kind of bummed out about that. But Star Wars, yeah. So, if you become a YouTube member, it's much like being on Patreon, but it's through YouTube instead. So if that's an option available to you, if you want to support the channel on a monthly basis and get a little more behind-the-scenes access. You might be hearing some music in the background that you recognize. That's my channel's music, written by a fellow named Nomad. I don't know if he wants me to say his real name, but links for that are down below. My music is available on Spotify and Amazon and stuff. So if you want to listen to this on your own free time, it's available to you. You can't use it in your own projects. It's copyrighted by me. That's the whole point of having it out there. But you can listen to it as much as you like. So it's out there. And I think exclamation point music should put a link out there, perhaps. Hopefully, anyway. Thank you for becoming a member. And there's a super chat that should come up that I'll answer real quick, and then...
Any topics you want to cover?
So I used to say that I wouldn't discuss like feminism and LGBTQ topics because I thought that's better discussed by other people who belong to that group. But eventually I was able to frame it as, the straight white man's guide to this topic. So I don't know if there's anything that I just won't talk about, period, but I would need a reason.
Another human in 2 weeks. Also, thanks for keeping me sane.
Well, you're welcome, and thank you very much for the donation. I appreciate the $10. I'm gonna... thanks for becoming a member as well. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. So, quick break. I'll leave the ferret camera up so you have something to look at for Make sure you wash your hands for 20 seconds. A few super chats while I was in the bathroom. Oh, thank you for the $5, Jazzy.
Have you ever
The
seen
Cold
a
War-
solar eclipse? If not, please do. It will change your life.
Oh yeah, I saw, well, partially anyway, part of the Great American one. Yeah. So and I've seen them before as a kid as well. So it's yeah. So our first vault video. Let me make sure I change the title here. So, this video is called The Time Winter Almost Came, A Brief History of the Cold War. This is one of those videos that people ask me all the time, what happened to it, where'd it go? And the answer is I unlisted it and it's on Patreon because I took several parts of this video and turned them into their own video. So this was like one of my first videos, and it was just like a hodgepodge of a ton of different topics that I eventually took out and turned into whole videos. So I didn't like this one being up as much. I mean, there may be errors in here. It's been a while since I've watched it, but it didn't feel necessary anymore. So, and that's what happens, you know. A lot of my videos, or a lot of my older videos, my first year, I ended up updating them or making them into a bigger video series or something like that. So if you want to see those, they're available on Patreon at the Vault level. I think it's the $20 tier or something like that. And since we've gotten enough donations today, I feel justified. Hopefully, none of the patrons who have seen this through Patreon will get angry, I hope. But Cold War. Let's take a look.
Is a long period of American history. The Cold War is a long period of American history that most people only know the highlights of, especially the millennials. But some of the older crowd may have forgotten or even been told some misinformation about it. So today, let's go ahead and... Wait, I have something for this. Привет!
Okay. So I took Russian in college, so I know some Russian. Don't ask me to speak it right now. I wouldn't be able to.
But... холодной войны, вы должны начать с Первой мировой войны. Пожалуйста, простите мой плохой акцент. Это было много лет с тех пор я научился говорить по-русски. It is way too hot to be wearing this in July. What was I thinking? So like I was saying, you can't start talking about the Cold War without first talking about World War I. However, since I can't cover literally 100 years of history in one video and do it all justice, I'm going to leave most of the wars out for their own video, if not multiple. Here I'm just going to focus directly on the parts that affect the Cold War and politics. I promise it's not going to be as boring as it sounds. Dude, come on, it's your video. Oh, yeah, sorry, my bad. You were saying? Let's start in 1917. Germany and the Central Powers were holding their own.
I used to think that was funny.
They wanted to secure that victory by knocking out two of the major powers without fighting at all. One of these turned out to be a major mistake immediately, and the other turned out to be a major mistake a few decades later. At the time, America was super isolationist and wanted nothing to do with the war, except to sell weapons and make loads of money, something we still excel at today, by the way. But Germany wanted to make sure we stayed out of the war in Europe by politely asking Mexico to start a war here. They did this by telegram, which was predictably intercepted.
See, I'm just flying through information.
Zimmerman telegram. This didn't exactly make Americans too happy, and combined with the thinking of
the Zimmerman telegram on its own is a video.
Was enough to shift public opinion to make America finally join the war. On the other front, Germany wanted to get Russia out of the war. They did this by sending several political revolutionaries into Russia to start a coup. One of these people was Vladimir Lenin. He successfully overthrew the Tsar, slaughtered his entire family, and founded the Soviet Union, and then made peace with Germany. Long story short, Germany and the Central Powers lost. But back in the day when you lost a war, you not only lost militarily, you lost in every way possible. It's like being mugged in an alley. And not only do they take your wallet and break a few ribs, but they also take your job, your car, and maybe even one or two of your kids. The harsh economic sanctions put on...
I had to get special permission to film in this abandoned town. So, all these signs of no trespassing, like I had permission for that.
Germany by the Treaty of Versailles were the direct cause of Hitler's rise to power. So then World War II happened. Hitler didn't want to make the same mistakes as last time, so he kept a non-aggression pact with the Soviet Union. He even tried to get Stalin to join the Axis powers in 1940, but that didn't work out. So a year later, Germany invaded. This time,
see, I'm flying through World War II, like,
Hitler was
it's just
Europe.
too much information all at the same
This is a very
time.
underreported aspect of world history, but on the other side of the world in 1937, Japan conducted what was called the Rape of Nanking, where they literally slaughtered and raped an entire city. I promise this is going to be a video topic in itself, but if you can't wait, the book by Iris Chang does an excellent...
Took like 2 years for me to make that.
America knew about this atrocity and the mass genocide of the Chinese and the Koreans, but instead of getting directly involved, we decided to cut off their supply of oil. In response to this, Japan decided it needed to take over all of the oil-rich islands in the Pacific. But in order to do that, they first needed to take out the US Navy, so they bombed Pearl Harbor. While Pearl Harbor is the place we all know about, the Day of Infamy was actually a well-timed worldwide attack. Hawaii, Guam, the Philippines, Midway, and dozens of other US territories were...
Another topic that I ended up turning into a whole video on its own, which we might actually watch today if we have enough time. For those of you who are asking how long this is going to go on, I actually don't know. If we go for 3 or 4 hours, okay. If we go for 5 or 6, okay. We'll see. We'll see how your endurance holds up.
All attacked simultaneously. So of course, the United States declared war on Japan. And since Japan and Germany were allies, Germany declared war on us. So
This toy piano. Ugh.
ta-da, World War II. It's important to remember that the United States did not join the war in order to stop Hitler from killing the Jews. We, and the world as a whole, did not really know that that was happening until we got there. We did know what the Japanese were doing to the Chinese, though, and our response to that, followed by their response to our response, is what got us into the war. The US and the Soviet Union took on two very different strategies.
So I used to, in the first year of doing YouTube, I used to do like random stuff in the background, whether I was making a pizza or folding laundry or whatever. I did random stuff, which made the process last way too long. For this video, the Cold War, I'm not doing anything random, but I shift the camera for every 2 or 3 sentences, which made this probably took like 3 days to film, where nowadays I film all in one sitting.
When it came to the war. The US took on more of a technological approach, doing new things like high-altitude precision night bombings, while the Soviets took on more of a brute strength approach, just throwing bodies at a city until the Germans couldn't take it anymore. Anyway, once the Soviet Union and the US were involved, it was pretty clear that the Germans were going to lose again, so the Allies were already concerning themselves with what post-war Europe was going to look like. FDR's approach was called the Marshall Plan. Instead of imposing the same economic sanctions that started World War II, the US would help rebuild the countries that were defeated.
And I didn't have a camera that auto-focused, so I had to focus on either the background or a stick that I would put in the ground with a hat on it.
Had he not died before the end of the war,
So I'm slightly out of focus all the time, it seems.
The Soviets' plan was based much more on intimidation and control. At the end of the war, Europe was divided in half, the West being NATO and the East being the Warsaw Pact. In fact, the entire world quickly had to choose sides. The US, NATO, and its allies became...
Another reason I stopped filming outside is that the clouds move,
and anyone else became...
so it looks really jarring.
This is the actual origin of the phrase Third World. It has very little to do with the economic development of the country, although that did tend to line up sometimes. It's important to remember that neutral countries like Switzerland were technically Third World. But nowhere was this division more apparent than in Germany. Not only was Germany divided into East and West, but Berlin, which resided in...
I'm in the shadows, I didn't know how to do lighting yet.
East and West.
That's why a lot of these first year videos I've taken down, because I've
East Germans could go to Berlin.
Done them better now.
Cross into West Berlin and then to West Germany. The Soviets decided to close this loophole.
Shifting clouds, very annoying.
Wall. Famously, during construction, an East German soldier named Konrad Schumann abandoned his post and jumped the fence. The Berlin Wall was not constructed to keep West Berliners out, but to keep East Berliners in, and stood for several decades as a symbol of the Cold War. But let's move on to another country that was divided after the war. During the liberation of Korea, the Soviets came in.
On Sunday, we watched my bloopers on Twitch, and there are a few bloopers of me sitting on this tire that I'll never forget.
In 1950, the Soviet and Chinese back north got tired of waiting and decided to invade. The US and the Soviet Union both had nuclear weapons at this point, but we didn't want to use them, so we didn't go to war. It was just a little conflict, you know, a little schoolyard tussle. It cost a few million lives, but you know, boys will be boys. The war lasted until 1953 when a ceasefire was finally declared, but the line was basically at the 38th parallel again, although now it's...
See, I'm just like flying through these huge events that should be given hours of stuff to talk about.
Landmines, barbed wire, and pre-aimed artillery pointed at it than anywhere else on Earth. Technically, the war is still ongoing, and occasionally the North and South exchange a few shots. This was also the beginning of the Red Scare in the United States. Under Senator McCarthy, a witch hunt was started for anyone who might be communist, and anyone who held even the slightest socialist view was labeled as un-American. President Truman would later call this a mockery of the Bill of Rights. During no time in history was holding a different political view seen as anti-American. America was built on differing political views. We had to be completely different from the Soviets in every way. If the Soviets were communists, we were capitalists. If the Soviets were red, we were blue. If the Soviets were atheists, we were Christian.
So this is the Red Scare. That's what I'm talking about here.
Unlike what many Americans believe, this was not always part of the pledge, and it was just as controversial back then as it is today. Many argued that this was a violation of the Establishment Clause of the
Yeah, there's so many topics that could become videos here
motto was changed from E pluribus
that I haven't done yet.
God we trust. In 1957, that phrase,
Like a history of the pledge
The Red Scare
would be
also
fun.
made us look at our defensive vulnerabilities. One of the major ones was our transportation network. In 1956, it took 62 days to cross the country by car on highways like this. So taking inspiration from the German Autobahn system, President Eisenhower proposed the Interstate Highway, officially known as the Dwight D. Eisenhower National System of Interstate and Defense Highways. This is the answer to the age-old joke of why
See the lighting change every time. It's very annoying.
connect military bases.
I don't know what I was thinking.
Those are just an added benefit. An unfortunate side effect of the interstates are towns like this one. Bypassed in the name of efficiency, hundreds of towns saw the same fate as Radiator Springs and were left completely abandoned.
Radiator
Across
Springs.
the country in only 4 days. Unfortunately, getting from one side of the country to the other wasn't the only destination we were worried about getting to quickly.
During this time, the space race was kicked
Oh,
almost entirely out of nuclear fears. The U.S. and the
okay, so this nerdy character, I forgot about that. But the audio, it's so terrible. Because back then I was using one of these. It's a Zoom H1. Well, I was using an H1. This is an H1N. Like, it's a slightly better model. But I was using this on the floor. Like, it had to be stood up with a little stand. Terrible. So terrible. The echo is so bad.
Soviet Union seemed to be in competition to see who could blow up the world the most times. And in 1957, it was pretty clear that the Soviets were winning when they launched Sputnik. This meant that instead of a missile maybe...
At least I knew to take the lenses out so you don't see a reflection off of the lenses.
...Jesus out of Americans. Luckily, we had a foolproof method of protecting ourselves from nuclear fallout.
He knew just what to do. He ducked and cover, duck and cover.
Duck and cover. This family knows what to do, just as your own family should.
Yeah, a newspaper is really going to protect you.
Cloth helps protect them. Even a newspaper can save you from a bad burn.
The Soviets followed up Sputnik with Lenka. In the ultimate rags to riches story, she was just a stray street mutt from Moscow who was selected to become the first animal in space. The Soviets said that she was euthanized on day 6 before her oxygen tank had run out. But in 2002, the truth came out that she actually died an extremely painful death from overheating just hours into the mission.
I had
This
braces.
is also a Soviet accomplishment.
I had braces back
In
then.
1960.
I had adult braces.
Golly, the Americans were just 3 weeks behind without.
Gee golly.
Throughout all of this, the looming threat of nuclear missiles pervaded everyday life. But no more so than during the 13 days of the Cuban Missile Crisis, when the Soviet Union tried to park a few dozen ICBMs just 90 miles off of the Florida coast. This was enough for many Americans to start construction of their own personal backyard vaults. The Soviets backed off their plans when the US agreed to remove their missiles from Turkey. Turkey. But this was not the only time the US was faced with near nuclear disaster. Just a few years earlier, we nearly bombed ourselves into oblivion when we had a B-52 on air alert. Air alert was when we had B-52 bombers flying around loaded with nuclear weapons ready to go at a moment's notice. In 1961, one of these B-52s crashed outside of Greensboro, North Carolina, carrying 2 nuclear weapons. They ejected...
I had my hair slicked. You can't really tell, but...
causing it to hit the ground at terminal velocity. When it was recovered, it was found that the impact had actually armed the weapon. If you'd like to know more about near disasters like this, or the American nuclear program in general, I recommend Eric Schlosser's book, Command and Control.
I still recommend that book. It's still good.
Why? Dr. Neil deGrasse Tyson likes to say correctly that the space race was caused by nuclear fears.
Like, why did I think that framing was good? With me half off the screen?
Difficult to grasp. If you were to place the fastest ICBM that we have, the Minuteman III, on the moon, it would take nearly 16 hours for it to reach its target on Earth. The same ICBM launched from Cuba would only take 15 minutes to reach New York. So the high ground argument doesn't make much sense to me. What about the conspiracy theory mentioned by Interstellar that going to the moon was just a way to bankrupt the Soviet Union? If that was the plan, it failed miserably. The Soviet Union didn't go bankrupt for several decades after the space race was over. If we were going to fake it, why would we stop before the Soviets went bankrupt? And why would we fake it 6 more times, including one where the mission failed and we almost killed the entire crew? But gee...
So I eventually took that and used it in the Conspiracies video, which is also in the Patreon vault for very similar reasons to this.
Willikers, we sure did get to the moon, so we won the space race. This is what happens to people when they try to tell Buzz Aldrin that he didn't actually do it.
We are finally getting their independence.
Okay, I skipped that because this video is demonetized because of that violent hit. So I don't want this live stream to be demonetized, so I skipped ahead. If you want to see the whole thing, get on Patreon.
And once they were independent, their fates of joining either the First or the Second World were quickly called into question. The most famous of these was Vietnam. After French Indochina got its independence in 1954 after a brutal war, Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia all quickly switched to communism with the help of the Chinese and the Soviets. The US helped South Vietnam stay democratic by splitting the country in 2 along the 17th parallel. You know, because that worked out so well last time. Again, out of fear of nuclear weapons, we didn't go to total war. It was just another little conflict. The draft, though, yeah, we'll go ahead and use that. And if you're against it, you're anti-American.
I joined the army in 2003 and got out in 2010. So I started in this uniform and ended in the ACUs.
Guerrilla warfare group known as the Viet Cong. This helped greatly increase in 1965 when President Johnson finally escalated the conflict, by dedicating land forces to the cause. The Viet Cong and their guerrilla tactics were a major reason why American support for the South slowly dwindled, and all American forces were finally withdrawn in 1973.
That toy piano. What was I thinking with this shot?
Or communist coups in dozens of countries. Here's a map of the world in 1980. The US and its allies are in blue, and the Soviets and its allies are in red, and the Third World is in gray. All of those X's are where some form of armed conflict or coup is taking place. As you can see, the CIA and the KGB were pretty active during this time. An often forgotten conflict, at least by the Americans, is often referred to as the Soviet Union's Vietnam. In 1979, the communist government of Afghanistan asked for direct military aid from the Soviet Union. The Soviets agreed and invaded. And much like what the Soviets...
Look at those arm veins.
Ah. Its own guerrilla group, the Mujahideen. Wait, why does that sound so familiar?
Oh, jeez.
Oh, yeah. Whoops. Mujahideen means one engaged in jihad in Arabic. Yeah, we started that. In fact, we were so proud of starting it that Rambo 3 takes place in Afghanistan during the Soviet-Afghan War. If you saw...
That's right, Rambo 3, I forgot.
The dedication at the end.
Yeah, they changed it.
Of course, after 9/11 for the DVD release, they changed it to this.
Yeah.
Why? Because in 1989, when the Soviets finally gave up and withdrew, the Mujahideen lost its support from the US and began fighting itself. The group that would end up on top? The Taliban. The group that would eventually help Al-Qaeda and Osama bin Laden fly some planes into our buildings 12 years later. The withdrawal from Afghanistan was one of the first signs of the dwindling power of the Soviet Union. Republics were breaking away, anti-communist movements were gaining momentum, and the Soviet economy had all but collapsed. But the biggest sign of the end of the Cold War was the fall of the Berlin Wall. President Reagan uttered this line in 1987.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Like, the Berlin Wall is a topic in itself, too.
1 month after the fall of the wall,
so much stuff packed into this.
all said that the Cold War was finally over. Germany was reunified just under a year later, and the Soviet Union officially dissolved in Christmas of 1991. But in order to leave the Soviet Union, any former Soviet state was required to turn over its nuclear arsenal to Russia. So there you have it, everyone lived happily ever after. There are a few less...
There's Wheatley in the back. A lot of my first videos, like my first year, he was hidden somewhere in the video. In the background, somewhere.
To be learned here, though. The more you try to keep a country out of your war, the more likely they are to end up all up in your business. And if you send a group to secretly undermine or overthrow the government you're currently fighting, you may end up fighting that group 20 years later, like Lenin in Russia or the Taliban in Afghanistan. They say that those who don't know history are doomed to repeat it, so the next time your military commanders come to you with an awesome plan for a coup or think it would be a good idea to start a land war in Russia, hopefully you'll know better. In Soviet Russia, subscriptions ask for you. No, but seriously, if you like this video or you learned something, go ahead and give that like button a click. And if you'd like to see more videos like this, I put out new videos every weekend, so go ahead and give that subscribe button a tickle. But if you're like me and you like to see 2 or 3 videos of someone before you commit, how about this one?
Yikes. So, end screens back in the day used annotations, which I'm very glad we got rid of that, because people were abusing them, but let's go ahead and catch back up with our notifications.
Been a fan for a couple years. Thank you for all the great content and helping me know better, winking face.
Well, thank you very much for the $20.
What's your opinion on being non-partisan? I have been registered in both parties but now am independent because I feel like it's almost become a sport for people with my team versus your team.
So I've been facing I've been confronting a lot of that myself over the last year. I know I'm known for the moderates guides, and there are certain people who think I'm a centrist, though that number has drastically reduced since last year. I can see anyway, on the 3-year survey versus the 4-year survey, where I ask you where I fall on the political spectrum, more people think I'm moderate left now as opposed to centrist. I still try to present my videos with both sides, perhaps, but I will say why I think the other side is wrong. There is no virtue in being neutral. And I know that may seem like a shocking thing to say, but I'm not a public school teacher. I'm not a journalist. I'm a YouTuber, and I'm allowed to have opinions. So I don't see the value in approaching every topic as a neutral, unbiased observer, because every topic there is, a correct and incorrect, or I try to make those feelings known. So a moderate's guide isn't like the centrist take on this position. It's information for those who aren't on the extremes. If you're in the far right or the far left, your positions are pretty much you're pretty much settled in your positions. The moderates guides are for people who are kind of on the fence or don't exactly know how they feel about healthcare or immigration, and it gives you the information to kind of decide for yourself. And I try to keep most of my opinions out of it, but you can always read between the lines. With healthcare, I talked about how we got to where we are and where some people want us to go. I only talked about the Democrat propositions for where we should go, because the Republican ones are just, let's keep it the way it is. So that's, there isn't really a both sides. There's a let's do something, let's not do something So there's not much to talk about when it comes to keeping the argument balanced. I consider myself to be moderate left. I'm not far left. I don't push for, say, full-blown communism or anything. But most of my positions lately are lining up with, say, Bernie Sanders, who is the most left of the Democrat candidates, but not... I mean, compared to other countries, he's very not left. And I plan on talking about that when I talk about international political parties eventually. So people on the right really don't like me, and people on the left also have their problems with me because I'm not fully on that camp. I don't see that as a point of pride or anything like that. Like, that's not the reason I'm bringing this up. But I bring it up because I still feel very moderate in general. So hopefully that comes across in my videos and you guys appreciate that.
Privet.
Thank you for the 700 rubles. I hope that didn't throw off the thing, so that's good.
Ad block retribution payment to favorite YouTuber. Keep up the good work.
Well, thank you for making up for skipping the ads or having them blocked. I appreciate that. How did I fit DNE into a moderate's guide? Well, I had him explain public housing. I think he was the perfect person to do that.
Long overdue tip. Have loved watching your evolution from adult braces to today.
Thank you. I only had braces for like the first 6 months. What is this? Way to tempt you into Patreon. Well, funny enough, that's going to be the ad for this segment, but I'll wait until I'm through all of the notifications. Hey KB, been watching you since the beginning, always enjoyed your videos. Ah, Navy. Get out of here, you squid. I'm just kidding, please stay. Will you ever consider a work efficiency and how spend work this you are more productive? Maybe. I've been thinking of doing a video on gurus and self-help type stuff. So maybe eventually I'll talk about work efficiency and that kind of thing.
I'd love to see an entire video on the rise and fall of Yakov Smirnoff.
I don't know who that is. I'll have to look into it.
When racing unladen swallows, does the African or European variety have the greater average airspeed velocity?
See, I'm gonna have to watch this old movie to remember what the airspeeds are. Fit about foreign interference in elections. I have had on my list for a long time attempted insurgencies and coups and rebellions, so perhaps someday. I wouldn't want to get rid of the squids. I love you guys.
You introduced me to DNE and now I'm a communist. KB to communism pipeline confirmed.
Well, that's the first time I've been accused of that. But if that's the direction you went, are you Calvin from Twitch? Are you messing with me? I have a feeling you are. I don't know why the notification hasn't popped up quite yet. Maybe it'll... Oh, geez. Okay, now they're coming in. The super chats take a little bit to go from the actual chat to my notifications thing, so... I guess I'm Mercator. It's...
Do you think the stimulus checks were a good example of UB?
Of UB? Okay, so she didn't say the I. No, I think the stimulus checks were an example of a stimulus check. Some of you may not be old enough to remember, but this isn't the first time they've done stimulus checks. I remember Bush did, George W. Bush did some that I got way, 15 years ago probably. So we've done this before. I think we need to consider UBI going forward because of the situation we currently find ourselves in. Hopefully, I did a video fairly recently. No, I guess it's been a while. The welfare video a long time ago where I bring up UBI and kind of provide my case for it. But definitely check out the welfare video if you're interested in that. So really quickly before we move on, the video we just watched, the Cold War video, is in the Patreon vault, which Patreon is where you can... I appreciate the super chat. Do you consider yourself to be a progressive? Yeah, I would say in general I'm a progressive. For most things, I would consider myself progressive. So real quick, let me do my little spiel and then I'll start up the notifications again. It seems like I'm getting a few. But Patreon, I've had a Patreon for several years now. Quite a few of you I've been able to see have joined during this live stream, which is great. That's another way to help support the channel. There are different tiers that you can join at, 2, 5, 10, 20, etc. You get different rewards at different tiers. I believe the $2 tier gives you access to the Discord, as well as being able to see scripts and artwork and stuff like that from my videos. You also get behind the scenes, so you get to see bloopers, which my bloopers for this last year will be going up probably tomorrow morning. So you get the behind the scenes stuff, past live streams, that sort of fun stuff. At the $5 tier, you get early access to videos. So I've been pretty bad about this recently, but I put the video out to my patrons about a day before it goes live for everyone else. And my patrons have been really helpful in catching minor errors, spelling mistakes or stray frames, that sort of thing. Super helpful. You get to see the video early. You get to have an impact on how it's made. Also as part of the Discord. At the $10 tier, your name appears at the end of every video in I guess it's on this side usually, the scroll. As well as the $20 tier, which is where you get the vault, so you can see videos like the Cold War, and the other one that we'll watch here in a bit. Quite a few of my first year videos are in the vault just because they've been updated, such as gun control or taxes and stuff. Those have been updated since then. And yeah, a bunch of other tiers higher than that if you're interested in supporting the channel on a more monthly basis rather than live here, that's the perfect way. So Patreon has been super useful in helping to keep the channel going. That's where I get the majority of my income from, is Patreon. So if you're able and want to support the channel, patreon.com/knowingbetter. Let's turn the notifications back on.
The subscriber survey made me feel bad for not supporting your Patreon.
Okay, well that wasn't the intent, but thank you for the $10. I appreciate it very much.
Moderates guide aside, your takes on immigration.
I'm generally for the free flow of people if they want, Sorry. How historically accurate is the Emoji Movie? I have not seen the Emoji Movie. I have seen I Hate Everything's video on it, but I have not seen the Emoji Movie.
I just want to hear you try to pronounce my username.
Ooh.
Does this favor absolve my ad blocking guilt?
Yes, you are absolved. And also, Jablichka.
As a
Jablichka.
fellow army vet, I'm curious how your political views have changed since you were in and what the prevailing political slant of your buddies was.
So when I was in the army 10 years ago, so things have shifted since then. I mean, 10 years ago, Obama had just been elected. He had just taken office, I guess. The Tea Party had just started. So I came home and was like kind of shocked to see the political situation. And I think that experience of deploying is what started shifting me from moderate right to moderate left in general. Now that shift has taken several years, but I think my experience shifted me over, because it's one thing to kind of abstractly rattle your saber and demand that some other country allow inspectors in. It's another when you're the person enforcing that. So it kind of changes the overall perspective. I think that's kind of all I want to say when it comes to that, because I've already talked about my experience of being a veteran. So hopefully that answers your question in general. I don't want to get too specific. Watching this from the beginning? Okay, so you're going to be watching this on a, 2-hour delay? Hello when you get caught back up to this time. Will you be on... I don't know what that is.
Lol, nothing wrong with squids. We
Lol.
know booze the best.
That's right, you guys and your grog. I mean, we had that too in the army, now that I remember. Like, just whatever people poured into it. Did you buy... I did not buy the remaster of Warcraft 3. I don't... Oh, wow! Okay, anyway. I just recognized... Hello.
This is for the knowledge I've gained from your videos. As I can't do Patreon at the moment, think of this as a long overdue payment.
Aw, thank you.
You have certainly made me rethink and change my opinions. Now I'm a Lib Dem. Keep it up.
Awesome. Well, I'm glad I was able to shift some opinions. That's the whole point of the channel. I mean, I don't want to just reinforce your views. I want to present you with information that makes you think about it on your own and kind of come to your own conclusions, whether that's the conclusion you already have or you shift. Or if you just think about it. You know, I'd rather you be armed with the information than just sort of guess as you go, or just stick with a previously held belief. So so far today we've watched Independence Day and You Don't See in 4K. The next, would I ever do a video on the Nuremberg? I would need a reason, like some topical reason to do that. So the next video I want to watch today is When the Blind Still See, which is part 3 of the Vision series. For those of you who may not have been watching since the beginning, the Vision series is what I thought would be the thing I'm known for and take my channel to the next level. That ended up not being the case. If you are...
Will you join DNE's engineering disaster slidecast as guest for his upcoming future Tacoma
Oh.
Narrows Bridge episode?
I mean, he hasn't asked me, so, I mean, I don't ask people if I can join them, so if he invites, you know, maybe I will. I don't know. Let me go ahead and mute things for a bit. So, the Vision series was what I thought was going to take my channel to the next level and really kind of catapult me forward, but you can see by the numbers that that's just not what happened. Sorry, I'm drinking a Coke, so I'm burpy. The 4K TV video did pretty well. Then my next few did all right, but the color ones, these two, were the ones I thought would really catch on, and they didn't. I followed it up with some bangers, but I want to watch this because I put so much effort into these, and I haven't seen them in at least a year. So, When the Blind Still See.
You can't
and also, this was the first video that I had a big celebrity cameo. And I guess I won't spoil it, but let's see if any of you can catch who it is. It was the first big YouTuber to really kind of pay any attention to me, which was really kind of exciting for me at the time.
You can't really appreciate your vision without breaking it down into parts. And like most things, when everything is working correctly, you don't really notice it. You may not even realize how many systems are running in parallel to help you perceive the world. So let's throw it all out the window and build it back up from nothing.
So I started doing the cartoon intro here.
We'll start this off by talking about the most obvious form of blindness. Total and complete blindness. This is usually caused by having damaged eyes or optic nerves, either physically from an accident or injury, developmentally, or from a disease. So what do you see when you're blind? Nothing. Not black, not darkness, just nothing. Tommy Edison has been vlogging and answering questions about what it's like to be blind for years.
They always want to know, what do you see?
He stopped doing this, which is a bummer, but I recommend checking out this series. It's great.
5-hour conversation.
And in the comments, constantly, people try to tell him that he sees black, as if they somehow know better than he does.
Sighted people
no better.
like, well, then you must see black. Because you have to see to know what black is, right? So, therefore, I can't see black. It's just nothing.
He's been blind since birth, so he has no reference point for white or black or any other color, or even what lightness or darkness is. He sees nothing. And I understand why that would be confusing for a sighted person, because when you close your eyes, you see darkness or blackness or residual opposing color. Doesn't matter, I'm getting ahead of myself. You see stuff, you know what I mean. But as we've discussed previously, when you close one eye, you don't see half black. Your brain shuts off all incoming information from that eye, so you see this. For a quick demonstration, close one eye.
So I do this again.
And open your eye when you start to read the second line of the text on screen. You should see a huge difference, and if you don't, try again or something. The point is that what your brain does to that one eye when it's not in use is what Tommy's brain does to both eyes. He sees nothing because his brain is receiving and processing no
So I just noticed your question there. Shouldn't people who were once able to see be able to describe what they see? And no, he was blind since birth, so he was never able to see ever. So he has no frame of reference.
Information. You kind of experience this when you're daydreaming and you're not really paying attention to what you're seeing. Like when you're drifting off to sleep or driving. If I went up to a blind person and I asked, how many fingers am I holding up? I'm blind. Yeah, I know, but could you just take a guess? By pure chance alone, they will get...
So I had to use a green screen and everything. I hung it from the ceiling. It's just a green sheet in order to get this shot, because that hand that you see from the other side is my hand.
I'm blind. Yeah.
Come on. Yeah, look at how complicated. Back in 2017. So proud of myself.
Yeah, I know, but could you just take a guess? By pure chance alone, they will get it right 20% of the time. What is wrong with you guys? But if I went up to a blind person and asked, what color shirt am I wearing? I'm still blind. Yes, we've been through this already. Can you just take a guess, please? They will understandably almost never get it right because there's an almost infinite amount of colors. But there is a form of blindness where they'll get it right almost always. It's called cortical blindness, and it's when the eyes and optic nerve are completely intact and functional, but the visual cortex, also known as area of...
Why does he wear glasses? I don't know.
An accident or injury or a stroke or a neurodegenerative disease. The point is that it's always acquired later in life. You're not born with it. People with cortical blindness cannot consciously see, and if you...
So back then, I wore a lapel mic it was like a horizontal bar, and I would put it in my shirt, and you can hear it every time I move around, which so glad I got rid of that.
Ask them, they will tell you that they're blind, and for all practical purposes they are. But if I were to do something like, just like you just did, they'll flinch, which is strange, right? Although it's a little stranger for you because you're watching a video, but let's not split hairs. How can someone who is blind still see and react to stimulus but not see? Well, oddly enough, it's called blind sight, and it's caused by the fact that your occipital lobe is not the only part of your
Blind sight is so cool.
In fact, it's also not even the first part of the brain. The optic nerve first travels through the subcortical structures, more specifically the thalamus, and even more specifically the lateral geniculate nucleus, or LGN. And this process is...
Just for a little background, my first degree is in social studies education. My second degree was in cognitive psychology, so how the brain receives and processes information. And I was very interested in vision, so that's why I did this whole vision series and talking about parts of the brain and all of that, because back when I was making these videos back in 2017, I was still thinking that I would go on to teach community college or get a doctorate or something. I thought I was on an academic career track. I never expected that YouTube would be my full-time job, which it is now. So thank you very much for all of the support, etc.
basic visual information before it ever gets to your visual cortex or conscious awareness. This is why you flinch a split second before you even realize that something is flying at your face. If you ask someone with blind sight why they flinched, they won't be able to give you an answer. Their brain will make something up to explain their actions. I just felt like something was coming. But it's because they can see, at least basic things. They can correctly guess colors, orientation of objects, direction of movement, and even facial expressions such as happy or angry. Almost always, like well over chance. If you're not impressed yet, here's a guy who is cortically blind. He will tell you that he's blind.
This is the coolest thing.
Blind. But here he is walking through a hallway that he's never been down before, avoiding obstacles and objects without touching them. I know what you're thinking. This is some real daredevil shit. But it's not, because Ben Affleck's eyes were damaged, not his visual cortex. So let's turn the visual cortex back on and talk about an interesting disorder known as Balintz syndrome. There are 3 parts to Balintz. First is apraxia, which is the inability to voluntarily focus or fixate your eyes. Now when I first say that, you might think that it looks something like this. Ugh. But no, it actually looks something like this. Look at the keys, please. I am. Would you like to try again? They can't point their eyes at anything that they want to. They can shift their attention, which is different, but you already know that. You are able to focus and watch one thing, but pay attention to another. But that's what they are always doing, but they don't know it. They think that they're looking at it. The second is ataxia, which is the inability to guide your hand to something using only visual information. Reach out and grab the keys, please. Would you like to try again? It's not a
Again, me with a green screen.
Too far forward, too far back, left, right. They'll be all over the place. And I'm not just picking fun. While patients can see the object, they can name the object, they just can't interact with or properly attend to it. And that's the thing. It's an attention issue, not a visual issue. They're receiving all of the information, but they're not processing it correctly. Which brings us to the third part. Simultagnosia. You've probably heard the saying, can't see the forest through the trees. Well, someone with Balintz and simultagnosia can only see one tree at a time, and they're incapable of perceiving the entire forest. So basically, they can only attend to one object at a time. What does that mean? It means that if I'm holding up my keys, they can either see me or my keys, but not both, and certainly not everything else. Again, they're receiving all of the information.
All these complicated effects and everything.
The opposite of this is visual agnosia, when you can see an object, but you just can't recognize or identify it. The form of this that you're probably most familiar with is prosopagnosia, or face blindness, which I've discussed before. But more generally, there are 2 types.
Things used to come in from the side and then fall down.
And ask you to identify it, but this is not aphasia where you forget the name of the object. You simply perceive it as a colorful shape. It has no meaning as an object itself. But you just can't. You can describe it. It's a black bar with some...
So again, I'm using the green screen, but through the teeth of the comb, which I thought was amazing.
Teeth, but you can't name it. And associative, which is when you can name it, but you have no idea what the meaning or purpose of the object is. It's a comb. Right, what's it used for? It's when, The interesting thing is, this only affects vision, and if the patient holds the object, they immediately know what it's for. Oh, yeah. But taking this to the extreme, we have visual neglect. This is when sensation and perception work just fine, but the ability to attend to any of it just isn't there. This usually only occurs in Whoa! Wait, okay, go back. When you were a kid, you were told that your left eye connects to your right hemisphere.
Yeah, about to blow your mind.
Hemisphere. Yeah, well, you were also told that Santa and the Tooth Fairy were real, and that good things happen to good people, bad things happen to bad people, and if you keep making that face, it'll stick that way. The truth is much more complicated. It's not the eyes that cross over, it's the visual fields. So the entirety of your left visual field connects to your right hemisphere, and vice versa, and yes, it's also upside down. It's upside down for the same reason everything is upside down when you look into a spoon. Everything gets inverted, but let's not overcomplicate this. So anyway, how do visual fields work? The left side of your left eye connects to your right hemisphere. This is called contralateral, and it's the part you all know. But the left side of your right eye also connects to your right hemisphere, and this is called ipsilateral. And the right side of your left eye and right side of your right eye connect to the left hemisphere.
This is super complicated and took me like a whole semester to understand. So if you don't get it from the video, I understand.
Did I just blow your mind or give you a headache? I know it's complicated, but here's an easy way to visualize it. Here are the two visual fields of your eyes. If you lose your left eye, you still maintain 3/4 of your visual field because of how much your eyes overlap. Both of your hemispheres still process the information, but in most cases of visual neglect, you lose one hemisphere, which means you lose half of your entire visual field, half from each eye. So you can still physically see it, but you can't interact with or attend to any of it. So if I were to hold up two objects, you'd only be able to name one of them. And if I asked you to hold up your hand and divide your visual field in half, it would be off center. Alright, enough of the scary stuff. Let's assume everything is on, everything is working, and you can attend to all of it. But for funsies, let's take away something else. Let's take away area V5, also known as area MT. Now when I do something else, let's take away area V5, also known as area MT. Now when I do things like this, things just pop into existence. Congratulations, you have akinetopsia, which is the inability...
That was so complicated to film to make sure I'm sitting in the same place.
Don't move. Can't see us if we don't move.
Yeah, that's not true, and likely not even possible, but the opposite definitely is. People with damage to area MT cannot keep track of large movements. If you're a fan of a fairly popular drug that's gaining an increasing legality, you've probably...
What drug am I talking about?
Where things just seem to happen in frames rather than in one fluid motion. This is partially because of the fact that it's a depressant, so it lowers your perceived frames per... You know what? Just don't do drugs, okay?
Okay.
So alright, let's get to something everyone can understand. In your eyes, you have cones and rods. Oh snap, it's the color episode! Finally! Anyway, to repeat a point I've made before, if cones are the pixels...
Again, that was a long-running meme that I was doing the color episode. I kept that meme going for like a year, but this was way before my channel had become popular, so it was a meme among like a dozen people. There we go.
Your eye, then rods are like the backlight. You can't see with only rods because it would look something like this, which is terrifying. It's just the presence or absence of light. There's virtually no definition. Luckily, we have cones, so we don't live in that nightmarish fever dream. Most of us have 3 types, giving us full color vision, but what if you only had one? This is called achromatopsia, which just means the lack of color vision. If you only have one cone, that doesn't mean that you're able to see in only one color. It's not monochromatic, it's achromatic. The reason night vision goggles are monochromatic is because it's a screen that's on purpose only displaying in green. You need at least 2 different types of cones in order to differentiate between different wavelengths of light and perceive color. If you only have one type of cone...
That's right. Another long-running meme I had was, maybe that's why Oklahoma has a panhandle. I kept that going forever. Wow, I forgot about that.
It's just, yes, there is light, or no, there isn't. And while you could say that this is shades of gray, I really hate that that book ruined that phrase. It's not one color, it's no color. So dogs. They don't see in black and white because they have 2 cones, and when you have at least 2, you see in color. Ferrets, on the other hand, are true colorblind because they only have 1 type of cone.
Ugh, where am I? Why did he wake me up this time? Oh no, he's not talking to that stupid mechanical eyeball again. He knows it's not alive, right? Does he think it's alive?
So that's the hat on a stick that I used to focus the camera. I had mentioned that earlier. This is supposed to be from Wheatley's perspective, and Exerbia is the voice of Wheatley.
I guess he needs to practice talking to something if he ever wants to talk to a girl again. I haven't seen him talk to a girl in years.
Wheatley, outside.
Wait, what?
We'll go in a second. Anyway, from his perspective, he doesn't see in color because he only has 1 type of cone.
No, I don't think you understand. I don't want to go outside. We go through this every single time.
Outside. Bath time.
What? I just had a bath. I don't want to go outside.
Okay, we'll go outside, jeez. Alright, I guess he didn't really want to go outside. Achromatopsia can also be caused by damage to area V4, which is the color center. And just like with neglect or cortical blindness, it can sometimes occur in only 1 hemisphere, giving you this weird half-color vision. When people lose the ability to see color completely...
I thought that was really cool, too. That you can lose color vision in only half of your visual field. I mean, it's not cool. It would be terrible to experience this in reality. But I liked how I present it here. I think that's a really cool look.
Hemisphere, giving you this weird half-color vision. When people lose the ability to see color completely, they often fall into a deep depression and eventually end up committing suicide because of how bleak the world literally looks. Well, there's a happy thought. So let's talk about dogs, people, and color blindness. Alright, easy with the effects. What just happened? Okay, nope, if this is what happens when I talk about color, forget it. So what form of blindness do you find most terrifying? Let me know down in the comments. Will the color episode be next? I don't know, so be sure to attend to that subscribe button. In the meantime, follow me on Facebook and Twitter, and join the conversation on the subreddit. What's the matter, Wheatley? Come on, good boy.
Knob end.
Yeah, this was the first time I dyed my hair for a video. I filmed everything like normal, and then I dyed my hair in my bathroom, and then filmed this last sentence or 2 in order to put it into the video. And then the follow-up, I still have my gray hair. I've done hair color changing jokes a few times because with how short I keep my hair, it grows out in a month, so it kind of works out nicely.
Are you disappointed that ContraPoints is a lesbian? I know I am.
I'm not disappointed. How she lives her life is how she lives her life. 4K I use large for 4K makes a huge difference having more effective workspace, like larger. Yeah, there are certain applications for 4K for sure.
Does using YT Premium mean you still get paid after demonetization? Love sharing your work.
Yes. YouTube Premium, I still get a few cents every view.
Your vids like 8 times each. Do you think you'll ever do a video on the British Empire? We're a bunch that needs to be brought down a peg by your videos. The old duck vid could be redone too.
Yeah, so I have a video about the history of the UK.
Absolving ad blocker guilt.
That seems to be pretty common. A lot of people wanting to absolve themselves of keeping ad block on or skipping the ads. So you've been absolved. You don't need to worry about that. But yes, YouTube Premium, even if the video is in a limited ad state, I still get kind of credit for that. So yeah, that's another way to support the channel. Let me look at my list of things I needed to talk about, like music. Okay, so Again, as I said earlier, I was going to spread out kind of the ads for my, or self-promotion throughout the stream rather than doing it all at once. I am on other social media as well as YouTube and Twitch. I'm on Twitter at KnowingBetterYT. I use that to express some of my more political views and also to engage with the audience in general. So I put surveys out that I frequently use in my videos. You may have seen like a survey or a poll rather that I put out on Twitter comes up in a video when I say, oh, most of my audience thinks this. Well, that's where I'm getting the audience. I'm also on Instagram, behind the scenes pictures, ferret pictures, all that kind of fun stuff. Knowing Better YT on Instagram. And I'm also on Facebook, which is, again, Knowing Better YT, the letters YT. And that stands for YouTube, not anything else. I know some people use that for other things, but when a YouTuber does it, you can pretty safely assume it's YouTube. Your videos are great. Greetings from Europe. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Wonder why it took so long for that to show up.
Did I start a skipping ad confessional?
Looks like you might have. Quite a few people have done that since you. Thank you for the $5. Have I ever considered doing a video about the clean Wehrmacht? Okay, I can't say that. Wehrmacht myth? I think like 3 Arrows has done a pretty good job of that. I might eventually, if I have a reason.
Cute elephant.
Ah. Okay, so those are ferret toys by the couch. I mean the tube and these ferrets really like stuffed animals.
If I watch the same video 3 times on same device, does YouTube count that as 1 view or 3?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I wish I could give you an answer, like a straight answer, but I don't know. I've never tried that, so. So, yes, follow me on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. I also have a website, knowingbetter.tv. Okay, I need to pause this. But thank you. Any chance of a video on the legal system? Maybe. I mean, that's kind of a big topic that would take a little work to... Like, I would need a reason, Supreme Court decisions or something like that. But yes, I would say you can assume I'll do a video on that eventually. So I have a website, knowingbetter.tv. Let me... Okay, the colors are the same, so it looks a little strange. But I also have merch, if you're interested. Notebooks, shirts, stickers, that sort of stuff. I may expand that at some point. But on my website, there's a whole About Me with all of the links to my various social medias. So you can just go there if you don't want to try to remember the addresses. And I also have a recommendations page of all of the books that I've used for videos or that I generally recommend. And at the bottom, all of the equipment that I use as well. So if you're interested in starting your own channel and you want to know what I use, here it is. If you need a reading list, here it is. And there's also, other stuff available on the website. Definitely check it out if you haven't already. I see
I referred to an IED as an IUD in the comments of one of your videos once. Sorry.
I don't know if I saw that specific comment, so you're forgiven. But also, thank you for the $100 super chat. Wow, that's thank you very much. whenever, I mean, thank you to everyone, of course, for all of your donations. But big ones like that are always make me feel really good. Your dog is watching very intensely. Thank you for the $5 Australian, which I don't know. It's like Monopoly money, I guess. Sweeney. Sweeney is a friend of the channel. Definitely check out his stuff if you haven't already. He recently put out a video about the history of Mexico. I think it was yesterday or the day before. Very good. Definitely check it out if you haven't already. Big friend of the channel, has been since the beginning. Okay, so we've been streaming for almost 3 hours now. I suppose... Are you on the spectrum? No, at least as far as I know, I'm not on the spectrum. And usually when people ask that, they're talking about the autism spectrum. And I'm assuming that's what you're asking.
Reveal when.
My name is KB. That's what I would like you guys to call me, because I'm not a vlogging channel. So there's a reason why, like, I don't... Even my Twitch streams, they're still work-related, usually. I'm not interested in becoming a vlogger where you get to learn all about my life and stuff. That's not what I'm about. So I know there's a certain level of interest, and when I do streams like this, I'm okay sharing some personal information, but I also need to keep a separation there just for my own sanity. So we watched When the Blind Still See. We have to watch the final Vision video, which is Tetrachromats Don't Have Superpowers, which again is a video I thought would catapult my channel into the next, into the next level, but didn't. And that was really disappointing. But I put a lot of effort into this. From what I remember, I did a lot of color effects and stuff during this video that I really want to see again. And there's also like a really dirty joke that may or may not... you may or may not notice. And yes, let me change the title real quick. Thank you to my Discord and all of the people who are in my Discord for keeping me... oh, man, I'm gonna have to... Let's just do Tetrachromats Superpowers. There, that fits on there just fine. So, okay, let me make sure I pause the notifications, and we'll watch this, and then we'll watch an unlisted video, because we've well beyond hit that limit, and I owe another unlisted video. So, Tetrachromats Don't Have Superpowers, number 4 in the Vision series. Still with the gray hair. Silver was the actual color, silver hair.
Nope, okay, if I keep messing with it, I'm just gonna end up with pink hair or something. It's not even that bad. It's actually kind of nice, so whatever. Anyway, where did we leave off last week? Oh, okay, I was just about to talk about color, which is a topic that I've been teasing for well over a year. I plan on doing a full episode on color, if not multiple, in the future, so for any of you psych majors out there, please don't jump at me for simplifying this for now. Alright, so let's get on with it.
Alright, all the anticipation for the color video for that first year and a half is finally paying off.
There are 10 types of color blindness, the most horrifying of which is one that I brought up in the last video. Achromatopsia, which is the lack of color vision. This is when you only have rods. The wavelengths for rods are extremely broad. It basically amounts to yes there is light or no there isn't. There's virtually no definition and everything appears either extremely bright or extremely dark. People who have this often have photophobia, which is the fear of light. And hopefully you understand why. If you had this, you probably wouldn't want to go outside either. So let's move out of this nightmare and talk about something a little more reasonable. Like when the world looks like this. There are 2 ways this can occur. The first is called cortical achromatopsia, when you have damage to area V4 or the color center of the brain. You still have all 3 cones, so sensation is working fine, but it's perception that's not working. It's not a hardware issue, it's a software issue. But if you only have 1 cone, it is a hardware issue known as cone mono... Monochromacy?
Monochromacy.
I really don't like that term because it's kind of misleading. It implies one color when obviously this is no color. But it's a way to differentiate between having one cone and having no cones, so fine. Since you're supposed to have 3 cones, there are 3 flavors to cone monochromacy. Red cone monochromacy is the most rare form in humans, but it's the most common form in the animal kingdom, especially for low light or nocturnal hunters, like dolphins, seals, and ferrets.
Oh no.
You can hear me picking up Wheatley in that shot before it happens.
For low light or nocturnal hunters, like dolphins, seals, and ferrets.
Oh no, not this again. Nope.
Can you talk? Why would he be British, though? It's a common myth that dogs only see in black and white. They don't. They see in color.
So I named him Wheatley after the Portal character. Portal 2. Is it Portal 2? Yeah, Portal 2 character. So that's where he got the name from. And Wheatley from Portal 2 is a kind of bumbling British character. So I had to pick someone with a British accent to do the voice.
Because it's a common myth.
Wait.
Can you talk? Why would he be British, though? It's a common myth that dogs only see in black and white. They don't. They see in color because they're dichromats and have 2 cones. If you only have one, when different wavelengths of light...
So this, I've always kind of wanted to redo the color videos because of things like this. I don't properly explain what this graph is, and I don't label the axes, which is unhelpful, but if I remember correctly, this axis here is wavelength. So like this is a lower wavelength and this is a higher wavelength. And then the vertical axis is amplitude. So at this wavelength, this cone is being activated the most. Yes, it is very much a PragerU graph. Yeah, I am guilty of making PragerU graphs in 2017 because I didn't know better.
Hit your eye, it excites the cone cell a little, then a lot, then a little again. And that's it. So it's just shades of gray. But if you have 2, your brain can decipher between a little of this, a lot of this, a little of this and a little of that, a lot of that, and a little of that. And because of that...
I would be able to animate that and explain it so much better today. And maybe that's something I'll do in the future, is revisit color.
Dichromats can differentiate between different wavelengths of light and therefore see color. For the curious, dogs are the opposite of ferrets. They only have blue and yellow cones. They don't have red. But speaking of blue and yellow, let's start with the rarest form of dichromacy in humans. Blue-yellow colorblindness. Which is, look, these names are really dumb, okay? So we're gonna call it by its more scientific name, tritanopia, which is the lack of blue cones. Each of these...
Did I change the color? I did. Okay, so very subtly, as I'm doing this video and I'm talking about different types of color blindness, the color grading on the video changes. And since I don't draw attention to it, you may not have noticed, but the wall looks kind of yellow here, and then it'll change.
Speaking of blue and yellow, let's start with the rarest form of dichromacy in humans, blue-yellow colorblindness, which is, look, these names are really dumb, okay? So we're gonna call it by its...
So this is what it looks like to someone with tritanopia.
More scientific name, tritanopia, which is the lack of blue cones. Each of these dichromat forms of colorblindness has a diet version, in this case known as tritanomaly, where they still have blue cones but they're shifted more towards green. So what does the world look like for a tritanope? Well, as soon as I said the name I switched it, so like this. This is a normal color spectrum, and this is the same color spectrum for a tritanope. This might look a little weird to you because they're supposed to be missing the blue cone, but it kind of looks like they're missing the green cone, and it's called blue-yellow colorblindness. Red-green colorblindness is far more common, and only men can get it because it's on the sex-linked X chromosome. Women can get the light versions where you have a mutated cone, but the odds are so small that it's barely worth mentioning. You have to lose several rounds of the genetic lottery to be a colorblind female. There are
Yeah, colorblind female XX female is so rare, like 1 in a million. It's so rare because usually color blindness is attached to the Y chromosome. So men get it more often than women, and you have to be very unlucky to be a colorblind female with 2 X chromosomes.
2 main types of red-green color blindness and 2 anomalous or light versions. This is protanopia, and it's when you're missing the red cone. This is as close to what a dog sees as we can get. Protanopes have blue cones and green cones, but everything looks blue and yellow to them. Everything looks kind of drab because they're not able to see red, green, or
I spray painted it with like Halloween color.
Whatever, if I just ignore it, maybe it'll go away. Does this look normal to you? What number do you see? Because if this looks normal and you see any number at all, like maybe a 2, congratulations. You have deuteranopia, which is the lack of green cones. Again,
Also the most popular color blindness.
and only men can get this, but it's the light version that is far and away the most common, with more than all other forms of color blindness put together. It's called deuteranomaly, or anomalous color blindness, or color deficiency, and it's when the green cone is mutated and shifted more towards red. Their color spectrum looks mostly normal, maybe a little more brown than usual, but there are a few notable colors missing. And here's where we can finally start talking about normal color vision, because it's not until you break it down that you can fully appreciate how it all works together.
So a lot of people message me like somewhat concerned, and I still get comments like this. Where's the okay? If you can see a 2 here, you might be colorblind. However, I am not colorblind. I know this because I've been tested. The military tests you for these things. And I can still kind of make out where the 2 is supposed to be. So if that's you, like if you can see this sort of question mark shape, if you can see that, that doesn't mean you're colorblind. But if you look at this and it's just undeniably a 2, yeah.
Maybe a 2? Congratulations at this, but it's the light version together. It's called deuteranomaly, or anomalous color blindness, or color deficiency, and it's when the green cone is mutated and shifted more towards red. Their color spectrum looks mostly normal, maybe a little more brown.
A blue light filter will change everything, yes.
And here's where we can finally start talking about normal color vision, because it's not until you break it down that you can fully appreciate how it all works together. First, you need to discard anything that you think you know about color, especially if you learned it in art class. Light is not paint and doesn't work the same way. Like at all. The 3 primary colors of light are red, green, and blue, and from those you can make just about any other color. The monitor you're watching this on is made up of red, green, and blue pixels. A white pixel is when all 3 of them are lit up. The visible spectrum of light extends from 400 to 700 nanometers and looks like this. The visible portion of the electromagnetic spectrum is incredibly tiny.
You can't see the magenta behind me. Let's see, maybe I can just for a brief moment. There. Now you can see the magenta, or purple, rather. Purple, which isn't a real color, which was another meme I had for a really long time.
But we can get every single color within that spectrum with only 3 cones. How do you make orange without a yellow? With red and green. Oh yeah? Well, how do you make yellow? With red and green. Alright, hotshot, then how do you make purple? Good question. Purple is not a real color. It's a pigment on the color wheel from when red and blue meet up again. But the visible spectrum isn't a wheel. It's a straight line, and red never wraps back around. There is no wavelength that corresponds to purple. It exists as a combination and a conjuring of your mind. Purple is not a natural color. Think about it. What in nature is purple? Your mind...
So a lot of people will tell me eggplants and various flowers and orchids and stuff. No, those aren't purple. Those are violet. And this is something I wish I did a better job of explaining, and again, in the future, if I ever redo the color video, I might try to explain this better than I did.
Probably jump to grapes, which, no, they're called red grapes. The main reason you think grapes are purple is because purple candy is usually grape, unless you live in the UK where it's black currant. Most of you have never heard of
black currant
because it's illegal here in the US. Red and blue are the 2 most important types of cones that you have. They're so important that they're the most common type of opposing color circuit. What do you mean you don't know what an opposing color circuit is? Fine. In your retina, you have single cells, which are pretty self-explanatory. It's a red cone that fires when it's activated by red light, or a green cone that fires when it's activated by green light. And then you have cones that are connected to each other in what are called opposing color circuits. The most common is red and blue. Stare at the Mona Lisa's nose while I drone on about how this works. Right now,
Do it.
it's hitting your retina and causing the blue end of the circuit to fire. Think of it like a seesaw. It starts out level with the ground, but as more time goes on, the blue end gets pushed down. Eventually, the blue end will hit the bottom and your retina will actually start to bleach out. If you've ever stared at the sky for a long enough time, you've seen this happen, where it slowly starts to fade out to white. And then when the weight is lifted off of the blue end of the seesaw, the red end fires and you see the after image. I'm sorry, I'm sure that freaked you out, but I totally meant to do that. If you close your
Still works. Still works. If you weren't able to see the Mona Lisa there, well, watch it on your own time.
eyes right now, you can still see the after image. So what
Yep,
happens
I can
is
still
that
see
the
Mona
two are
Lisa.
activated at the same time, and the seesaw is pushed down equally on both ends. Here are the cone sensitivities for red and blue. Red sensitivity extends far into blues. So what happens here at the end of the spectrum? Both are activated. So what color do you see? Purple, or more accurately, violet. But what about here? Again, both are activated, but surely you're not seeing violet again for a completely different wavelength, and you're not. And this is why you have that third cone, the green cone. When red and blue are both activated, but so is green, you see green. When red and blue are both activated, but there is no green, you see purple. Remember earlier when I said that deuteranomalous people have some notable absences on their color spectrum? I was talking about purple. Because their green cone is mutated and shifted towards red, there is no point where green is activated more than red and blue. So their brain just makes up for that by discarding purple. Because purple is a figment of your imagination. Pigment? Pigment of your imagination. Anyway, this is...
So clever. Past me was so clever. But yeah, people with red-green color blindness can see red and green, but they can't see purple. I used to play Destiny 1 and 2, with a colorblind friend who, it was so annoying when he couldn't tell the difference between blue and purple because he had deuteranomaly, which that's red-green colorblind, can't tell the difference between blue and purple. They really need to come up with better names for these systems, or for these anyway. Someone said the word system, so now it's in my head. They really need to come up with a better naming system for these different types of color blindness.
This is an approximation of violet, and this is purple. So how come in pictures of rainbows, the last color is purple and not violet? Haven't you been paying attention? Because a camera and this monitor and even your eye are only made up of RGB. The color right here is not violet. It's a combination of a red pixel and a blue pixel, which tricks your eyes into seeing both red and blue without any green, just like what violet does, so your brain perceives purple. I understand that this may seem like a difficult concept, so the next time you see a rainbow, take note of the color after blue, then take a picture of it and look at the picture. They will look completely different. So
that's the big thing, which is impossible to show in a video, because you're watching this on a screen that has red and blue pixels on it. So every time you see what's supposed to be violet, you're seeing purple. So what you need to do is have a violet object, like an eggplant, take a picture of it, and then look at the two. The eggplant that you're holding in your hand will be violet. The eggplant that you're looking at in the picture is purple, because of the way the pixels work. There is no violet pixel. There's no pixel that shows wavelengths beyond the color blue. Blue is as far as it goes. So in order to get purple, they have to add red. It's a cool trick, but it's also very hard to explain visually on a computer.
as a trichromat with 3 cones, you can see every color on this spectrum, including colors that are completely made up by your mind, like purple and pink. They're not on there, which by the way is how I know that this is the only genuine video of a guy wearing those Enchroma color correcting glasses.
It's pink!
Yes.
It's pink.
What color is that one?
It's green.
Yes.
Oh my god.
When you Google violet, you are seeing purple. You're seeing an approximation of violet, but it's a red and blue pixel, so it's purple.
James. Oh my god. Is this purple?
Yes.
What the fuck?
So not only are there no
So he had never seen purple
see
before.
colors that aren't even there. Looking at the cone sensitivities again, anywhere along the spectrum with 3 variables, every wavelength activates cones a little differently. A colorblind dichromat will have several repeats along their spectrum because there are several wavelengths that activate cones in the same way. A dichromat can differentiate about 10,000 different colors, while a trichromat can see up to 10 million. So can a tetrachromat really see 100 times more colors than a normal human? No. Pop Science articles just write that because the first 3 cones increase the amount of perceived colors by an order of magnitude, so surely the 4th must too. A tetrachromat is something that was blown up by Pop Science after
The dress.
this. Here we go. A tetrachromat is someone who has 4 color cones.
Anyone remember the dress?
400 to 700 nanometers. It's no bigger than anyone else's. So they don't see any colors outside of the spectrum that a normal person like you or I don't. That's right, I'm not colorblind. I just choose to dress this way. Oddly enough, there are people who can see outside of the normal color spectrum, and they're still trichromats. The lens on your eye filters out ultraviolet light. You can't see it. But there are people out there who've had their lens removed, so now the filter is gone and they can see UV light. What does it look like? Not like this. I mean, these are UV lights, but neither the camera nor your eyes can see UV. So what's all this then? Ultraviolet light is what gives you sunburns. These are the same lights that are used in tanning beds, just with a purple party filter. Why is there a purple party filter? For the same reason gasoline smells like gasoline. It's just there to let you know that these are UV lights. So what does it really look like? People have described it as a whitish...
I don't know what you guys are laughing about. There's nothing. I just switched it to UV light. I don't know. I must have missed it. I don't know.
Violet, which... That sounds like an awesome new color. I know it'll eventually burn out my retinas, but that's something I would like to see. So where is their 4th cone? Here. It's a yellow cone. It doesn't extend the spectrum. It doesn't add any new dimension that wasn't already there.
See, so this is... I thought like this video with all of these effects and jokes and everything was going to be what, launched my channel, and it didn't. But the next 2 did, and we'll talk about that. But I put so much into this video, dyed my hair and everything.
All of the colors on a tetrachromat's color spectrum are the same as a normal color spectrum. There are no repeats, and every wavelength has its own unique combination of cone activations. It doesn't add anything new. So why did all those people see the dress as white and gold? I don't know, maybe it has something to do with why Oklahoma has a panhandle, but I can tell you what it doesn't have anything to do with. Tetrachromacy. That stupid dress convinced way too many people that they're tetrachromats because everyone wants to feel special, so people put out their junk science
my face is sore.
to a color vision test loaded with ads. Here's one from a news website. How many unique colors can you count on this rainbow? Go ahead and pause the video and count if you're so inclined. But according to the article, if it's fewer than 20, you're a dichromat, like 25% of the population. Nope, I've given you the math from real sources. It's less than 10%. If you see between 20 and 32, you're a trichromat. Fine. Like 50% of the population, 90% of the population. And if you see between 33 and 39 plus, you're a tetrachromat, like 25% of the population. Where do I even start? There are 44 colors on that stupid rainbow, so even if you only got half of them right, you're still not colorblind. Somehow. Whatever.
We can talk about purple and violet some other time. I'll probably just do another video about it eventually.
You cannot test whether or not you are a tetrachromat. In fact, there is no test you can take at home to find out if you are a tetrachromat. If I hold up a lemon and look at it, yellow wavelength light is hitting my retina, which is activating the red and green cones. When you look at this lemon on screen, it's showing you red and green pixels, which tricks your brain into perceiving yellow. The only way to test if you're a tetrachromat is...
So, maybe that is a better explanation of the difference between purple and violet. You know this is yellow, right? Like you see this and you're like, it's yellow. Clearly, it's yellow. But if you were to zoom in, it's red and green pixels. It's not actually yellow. You get it? So if you look at an eggplant, you see violet. But if it was on a video, you'd zoom in and it'd be red and blue pixels. So it's different. Purple and violet are the only time where that, like, the name matches up and it looks the same. But if you can understand it with yellow, you can understand it with purple.
Which tricks your brain into perceiving yellow. The only way to test if you're a tetrachromat is to go to a lab where they will shine yellow wavelength light into your eyes that will activate a cone more than it activates red and green. And then that same cone doesn't activate when your eyes are shown the red and green combination that usually tricks your brain into seeing yellow. You cannot do this at home. So here's what a tetrachromat can do that you can't. This is yellow. You and a tetrachromat both see this and both agree that this is yellow. This is also yellow. You see it and call it yellow, maybe even the same yellow as before, and the tetrachromat says, it's actually an ever so slightly more bluish or greenish version of that yellow. Oh wow, what an amazing superpower. I'm so blown away that you have this special superhuman gift. You see both colors and just call them both yellow. If you look hard enough, you might see a difference. The tetrachromat just has an easier time differentiating yellows. Do they see more colors? No, but they do have a slightly easier time differentiating between two similar colors. Wow, such epic power! How many people have that power? Less? Fewer than a dozen.
That's right. At that time, there was a running Game of Thrones joke where Stannis Baratheon was a grammar Nazi.
Fewer than a dozen. I'm not even going to read that as a percentage because the amount of zeros would just irritate you. 12% of women carry the fourth cone, but it's not connected to anything and it's not in use. It's just like having a FireWire port. It's just there, never to be used. Those are called dormant or non-functional tetrachromats. But fewer than a dozen women have them connected and in use, and they're known as functional tetrachromats. There are no male tetrachromats, functional or otherwise. It's genetically impossible for a male to be a tetrachromat because that fourth cone is sex-linked. In order to have 4 cones, you have to have 2 X chromosomes. So if you're a guy who thinks that you're a tetrachromat, you're either misinformed, lying, or your parents are keeping a really terrible secret from you. Or I guess
That's a joke that I wouldn't make today because for the very few people that applies to, that's not very funny. So apologies for that, but at the time I thought that was a funny joke and I don't anymore.
Yes, you're the first ever. A scientific miracle. Congratulations. Is having more cones really all that beneficial? Like, what about those animals with 12 cones, like the mantis shrimp? Do they see colors that we could never even dream of?
Imagine a color that you can't even imagine. Now do that 9 more times. That is how a mantis shrimp do.
No, they don't experience the world as some colorful paradise. Here's the wavelength graph for all of the mantis shrimp's 12 cones.
So this is the graph that I should have shown when talking about the different cones. This may look like a mess to you, but I'll help you break it down. This is the wavelength of light. Blue is at 300 and red is at 700. They have 16 cones or 12 cones. I think it's 16. So they have a red cone, an orange, a red cone, a red-orange cone, an orange, a yellow, a green, a cyan, blue. Like, they have all these different cones that are just redundant on each other. So if, say, wavelength 550, which is usually a yellow, if 550 hits their eye, they're activating the orange, the red-orange, the yellow, the green, the cyan. They're activating multiple different cones. So it all looks like the same color to them. Their cones are so overlapping that it just provides redundant information. They don't see more colors than you do. They see the same 300 to 700 nanometers. It's the same that you do. They don't see any more. Okay? However, they do have other benefits. But when it comes to the amount of, or the number of shades of color that they see, it's no different than yours.
Again, they are all within the same visible spectrum that we see. But there's an additional problem. With so many cones, there are multiple wavelengths that activate every cone. At the peaks, they definitely see the color that you would expect, but in the valleys, it becomes a muddled gray mess. A human with 3 cones can distinguish colors 1 to 4 nanometers apart. A mantis shrimp with its 12 cones can't distinguish anything less than 25 nanometers apart. So, for example, these 2 colors, you can tell them apart pretty easily. But
these are the two, oh, haha, I'm glad it popped up. These are the 2 colors that were actually used in the study to see whether the mantis shrimp could tell a difference. I hope you can see the difference between these 2 colors, but mantis shrimps cannot. These are the same color to them.
But a mantis shrimp can't. So is having 4 cones the next step in human evolution? No, because it's not beneficial. You only need 3 to see the entire spectrum. It's also not detrimental, which is why it isn't selected out, which is the same reason why dichromats aren't selected out. While it kind of sucks that you can't see purple and everything else looks a little bit more brown than it should, you can still get around just fine. I mean, you can't tell the difference between these 2 apples, which is fine, but if they were berries, this would be the difference between a delicious snack and a fatal illness. Luckily, we're social animals, so you don't have to worry about that too much. Keen-eyed viewers might notice the similarity between the yellow cone of a tetrachromat and the mutated green cone of a deuteranomalous male, and that's because they are the same. You get your red and green cones from your mom. The blue cone is not sex-linked, it's a completely different chromosome. So if you are a dormant tetrachromat female, you have a 50-50 chance of having a colorblind son. If you are one of the 6% of deuteranomalous males, that means that your mom is one of the 12% of non-functional tetrachromats and gave you the mutated green cone. Just another thing you can blame on your mom. So is that why some people see the dress as white and gold rather than black and blue like it really is? Because they're tetrachromats or dichromats?
Black and blue.
Another theory that was floating around at the same time was that people saw it as white and gold because they had a blue color deficiency. Even if that were true, that means you would always see blue as white. If I pointed at the sky and asked you what color it was, you would say white. But you don't. You say blue. Why would the dress be white but the sky is still blue? Because your color deficiency only affects internet memes? Having fewer cones doesn't decrease color perception, but it does decrease visual clarity. You see the dress as white and gold because you interpret the background contrast differently. For whatever reason, you take the brightness of the background to mean that the dress is a different color than it really is. Please never be an eyewitness. The fact that someone's life may hang on the fact that you can't tell the difference between black and blue and white and gold is terrifying. So the next time someone tells you that a
eyewitness testimony in general is extremely unreliable. Yeah.
Tetrachromat sees 100 times more colors than you, or that you're a tetrachromat because you see this dress as white and gold, or these shoes as white and pink. Not again. Hopefully now, you'll know better.
I see the shoes come up every once in a while, but it's been a while.
There you go, the color episode. Are you colorblind? Are you a tetrachromat? Or are you just boring like everyone else? Let me know down in the comments, and don't forget to colorize that subscribe button. In the meantime, follow me on Facebook and Twitter.
And Wheatley was getting old at that point. Okay, so let's turn the notifications back on, and oh, there's no ferret in the ferret cam. Oh well, that's just the luck.
Do you still speak any Russian?
Not really well, no. Thank you for the $5 super chat, though. Oh, thank you for becoming a member.
I still see the Tetrachromat posts, and after watching this video I feel like correcting them every time. Can't help it. But anyway, love your channel.
I see that stuff on Reddit every once in a while. Like, Tetrachromats can see 100 million colors. Like, oh, no. Thank you for the $6. I appreciate that very much.
Love your channel. My friend dislikes you though for your arguments on atomic bombing. She hates the Praga-U priest more though. I wish you could do a collab with him that would teach her to know better. Guess who's back third time's the charm? Is £35 enough to stop my ad skipping harm? P. British Empire video when? From a top fan over in Kent.
So I think I did a how a K became the UK, which talks a bit about the British Empire, but I might revisit that topic. Enough of you have asked, so perhaps I will. As for the previous question or comment, your friend dislikes me for my arguments on atomic bombing. So that's something I might talk about if we have time today. This out of context World War II video.
Sure.
Oops. Okay, I didn't want to actually start it. I talk about things like the atomic bomb drop on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and the Japanese internment camps and stuff like that from a neutral outside observer standpoint. I explain why they did it. I don't explain my own personal feelings on it. So I explained that they thought it was okay to use the atomic bomb because they had already been wiping cities off the map using fire bombs for years at that point. This wasn't anything new. It was just with one bomb rather than hundreds. So that's their perspective. It's not my perspective. I'm generally against the wholesale destruction of civilians for no reason. But I didn't put that in the video because back then I did think there was virtue in being an unbiased, neutral YouTuber. I don't see the point in doing that anymore since I'm not, a school teacher. I'm not a journalist. Like I said earlier, I'm allowed to have opinions. So I've been putting my opinions into videos more, and that includes on things like this when it comes to the atomic bombs or internment camps. I'm obviously against internment camps or concentration camps. I hope that goes without saying when you look at my content of today, but I can see why if you've only ever seen the out of context video, you might come away with it thinking that I'm pro these things, and I'm not. So hopefully that kind of puts it to rest. I really don't want to have to dig into or get into drama or anything like that, but yeah, hopefully that clears up my position on those things.
A friend in my Warhammer group is red-green colorblind and painted his army red. Sometimes we sneak green models into his army and see how long it takes for him to notice.
I'm seeing a... So I am considering doing a... Oh, thank you for the $10, Sterling. I am considering doing a charity stream in the future. This isn't a charity stream. This is my annual kind of celebration, though. So, yeah. Thank you for becoming a member. It's much like Patreon. If you're interested, it's a way to support me monthly on YouTube. Another member. Wow, we're actually getting quite a few more than I expected, which is great. I appreciate the support so much, you guys. Will I ever do a collab with Sean? I mean, I like Sean. I like his content. I've never gotten in contact with him, so I don't know how he feels about me.
I work at a no-till farm and so many people there hate GMOs and think it's manufacturing cancer, which is also why they don't trust medicine.
Yeah, the distrust tends...
It's a bad idea to take French and Spanish at the same time. I took Spanish in the past and did well, but am interested in learning French.
So about GMOs, I have made a video about GMOs during my first year. Where is it? Fear of Frankenfoods. That's what it is. Usually that distrust extends into several other fields. Like, people don't usually only believe one conspiracy, they believe multiple, so that makes sense that your coworkers would feel that way. As for... I hope I didn't just mess up my lights by pressing the button twice. Go red. Okay. As for learning French and Spanish at the same time, personally, I would recommend doing it one at a time, but that's just me. Oh, a whole bunch of people just became members. I'm assuming because I said that. So yes, YouTube memberships are one way to support the channel. The only other thing I needed to briefly mention is I have a subreddit. It's reddit.com/r/knowingbetter, where I sort of have long form discussions. So the Discord is more of a chat, whereas on Reddit there are lengthier discussions. And if you're interested in seeing my reactions to current events or anything like that, that's typically where I post that.
Haha, I ended up joining during the color video.
Well, I'm glad you joined.
Love the channel. Have some money. Keep up the excellent work.
Thank you for the $5, and I will continue to keep up the work. I hope. I do know JJ McCullough. In fact, I worked with him in a very recent video. I think it's Obeying Authority. He appears as a voice.
Long-term view, always look forward to your videos. Keep up the great work.
Thank you for the support. It means a lot. This is a long one.
Whenever there's a match.
And thank you for the $5 Canadian very much. So the next video we're gonna watch is an unlisted video, since I owe one. I didn't expect that number would get as large as it is.
You a
So
card-carrying member of Antifa, the real fascists.
very funny. Antifa is not a group that you can join. It's anyway. There's a some more news video that you should watch if you're interested in knowing more about that, or a philosophy tube video about Antifa. But I guess no, I'm not a card-carrying member. I don't think anyone is. So the next video we're gonna watch is my first gun control video, which is in the vault because I updated it, and I made it into the first ever moderates guide, which we will also be watching. But first, we're gonna take a quick bathroom break. So, I mean, we've been going for almost 4 hours, so I'm surprised I've held it this long. So just move the ferret camera. Give me a second to realign it a little bit. There we go. So they're in their little hammock. Although, let me... Okay, so this is my first take on gun control. This video is unlisted. It's on Patreon. If you'd like to watch it without any of my interruptions or anything, Patreon is where you would do that. It's at the $20 tier, the Vault tier. There's quite a few videos in the Vault for various reasons. This one is in the Vault because I updated it. And I made the Moderate's Guide to Gun Control, which we will watch after this, so we can see the updated version.
Whenever there's a mass shooting, half the country says, hold on, this is not the time to talk about gun control. The other half says that this is the perfect time to talk about gun control. Well, there hasn't been a national tragedy in a while, and the other day a presidential candidate went and said this.
Hillary wants to essentially abolish the Second Amendment. By the way, and if she gets to pick...
Remember August 2016? Such simpler times.
Pick her judges. Nothing you can do, folks. Although the Second Amendment people, maybe there is, I don't know.
So you know what? I think it's time we went ahead and talked about guns.
This is an example of... Oh yeah, don't put ketchup on your eggs. That's gross. This is an example of I'm doing something completely unrelated while shooting a video.
A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
The second half of that amendment is all anyone ever talks about because it's nice and simple. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Period. However, the first half is incredibly important because it explains why. This is the only amendment that explains why it exists. The First Amendment, Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech. No reason, just because. Fifth Amendment, no person shall be twice put in jeopardy of life or limb, because YOLO. Along with all of the other amendments...
YOLO. Remember YOLO?
Because the framers thought they should be. But for the second, they felt compelled to put a reason, so it's probably worth giving that reason some thought.
A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. A strict interpretation of this phrase would mean that arms are only meant for the army, or at least the militia. A more liberal interpretation would be that all capable citizens should be armed and ready to answer the call should the need arise. Either way, the right to bear arms is federally guaranteed under the Constitution in order to provide for the defense of the state, whether that be by the military, a militia, or the citizenry themselves. The relevancy of a ready citizen militia when we have a standing army and reserves is up for debate, as well as whether the citizenry is...
This is really important visual information for you.
Additional pylons.
But some feel like
stupid
have the responsibility to help
StarCraft references.
Isn't simply for show. In other words, to own a gun is to agree to defend the state.
Whether invasion by foreigners,
reference humor was also really in 2016. Battle Los Angeles is one of my favorite movies still.
The meaning of the phrase is clear. The people should be armed and ready to come to the defense of the state should the need arise. I hope you paid attention to the way I phrased that.
Again, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. The Second Amendment was written so that the citizens would be armed and prepared to come to the defense of the state. The idea that the framers would include some sort of reset or self-destruct button in the Constitution,
all of this voiceover stuff
from their own future tyranny, is idiotic at best.
There is no way to interpret the Second Amendment as a way for the citizens to defend themselves from the state. It's for the security of the state, because a well-regulated armed militia is
turning that back off because the
of a free state.
Back in the day, my closed captions didn't exactly match up with what I was actually saying out loud. Look at that vein. Gross. Gross. Back then I used my script as like a guideline rather than word for word. So yeah, like the framing is off. My face is out of frame. It's just terrible.
So what about owning guns for hunting or for sport? Interestingly, this right is not given to you by the federal constitution or any federal law, but it's also not illegal. So like I said in my Bill of Rights video, this falls under the 9th and the 10th Amendment and is left for the states to decide.
Would you like to know more?
Each state has its own regulations.
I've done that joke many times.
When and where, and what kind of weapons you're allowed to use. In 1777, Vermont became the first state to guarantee the right to hunt to its people in its constitution. It wasn't until Alabama in 1996 that any other state did the same. Since then, 19 other states have adopted constitutional amendments guaranteeing the right to hunt. Even states without amendments like this still regulate hunting and sport shooting through a menagerie of laws that would take way too long to explain even for one state. As the only fact that I mentioned in my Bill of Rights video about the Second Amendment, the entire game changed in 2008 when the Supreme Court decided that the individual does have the right to own a firearm for home defense. This doesn't mean that anyone who owned a firearm before that is some sort of felon who just never got caught. It just means that that right wasn't interpreted until it came before the court. Another interesting interpretation of the text comes from the second half. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Now, when it comes to something intangible like what's given in the First Amendment,
I don't have this car anymore, so
you can't limit what you're allowed to
it's a nice memory.
But when it's real, like what's in the Sixth Amendment, in all criminal prosecutions the accused shall enjoy the assistance of counsel for his defense, it's a little different. As I said in my last video, it wasn't until 1963 that this right was interpreted to mean that if you couldn't afford one, the state would provide one for you. And now that the Second Amendment means that you have the right to keep a personal firearm for home defense, what if you can't afford one? Well, if this was an attorney for trial defense, the state would provide one for you, so why would it be any different for a firearm? Shouldn't the state provide you one of those too? The obvious answer to that question is no. If you answered it any other way, you're going to disagree with the rest of my video, so go ahead and save yourself the headache and stop watching the video now. If you think that guns should only belong in the hands of those who want them, or at least those who are qualified to carry them, then you're talking about gun control. Everyone agrees that there should be a line somewhere.
Oh, there's Wheatley.
Let me rephrase that. Everyone who's
As I said, he was hidden in most of the previous videos.
still watching this video agrees there should be a line somewhere. If you think that the right to bear arms means that ordinary citizens should be able to keep and bear nuclear weapons, what are you doing? I told you to stop watching like 10 seconds ago. So most sane people agree that nuclear weapons, tanks, anti-aircraft missiles, these things shouldn't be allowed in the hands of ordinary people. Even liberal supporters of the Second Amendment agree that handguns, shotguns, and hunting rifles should be allowed. The problem is somewhere in the middle. We have to draw the line somewhere between weapons a normal citizen should be able to access and those reserved for the military. Even when we're in this gray area, at the top we have automatic weapons, or machine guns. Again, most people agree that the average citizen has no practical use for owning such a weapon. Even this guy.
I do not believe in taking away the right of the citizen to own guns for sporting, for hunting and so forth, or for home defense. But I do believe that an AK-47, a machine gun, is not a sporting weapon or needed for defense or hunting.
So basically just narrowed the
Could you imagine being a Republican and clapping for that now?
People aren't really
impossible.
Machine gun.
Wouldn't happen.
To take away your hunting rifles either, despite what your preferred biased media source might try to tell you. Just really quick, they said Obama wanted to take away your guns, and more guns have been sold under his presidency than any previous presidency. In fact, since 2002, every year, more guns have been sold.
Yep, that toy piano music.
Despite what Trump said in the beginning of this video.
So glad I have better music now.
Want to abolish the Second Amendment either. But back to the assault weapons debate. First, let's get one thing clear. Guns are for killing. Plain and simple, undeniable. And I'm talking about firearms here, not BB guns or air guns. Those are toys. You would actually have to try so hard to kill someone with one of those, you might as well have just used your bare hands. But whether we're talking about animals or people, guns are for killing. Guns are manufactured with only one purpose. Knives are a cutting tool that could be used to kill. Hammers are a construction tool that could be used to kill. Cars, on the other hand, are a transportation tool that could be used to kill. But guns only have one purpose. Unless you consider...
Did you see me throw the hammer off on the back a few seconds ago?
be used to kill that could be used to kill. Cars, on the other hand, are a transportation tool that could be used to kill, but guns only have one purpose. Unless you consider scaring someone into thinking that you kill them into a secondary purpose, the deterrent factor. But otherwise, if you use a gun in any other way, like a hole punch or something, you're actually misusing it. Guns only have one purpose. Alright, first coat done. Anyway, most people consider handguns and shotguns to be perfectly reasonable home defense weapons. Hunting rifles are perfectly legitimate ways to kill animals. Assault rifles, on the other hand, only have one purpose: killing people. They're designed for the military, not hunting, and in fact make horrible hunting weapons. Always do 2 coats. The ladies will know if you don't.
So, like, why did I think this was... Anyway.
You'll often kill the animal with 1 shot. Assault rifles, on the other hand, do not. The M16, M4, and most common version of this
Wow.
AR-15 uses
This cloud's moving.
a round that tumbles and even fractures on impact. This is by design to inflict the most internal damage as possible while using the fewest bullets. Most of the time there is no exit wound. An AK-47 is a little different because its rounds are a slightly larger.
What was I thinking with this? So dumb. Well, that's why it's unlisted, so...
This is where many people and politicians get the terms wrong. An assault rifle is actually a low-powered weapon. If you shoot a deer with an AR-15, not only will you have to shoot the deer multiple times because the tiny bullets won't do enough damage, but you've also ruined the meat by shredding it and quite literally peppering it with lead. Assault rifles only have one purpose: killing people. Not only that, but to kill as many people as possible as quickly as possible. It's designed for the military, folks. Wax on, wax off, I guess. If you own an assault rifle and all you ever do is shoot paint cans or use it for home defense, that's like owning a Lamborghini and never going over 40. You're not fooling anybody, we all know what it's used for, and that's way too much power for what you need it for. So now that we've established that, let's talk about the assault weapons ban. President Reagan, the champion president of the NRA, Bush Sr., and Bill Clinton all supported an assault weapons ban. One was finally passed in 1994, but included an expiration date of 2004. This is George W. Bush in 2004.
I made my intentions, my views clear. I did think we ought to extend the assault weapons ban, and was told the fact that the bill was never going to move.
You heard that correctly. He was for extending the ban. Obama was for reinstating it. Every sitting president for the last 30 years has been against ordinary citizens having assault weapons. So what about the people? Well, 78% of Democrats and 45% of Republicans support the ban. And our presidential candidates? Clinton supports the ban while Trump has completely avoided answering the question. In his 2000 book, he stated that he was in support of the ban, but his current campaign website says that the government has no place dictating what kind of firearms good people should be able to buy.
Oh, August 2016, when I was reasonably sure Trump was not going to win.
But I would wish that
I actually was exhausted. I actually was cleaning or waxing my car while filming
be
this.
allowed to buy. Let's talk about
None of this is acting. This is all real.
because why not? Depending on which source you look at, around 80% of Americans support no-fly, no-buy. Basically what this means is if you're on the federal no-fly list or the terror watch list, you wouldn't be able to buy a gun. Some say that this would have prevented the Orlando shooting, but the guy was off the list for over a year by the time he bought that gun. But it is one of those things that just kind of makes sense though, which is probably why most Americans support it. But in order to even catch someone on the terror watch list trying to buy a gun, you need to do a background check. Background checks have been mandated since 1993 thanks to the Brady Bill.
What was I thinking with this shot?
Little to no weight. And according to the Brady Bill, you are unable to purchase or possess a firearm if you fall into one of these 9 categories. 1. You've ever been convicted of or are currently under indictment punishable by over a year of jail time. You don't have to have done the actual jail time. If the crime you were convicted of could be punished by
Sunbathing ferret.
This applies to you. This generally covers all felonies and many misdemeanors. 2. You're a fugitive or have an active warrant for your arrest. 3. You're addicted to a controlled substance. 4. You've ever been determined to be mentally defective or committed to a mental institution. This does not mean if you've ever been diagnosed with an affective mental illness like depression or anxiety, or if you've ever voluntarily gone to a drug, alcohol, or mental rehab facility. 5. You're an illegal alien. 6. You were dishonorably discharged from the military. 7. If you've ever renounced your U.S. citizenship. 8. If you currently have a restraining order against you by a spouse or close family member. 9. If you've ever been convicted of any kind of domestic violence. Individual states can make the laws more restrictive, but not less so. Federal law does not mandate any waiting periods, but 9 states do. These waiting periods are primarily to prevent any crimes of passion or suicide, and these states do have statistically less suicide by firearm. 74% of non-gun owning Americans support a 5-day waiting period, as well as half of NRA.
I'm actually really surprised that I was able to spit this sentence out, because for those of you, I keep saying that, I really shouldn't. If you watch on Twitch, like if you watch any of my work streams on Twitch, you will know that when I film, I use my phone. That's where I have my script, and I read a sentence, I look at the camera, I say it. I read the next sentence, look at the camera, and say it. Somehow back then, I was able to spit out these long sentences with numbers and everything. I'm sure I mixed them up somehow. Like, there's no way I got this correct the first time.
Of non-gun owning Americans support a 5-day waiting period, as well as half of NRA members, yet there is no federally mandated waiting periods. However, there is a very easy, widely known loophole around these background checks and waiting periods.
I mean, I get a lot of...
Only federally licensed vendors.
I do get a lot of, you know, angry gun comments. That's just the nature of the game, really.
And they do not know or have reasonable cause to believe the person is prohibited from receiving or possessing.
I think I'm rain-Xing my windows. You should rain-X your windows. Rain-X is awesome. Not sponsored.
Universal background checks, including this guy.
I believe in background checks at gun shows or anywhere to make sure that guns don't get in the hands of people that shouldn't have them.
For the last 3 years,
oh, 2004.
Both parties support universal background.
Such simpler times.
As for the candidates, Clinton supports them while Trump does not. Trump takes it even further, though, because he wants to increase the number of concealed carry permits and eliminate gun-free zones. Gun-free zones are often distastefully referred to as free fire zones. The idea is that since law-abiding citizens can't carry weapons, their only criminals will, and they don't have to worry about getting shot back. Schools are usually the prime example of this, and many people have advocated for the arming of teachers. So let's take a look at what that looks like in practice. This is the New Life Baptist Academy in New Mexico. Keep in mind that it's being filmed under cool, calm conditions, and in fact, she knows what she's trying to do while on camera.
I'm dressed up, pearls on, minding my business, and you come to get me. Oh, here, take my purse, please. Take everything that's in it.
Whoop.
And then they're dead meat. Okay?
I don't know.
Everyone thinks that they're going to be a hero in these sorts of situations, and I'm not going to try and tell you that I'm any different, but everyone is like, now I have a gun, I'm going to be like Jason Bourne, and I'm going to solve crime and stuff. And even she thinks this, and this is like, she's basically lab conditions, and she still has to dig through to try and get her gun out and stuff. Like, in a real situation where some guy runs up to her to grab her purse, she's gonna freeze and not be able to do anything. And that's probably what most people will do in that situation, unless you've gone through training to change that.
Okay?
I don't know about you, but I don't find that woman to be threatening whatsoever, even though I know she's armed. Even under those perfect, probably rehearsed conditions, it takes her way too long to get her gun. And that's assuming that
I still have braces in this one.
Which is a huge no-no. The school takes it even further, though, by teaching its students how to prepare for an armed shooter situation, just not in the way you're thinking.
Many times, people that are at the facility are going to deal with
this warrior training stuff. So terrible.
We have to know what to do.
There's a bunch of stuff I can do here. I have them here.
Teaching kids that to be Liam Neeson in Taken or John Wick or whatever.
Until they're out of ammunition.
Terrible idea.
Just murder us.
Some might see this as a great idea. I personally
Terrible.
see this as a horrible idea. Because not only are they training for something that's statistically improbable to happen, it's almost guaranteed not to happen now that it's common knowledge that school is prepared, which may be a good thing. But I also think that it's teaching these kids to live in constant fear of guns, which I think is irrational.
Off topic, but do you think braces are worth it as an adult? I think braces are only worth it as an adult. If you get it as a teenager, and then, you have a few crowns or whatever through young adulthood, now they're all messed up. Much better to just have braces as an adult, I think, in my opinion. I'm not a dentist or orthodontist.
Not only that, but I think it may cost more lives than it saves. There is no such thing as an unarmed child coward. And trying to be a hero by rushing into a situation where there might be an armed adult is a good way to get yourself killed. The school doesn't just arm the principal and teach the students combat tactics, but also has several armed staff members at all times. Which brings us to the good guy with a gun idea. After nearly every mass shooting, one of the main arguments from the NRA is that if only there were more guns, more concealed carriers, or at least an armed citizen present, they could have stopped it. This is one of those things that might make intuitive sense, however it is in fact a myth. If you Google search how many times an ordinary citizen has stopped a mass shooting, one of the top results is a BuzzFeed article titled 9 Potential Mass Shootings That Were Stopped by Someone with a Personally Owned Firearm. One of the next results is an article debunking each one of those 9. In each case, the ordinary citizen was actually an off-duty or retired police officer, military reservist, or security guard. I would hardly consider those to be ordinary citizens, as they probably received some sort of extensive weapons training in stressful situations. For the record, if I were to stop a mass shooting, the headline would have nothing to do with my being ordinary. It would probably say something like Army veteran / famous YouTuber saves school, followed quickly by YouTuber predicts mass shooting over a year in advance. Illuminati ? This is one of those things that I'm sure has happened. This is a country of over 300 million people, and gun violence happens every day. I'm sure an ordinary citizen has stopped a mass shooting somewhere at some point, but in researching this, I couldn't find a single true example. Again, I almost want this to be true, but in the few murky cases that claim it has happened, it's always been someone with an extensive firearms background like police or military, or just someone who stopped an armed robbery. Even if we include those, the number of times this has happened is so small. The longest list out.
Isn't this really engaging content? Did you need to see this?
In the BuzzFeed article. Why has it happened so few times? To answer that question, you actually have to take a second to think about what being a good guy with a gun actually looks like. Here's a good guy with a gun from the UCC campus shooting in Oregon. Keep in mind that he's also a veteran.
Like I said, when we found out there was an active shooter on campus, we were going to go and see if we could intervene. Veterans are trained, be it Air Force, Navy, Marines, or Army. We're trained to go into danger, not just run away from it. So if there was something we were able to do, we were going to try to do it. Luckily, we made the choice not to get involved. We were quite a distance away from the actual building where it was happening, and which could have opened us up to be potential targets ourselves. And not knowing where SWAT was on their response time, they wouldn't know who we were, and if we had our guns ready to shoot, they could think we were the bad guys.
As he stated, he didn't run towards danger with his legally concealed weapon out of fear of becoming a target himself. If there's an active shooter and the police are on their way, they have no way of telling whether you're the good guy with a gun or the shooter. Assuming you don't get shot, you can claim you're the good guy all you want. You're still going to be detained if not arrested. But let's take this situation even further. What if there are 2 good guys with a gun coming from different directions? I shouldn't have to play the scenario out any further, you know where I'm going with this. More people with more guns might make intuitive sense, but it actually makes the situation much more dangerous. So while we let this dry to a slight haze, what can be done?
Slight haze.
More guns, which most Americans don't agree with, what solutions have been proposed? Well, many people think that we should look at countries like the UK or Australia, where they've enacted sweeping gun control laws and have nearly eliminated gun violence. Or perhaps we should treat guns the same way that we treat cars. All people who want to carry must be licensed.
Come on. Back. There. I've been setting up this reference for 20 mintus. What? Wow. Okay, I didn't even notice that spelling error until now. Good job, me from 4 years ago. Anyway, the whole reason I did cars was because some people think guns should be regulated the same way that cars are. That each one has a title associated with it, and every owner has a license. That is a proposal.
All people who want to carry must be licensed, just like everyone who wants to drive a car. If you want to drive a special car, you need to have a special license that requires additional training and testing. If you want to concealed carry or use some sort of special weapon, you should also have to undergo special training and testing to get a special license. All vehicles are required to be registered and in many states require an annual safety check, and all sales are tracked through a transfer of titles. Why not treat guns the same way? If people are willing to do this for transportation, they must certainly be willing to do it for a deadly weapon. But most people agree that something like that would never happen in the United States. Why? Because the NRA and the gun lobby are so powerful. And why are they so powerful? Because their platform is simple. No changes. Universal background checks? Nope. Not letting terrorists buy weapons? Never. How about waiting period?
The clouds change every time.
It's such a simple platform that it's nearly impossible to compromise with. Guns are also deeply rooted in the American persona and history, and many people don't see that changing anytime soon. A former British colony with a deep hunting history that used weapons to protect itself along a frontier from a perceived threat of the natives. For those of you who have been paying attention, I didn't just describe America, but I described Australia too. In 1996, Australia experienced its worst mass shooting to date, the Port Arthur Massacre, after which many Australian politicians, including the Conservatives, committed political suicide by enacting sweeping gun control measures and bought back over 1 million firearms from the people. Since then, the risk of dying by gun, either by homicide or suicide, has been cut in half. If I've made anything clear to you so far, it should be that the current state of gun control in America is not working. Something has to change one way or another, more or less. To do nothing is to accept the next mass shooting. To do nothing to change the system is to say to the next mother
I still agree with that.
that we as a country are so unwilling to change that her loss is worth it. I know that sounds incredibly harsh, but if after every single tragedy we have the same debate and are unwilling to do anything to prevent the next one, we are tacitly accepting the inevitable. America has always been the land of if they can do it, we can do it better. If our friends across the pond have figured out a way to do it, why can't we? Something has to change, more or less, and in this election you have a pretty clear choice. So I hope when you go to the polls, if you consider gun control to be an important issue, you know better. Relax, ladies, I can only fit like 4 of you. But if you learned something, go ahead and give that like button a click.
Relax, ladies. Oh my god.
Videos every weekend, so go ahead and give that subscribe button a tickle. But perhaps more importantly, with the election coming up, spreading this information is more important than ever. So share this with anyone you feel might be uninformed. In the meantime, if you'd like to check out one of my older videos, how about this one?
Well, nobody shared it because this video only got 4,000 views. And then I unlisted it because I updated it into the first ever moderates guide, which is the next video we will be watching. But
will you do a video on the political status of Puerto Rico or other territories and proposals for statehood, independence?
possibly in the future, that might be something I do. Oh, it's not reading it. Gabriel, New Zealand, COVID-free. I like everything that I've seen coming out of New Zealand recently, especially their reaction to the Christchurch shooting. I think New Zealand is doing a very good job. Did you plan on washing your car while filming ahead of time, or was it spontaneous? Ahead of time. That was definitely planned from the start. Although I didn't know what I was going to do for each shot, I just progressively washed the car as I filmed.
I am a teacher. Please do not harm teachers. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Could you imagine... Why isn't my light turning red? There, okay. Could you imagine... So I used to be a teacher, like, years ago. Long time ago. And the idea of arming teachers is so dumb to me because I immediately think of a substitute who doesn't know the kids, and a football player stands up aggressively, and now that substitute teacher has a weapon. Like, more often that is going to happen rather than stopping a school shooting before it happens. Like, there's going to be way more if we armed teachers, there would be way more accidental deaths than lives saved, I think. Oh, thank you for becoming a member.
I think your works are a genuine force for good in the world. Thanks for what you do.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I hope they're a force for good as well. Did I make another life jacket for the ferrets? No, it's still the same. I mean, I have the one. I haven't used it since that video, which was quite a long time ago now. That's in reference to the Bill of Rights videos from the first year. This notification on my phones are the same, and it's tripping me up. Okay. Well, I hope it doesn't trip you up too much.
This notification and my phones are the same, and it's tripping me up.
Okay. There was a super chat in between there that seemed to be that she didn't read out loud, and I'm purposefully not going to answer it. I'm sorry, but some questions are too touchy, and I don't want to give away too much information, so hope you understand, person who asked that.
When your first line of defense concedes the threat already being in the building, you should maybe reconsider your strategy.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about this in my next video, which is on police militarization, but almost no school shootings have actually been stopped by anyone. They're usually stopped by the person who is committing it. Also, do you think that you could consider doing a video on General Plan Austria? Maybe. World War II type topics, I feel, are very popular. So unless I have something significant to add, I typically don't just like redo a topic. So I need to be able to bring something new to it or have a different take, something like that. So I think we're caught up on the donations and stuff. I appreciate all of them very much. Thank you. Given the time, I'm not going to watch 4 unlisted videos, which is what that says. I'll watch one more video from year 1 that I wasn't initially planning on watching, which is Asking Better. This is me at the start of year 2, and I just want to see like if I still recommend the same channels or how I've changed my views since then, but we'll end the stream with that one. So I still appreciate all the donations and super chats, but we've hit like all of the rewards that I'm going to do at this point. So keep them coming if you want, but I'm not gonna keep the stream going for like 12 hours. Like we have to end it at some point. So
if you've been following,
this is the Complete Moderate's Guide to Gun Control, which is the first moderate's guide that I ever did, and I still continue to do. The most recent one was healthcare, and I will do more in the future. People suggest moderate's guide topics to me all the time. Some of them can work. I mean, when someone asks me to do a moderate's guide to abortion, like that one is a little, like I don't think there is a moderate take on that. But maybe in the future. I mean, I used to say that about feminism. Like I didn't think there was a moderate take for that, but I eventually found one. So.
Thanks for the library of entertainment. I have definitely used the videos themselves when discussing things with more misinformed friends of mine.
Good. That's the whole point. The whole point of all of this. is to help you understand topics better so that maybe you can explain it to other people. So, okay, turn the ferret cam off and pause the notifications. So, Complete Moderate's Guide to Gun Control. Just over 2 years old now.
If you've been following my channel for a while, you know that every once in a while I like to put out a video that completely destroys my subscriber count, or
back in the days when losing 12 subscribers was completely destroying my subscriber count. Oh, that's cute.
Or ruins my like to dislike ratio. So in keeping with that spirit, let's take a few minutes to talk about guns.
So this is a replacement to the vaulted video that we just watched, and I need to change the title. Thank you. Thank you to my Discord for reminding me to do that. 3 different ways to join the Discord: Patreon, Twitch, or YouTube memberships. Make sure that you're connected in the app, and it should add you automatically.
I've learned that it's become strangely important to give your credentials before anyone takes you seriously regarding this issue. It's a lot like gaming. This is the new having your rig specs down in your forum signature. So firstly, I am a political moderate. Look, even Facebook, which knows all of my secrets, labeled me as one.
That is accurate. I mean, I don't know if this ability still exists where you can see your information and how Facebook like classifies you, but it did specify that I am a moderate.
As a result, I've been called both a libtard and a Nazi, sometimes in the same video. Being in the middle of...
I used to think that was some sort of point of pride. I don't necessarily anymore. Like, haha, I've been canceled in both directions. Come at me. I don't think that. Please don't. But there are people who think I'm too far left and people who think I'm too far right. I get it from both directions. I consider myself to be a moderate, on the moderate left.
Is a lot of fun, trust me. So my goal with this video is not to sway you one direction or another. What I hope to accomplish is to serve as somewhat of a bridge between the two sides. I want you to understand where we were, where we are, and where some people want us to go, and at least be able to use the same vocabulary moving forward. So I am going to talk about some of the proposals for gun control in the future, and I know that just addressing them instead of dismissing them right out of hand must mean that I want to destroy America or something. I don't. In fact, the eagle-eyed among you probably noticed that Facebook also seems to know that I am a veteran. Here I am holding an M60. This is definitely my favorite picture. I look like a total bamf. I was in the Army for 7 years. Yes, 7. I was stop-loss during my deployment. Thanks, Obama. My first MOS was as a field artillery cannon crew member, which also means that I'm a crew-served weapons specialist. I've fired everything from the 155mm howitzer, to the 9mm pistol, to the Mark 19 automatic grenade launcher. Yes, that is a real thing, and yes, it's just as ridiculous as you imagine. Later I changed over to the Signal Corps, but then I was deployed. I was in Iraq from 2009 to 2010 as a convoy security gunner, running back and forth between Nasiriyah, Iraq and the Kuwaiti border, where this picture was taken. Yes, I'm well aware of the fact that that's not an M60, it's a 240 Bravo. So if you see any comments down below about how that's not an M60 and I have no idea what I'm talking about, it means they barely made it past the first minute.
It's a trap!
So where does your...
So that's the one and only time I've ever done the "it's a trap" joke, where I intentionally say something incorrect, and that's only because I learned that when it comes to gun control, they just try and find your first error and discount everything else that you've said because of that. So I thought if I put an error on purpose in the beginning, it would just weed all of them out, and it did. Like, if you look at the comments, if you scroll through anyway, I think I might have the sorting a little off, but people still to this day say I can't take this guy seriously because that's not an M60. I wonder if I can just Okay, so someone pointed out the joke. I love the... Okay, I must have these set for like recent first or something. But anyway, I still get comments about it being... That's not an M60, he doesn't know. What a libtard, etc. And I've shown those comments in like the feminism video, I think it is. Anyway, and even the veterans video, I think.
Right to own a gun come from?
And the policies that you're proposing, which by the way strip other people of their fundamental human rights.
Fundamental human right?
You keep using the word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
A fundamental human right is something that explicitly isn't written, like the right to privacy or the right to have a name. If it's written down as part of a law somewhere, it's not a fundamental human right. Now, I know what he's stretching that to mean, the right to self-defense and self-preservation. And he is kind of right when it comes to that, but there is no guarantee of what tools can be used. That part has to be written. Even the right to not be owned by another person had to be written down. That's how vague and abstract fundamental human rights are. But in the gun debate, many people will assert that it's a God-given right. Now, I've read this book once or twice, and I've even skimmed through other translations of the same book. Guns and firearms are never mentioned. I am allowed to own people in these though, so that's interesting. I've even read the sequel, which was written well after guns were invented, and they're not in here either, so maybe I'm missing something. God is never mentioned in the Constitution either. Your creator is in the Declaration of Independence, but that's not law. It was written over a decade before the Constitution. And you're only endowed by your creator with 3 inalienable rights: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. What's interesting about that last one is that in the original draft, it was the pursuit of property, so it's a little strange that God-given rights are up to human revision. But that's not the point. I'm not trying to bash religion or anything. Your right to own a gun comes from the government, not some supreme being or some inherent humanness, but the Constitution, specifically the Second Amendment.
A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state.
This is
right of the people to keep and bear
cynical historian.
Not be infringed.
Now here's where I'm going to start losing
a fellow veteran YouTuber.
As if I didn't already. The Second Amendment is not some in case of tyranny break glass clause in the Constitution. That whole in the course of human events it becomes necessary to dissolve blah blah comes from the Declaration of Independence, which again is not law. It's not for the security of the people from a free state, it's for the security of a free state. But from who? From foreign invaders, Native Americans, and yes, even the federal government. When the Constitution was adopted in 1789, the United States didn't at all look like the United States of today. And I don't just mean geographically. It was more like the European Union, a collection of states loosely banded together mostly for economic benefit. People didn't really identify as American yet. They were Virginian or Pennsylvanian. The standing federal US Army was very small, so the majority of military power came from state militias. And the Second Amendment guaranteed the right of the states to form those state militias. It was not an
state militias are oddly topical right now. There is a bunch of, I'm going to talk about this in my next video, but there's a bunch of laws that prevent the federal government from using federal troops to enforce local laws. Like, you can't use the military as law enforcement. However, states can use their state militias to do that, which is why they call up the National Guard and stuff. And that varies state to state, but that's why they're able to use National Guard and not active duty military.
Individual right to own...
To put down protests and stuff.
None of the Founding Fathers, whether it be during the Constitutional Convention or in the Federalist Papers, ever talked about individual gun ownership. It was always in reference to state militias, which, by the way, aren't really a thing anymore. They do exist in, like, Texas, because of course they do in Texas, but they aren't the National Guard. I was in the National Guard. You swear to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States and the state, which would kind of put you at odds during a civil war.
So many vows. They make you swear.
Reference humor.
Speaking of the Civil War, while there were federally organized U.S. troops, most of the forces were state units or militias, like the 54th Massachusetts. It wasn't until after the Civil War that people really started to identify themselves as American, which brings us to the first Supreme Court case that I want to talk about. Presser v. Illinois. Presser was part of a local workers' militia not assembled by any government, and the state weirdly didn't allow that. The court's decision was that the Second Amendment did not apply to the individual except as part of a government militia for the good of the United States. So basically, they kind of rewrote the amendment from this to this. Which wasn't that much of a change. We were now a united country after all. It's important to note that at this point the only practical firearms that existed were muzzle-loaded rifles, pistols, and shotguns. Lever action and repeating rifles were still fairly new, and the only machine gun in existence still needed to be carted around by a horse. The founding fathers were smart, but they couldn't see into the future. They didn't even know what was on the other side of the Mississippi, which is why several ways to change the Constitution were built into it, like amendments. But more often, Supreme Court cases change the interpretation rather than the actual language, as we've just seen. So as new weapons came out, the government had to figure out how to handle them. In 1934, the first real gun control law was passed, the National Firearms Act.
I think that's something that most people today don't take into account. Like, every time there was an advance in firearm technology, there is, a few years later, a law or Supreme Court decision or something to figure out how to handle that. And all of a sudden in the 90s, we were just like, nope, everything stays the way it is. No new, we're not going to change anything. Even though, firearm technology has still come quite a bit of a way since then.
This law,
look at bump stocks. Those didn't exist in the 90s.
All sorts of weapons, like machine guns, short-barreled rifles and shotguns, anything larger than a .50 caliber, explosives, and even poison gas. Things I hope we can all agree shouldn't be in the hands of civilians. But this is what also allows people on the Discovery Channel to get their hands on them. It's not impossible, it's just very difficult. 5 years after the law, we have our next Supreme Court case, U.S. v. Miller. Miller was in possession of a sawed-off shotgun and argued that the Second Amendment allowed him to do so. The Supreme Court disagreed, saying that it had no military utility. In fact, its only real purpose was to hide under your coat so that you could shoot people. They decided that the Second Amendment only applies to ordinary military equipment that could be used as part of a well-regulated militia. So basically only pistols, rifles, and long-barreled shotguns, reaffirming the constitutionality of the NFA. Then basically nothing happened until the Gun Control Act of 1968, which mostly
nothing
commerce when it comes to guns. If you want to sell or transfer firearms across state lines, you have to have a federal firearms license, or FFL. This basically means any store, since you likely get the majority of your stock from other states. Individuals can sell to other individuals without a license as long as it's within their own state. Do you see a problem with this yet? We're gonna jump ahead to 1993 when the Brady Bill was passed.
Again, I'm glad I stopped doing that stuff.
Qualify someone from owning a gun. This is the list which is currently enforced, which prohibits felons, fugitives, illegal aliens, and dishonorably discharged veterans from owning guns. How can the government possibly enforce these rules? By requiring every federally licensed gun retailer to run a background check on potential buyers. So if I want to buy a gun from a store, they have an FFL, so there's a background check. But if I want to buy a gun from a private individual, say at a gun show, no license, no background check. This is the gun show loophole, the thing that many people think should be closed.
You wouldn't believe how many comments I got saying the gun show loophole is a myth, when no, it isn't. Like, certain states have closed the gun show loophole, but the private sales loophole still exists. Yeah, all you have to do is change the name, and the same concept still exists.
Closed, including this guy, actually.
I believe in background checks at gun shows or anywhere to make sure that guns don't get in the hands of people that shouldn't have them.
In 1986, Ronald Reagan passed the Firearm Owners Protection Act, also known as
FOPA.
A few years later, in 1989, someone walked onto an elementary school playground in Stockton, California with a legally purchased AK-47 and killed several children and injured several dozen others. In response to this, only 3 weeks later, Ronald Reagan said,
"And I do not believe in taking away the right of the citizen to own guns for sporting, for hunting and so forth, or for home defense. But I do believe that an AK-47, a machine gun, is not a sporting weapon."
Here's the problem, though. That shooting wasn't perpetrated with a machine gun. Reagan seems to have fallen victim to the same thing gun rights advocates chastise the left for: a lack of understanding of the vocabulary. So let's fix that now. The 1986 machine gun ban eliminated the sale and manufacture of
This is a big point of contention. You hear people say all the time, assault weapon is a meaningless term. No, it isn't. There is a law that says what an assault weapon is and how it's different from an assault rifle. These are real terms, and anyone who tells you that these are made up or meaningless is gaslighting you.
New machine guns. If you own one prior to 1986, you could keep it. You could even sell it to someone else under the National Firearms Act. It requires months of paperwork and costs a fortune though. A pre-banned machine gun can cost you $20,000 or more. So I suppose the question of the hour is, what is a machine gun? Any weapon that when you pull and hold the trigger fires more than one bullet. Also known as an automatic rifle, or more popularly an assault rifle. Yes, assault rifles are already banned, but the AK-47 used in that shooting was a semi-automatic. Pull the trigger, one bullet. Pull the trigger, one bullet. So in 1994, Reagan, along with former presidents Ford and Carter, wrote a joint letter to Congress saying,
"We are writing to urge your support for a ban on the domestic manufacture of military-style assault weapons. Every major law enforcement organization in America and dozens of leading labor, medical, religious, civil rights, and civic groups support such a ban. Most importantly, poll after poll shows that the American public overwhelmingly supports a ban on assault weapons. We urge you to listen to the American public and to the law enforcement community and support a ban on the further manufacture of these weapons."
Congress and President Clinton listened, which led to the assault weapons ban in 1994. So what is an assault weapon? To answer that, we need to look at the AR-15. Just to get a few things out of the way, the official name of the original patent-holding name brand was the Colt Armalite AR-15. The AR stands for Armalite rifle, so rather redundantly, the entire name of the original rifle is the Colt Armalite Rifle 15. The patent expired, so now everyone has their own versions of the AR-15, but they're all basically the same, so I'm going to refer to all of them collectively as the AR-15. Is the AR-15 an assault rifle? No, it was prior to 1986, but since then they've all been semi-automatic. Is the AR-15 an assault weapon? That's when things get a little tricky. An assault weapon is a semi-automatic rifle with two or more of the following. A pistol grip. Yes, all AR-15s have that. So as long as it didn't have any more, it was completely legal. A folding or telescoping stock, a grenade launcher, well, nobody can own grenades anyway, so a bayonet mount? Why would... Okay, next. A flash suppressor or a barrel capable of supporting one, which is not a silencer, it's this bit, which is a pretty important piece for not blinding the shooter and depending on the design reduces recoil. So the AR-15 was legal during the assault weapons ban as long as it was modified to not have certain features. So a fully automatic machine gun is an assault rifle, a semi-automatic rifle with a pistol grip and a flash suppressor is an assault weapon, but get rid of just one of those and it's not. It's a modern sporting rifle. But all of these fall under the umbrella term assault style rifles. So when stores like Dick's Sporting Goods decided they would no longer sell these, everyone knew what they meant. The ban also prohibited the transfer or possession of large capacity ammunition feeding devices, which is anything that holds more than 10 rounds. Pay attention because this is something that gamers do that annoys anyone who knows anything about guns. This is a clip.
Pay attention.
This is a magazine. This is a high capacity magazine. This is a drum. And this is a juice box. Hey, I gotta future-proof these videos somehow. High-capacity magazines and drums were illegal until the assault weapons...
That was Destiny 2.
I made my intentions, my views clear. I did think we ought to extend the assault weapons ban, and was told the fact that the bill was never going to move.
Although it wasn't actually...
The bill was never gonna move.
It had an expiration date built in, which is something I've never really liked. It's a way for Congress to blame the current administration for raising taxes or making something legal, when really it was Congress 10 years ago that did that, but that's beside the point. The AR-15 wasn't really popular until after...
I still don't like sunset provisions.
Have all the fun cosmetic attachments they wanted. As long as it wasn't full auto. Again, being fully automatic means that when you pull and hold the trigger, it continuously fires multiple bullets until you let go of the trigger. That was a bump stock, which makes the trigger move back and forth so your stationary finger is pulling it every time, making it technically not automatic and therefore technically legal. But your firing rate is like 90% that of full auto, so Close enough. After the Vegas shooting, many people mistakenly thought that the shooter had illegally modified his weapons to be fully automatic. He didn't. He used a bump stock. How difficult is it to modify your weapons to be full auto anyway? Turns out, not that difficult. There are a number of videos on YouTube showing you how to do it. But you don't really have to, because there are a number of legal increased rate of fire devices on the market, like bump stocks, that get you close enough. As of the recording of this video, bump stocks are still legal, but are in the process of becoming illegal. Unlike the grandfather clause of the machine.
I'm pretty sure they are illegal now. Like Jeff Sessions, of all people, still managed to pass a ban on bump stocks. Someone may have to correct me, but I'm pretty sure that happened after the making of this video.
Gun ban. If they are made illegal, you would have to surrender or destroy any existing bump stocks. So there we go. All of the vocabulary should be cleared up. I hope. In 2008, the Supreme Court heard DC v. Heller, the first Second Amendment case since before World War II. I won't get into the particulars of this case since Mr. Beat already did that. But in short, Heller sued the city for the ability to keep a gun in his home, which was illegal at the time. The Supreme Court agreed with Heller, and for the first time ever, affirmed the individual right to keep and bear arms regardless of military service. They effectively changed the interpretation of the Second Amendment from this to just this by saying that anyone can technically be part of the militia, which is also why a certain influential gun lobby only has that part posted in their headquarters lobby. In 2016, they heard Caetano v. Massachusetts,
which lobby is that?
Weapons, regardless of military utility, unless otherwise made illegal. So stun guns okay, machine guns and rocket launchers not okay. So that's where we are now. It doesn't really matter what the original intent of the Founding Fathers was. What matters is how it's interpreted today. There was no guaranteed individual right to own guns under the Founding Fathers. There is today. There were no machine guns or even semi-automatics when the Founding Fathers were around. There are today. As I've tried to make abundantly clear, the framers of the Constitution were intelligent and forward-thinking, but the United States was a completely different place 230 years ago. That was a time when you were basically born, lived, and died in the same town. They didn't even have railroads yet, so they couldn't even imagine.
So to that argument of there was no individual gun ownership back then, there is now. Some people say that because of that Supreme Court decision, that means there was always the individual right, which is a possible interpretation. However, before DC v. Heller, many people were charged with a crime for having guns for self-defense when they shouldn't have. So, and they didn't sue all the way up to the Supreme Court. So there was no individual right before that court case. You could argue that there should have been, maybe, but there wasn't. So you have to, if you can't agree that the interpretation of the Second Amendment has changed over time, then you're not coming at this from an honest place.
Sitting in a metal tube and essentially teleporting from one side of the country to the other and back again all within the same day. State laws were far more important and effective back then. They aren't so much today. So using California's state gun control as an example of why gun control doesn't work is ridiculous. State borders look like this, not like this. And don't even talk to me about cities like Chicago. You accidentally walk across city limits all the time without even realizing it. California does have fairly strict gun control, but some people want to see it expanded nationally, or perhaps look something more like what Australia has. So let's clear up what Australia actually has. After the 1996 Port Arthur,
this was a big part. Like, I didn't know this stuff before, so and that's where most of my videos come from, really, is me wanting to know the information for myself just out of curiosity's sake. So what does Australia's gun control actually look like? What does the UK's healthcare system actually look like? Those are the questions I try to answer in my videos. And it's purely self-interest. Like, I want to know this, and I'll make a video about it. It gives me a reason to research.
control that essentially eliminated mass shootings. But it didn't eliminate all gun violence, because there are still guns in Australia. They didn't completely ban them. Here's what they actually did. Completely ban all automatic and military style weapons, just like we did for machine guns and temporarily for assault weapons, with the addition of having to sell back any currently owned ones. Set up a national registry for all firearms. Restrict interstate purchase and transfer to licensed dealers, just like we do. Require secure storage of all firearms, and require anyone seeking to own a firearm to obtain a license. Who can get a license? They basically have the same restrictions that we do under the Brady Bill, with the additional requirement of being mentally sound. You also have to have a genuine reason for wanting to possess a firearm. Hunting and even target shooting at a gun club count. You just can't have one to hang on your wall, I guess. You also have to demonstrate appropriate training in the safe use of firearms. Kinda like what we do with driver's license.
Good morning,
That's
jeez.
It wasn't a complete ban. Plenty of people still own rifles, pistols, and shotguns. Nobody in the United States is talking about a complete ban. Okay, very few people are actually talking about that. By the way, repealing the Second Amendment is not unconstitutional. You would have to pass an amendment to repeal that amendment, which is something we've totally done before.
Please drink responsibly.
It's a long, complicated process outlined in the Constitution. It's just about the most constitutional thing you can do. It's not impossible, but it's incredibly unlikely. So let's talk about some of the reforms people are seriously suggesting. Again, I am not pushing for any of these ideas, but I am going to talk about them. Some of them I agree with, some of them I don't. Australian-style gun control is probably the most extreme. It would expand on laws we already have, reinstate the assault weapons ban, and ban semi-automatic rifles for many people. The Supreme Court has already decided that machine guns and sawed-off shotguns are not civilian weapons, so some people would like to see the AR-15 and other semi-automatic rifles treated the same way. But the biggest change would be making guns look more like cars. You have to have a license to drive a car, and in the process of getting a license, you had to demonstrate.
Here's the car reference from the previous unlisted video.
Having a gun license could also take the place of needing a background check every time you buy a gun. Some people suggest having a title attached to every firearm, much like there is with your car. This could also create a national firearms registry, much like in Australia. But more importantly, this is the only way to close the gun show loophole while still allowing private sales. Any other method would just be nibbling around the edges, and you'd be playing whack-a-mole with loopholes for the next decade. As it is right now, you only need a background check if you buy from a store with a federal firearms license. Buying from a person at a gun show or anywhere else doesn't require anything. So a title transfer where you have to go to the courthouse just like you do for your car would serve the purpose of making sure you have a license and a background check, and could serve the additional purpose of acting as a waiting period. Some states have mandatory waiting periods, but not all of them, and even if they do, it's only when purchasing from a dealer with an FFL, not private sales. Mandatory waiting periods mostly serve the purpose of stopping you from making an impulsive, rash decision. Many of the recent high-profile mass shootings were perpetrated by someone who bought the weapon only a few days earlier specifically for that purpose. But mostly it would stop suicide, and yes, states with mandatory waiting periods have lower rates of suicide. Mandatory waiting periods won't stop all mass shootings, or even gun violence as a whole. In fact, no single solution will stop all gun violence. Even during the federal
It's an important point.
And while there was a reduction in mass shootings, there were still mass shootings. Because of recent events, people have become very serious about having a conversation about gun control, and gun owners are gonna have to be part of that conversation. Simply shutting it down by saying that it's a God-given right or that any gun control leads to tyranny isn't gonna cut it anymore. As I've shown you, we already have quite a bit of gun control. Australia has just a little bit more, and they're not living under a tyrannical government. Likewise, the common talking point that gun control led to the Holocaust is just as ridiculous.
Oh,
But
jeez.
just clarify, if
I forgot this.
no gun control laws in Europe at that time, would 6 million Jews have been slaughtered?
I think the likelihood of Hitler being able to accomplish his goals would have been greatly diminished if the people had...
So stupid.
I'm not even going to address this because 3 arrows, an actual German person...
Yes, those are Destiny posters behind me. Destiny taken king.
There are other talking points and common sayings that gun owners use to stop the conversation though, like, guns don't kill people, people kill people. Which, yeah, but guns...
I didn't ask him to do those accents. He did those on his own, without my input.
Whether you're talking about animals or people. Knives and cars have other primary purposes. It's the gun that makes it so easy.
An armed society is a polite society.
I don't really want to live in a society where people are nice to each other only because they're afraid of getting shot.
It's not a gun problem, it's a mental health problem.
As if the United States is the only country in the world with mental health issues. We are the only country in the world with more guns than actual people though, so maybe... It doesn't matter, all of these are just ways to stop the conversation about gun control by shifting it to something else. You're gonna have to participate in the conversation eventually. When one kid eats a Tide Pod, we lock up all the Tide Pods. When one person tries to sneak a bomb onto a plane in their shoe, we all have to take off our shoes. Forever. So when thousands of people are being
forever
product every year, it's not hard to understand why some people think it's time we do something about it. Simply dismissing the conversation or ignoring someone because they use the wrong terminology will either result in extreme legislation or just more of the same, neither of which will be helpful to anyone. At least now you'll be able to approach the conversation with a greater depth of knowledge, and the next time someone says, "We need to ban all assault rifles," or "You might as well just burn the Constitution," hopefully now you'll know better. So what do you think about this issue?
Oh geez, this is the period where I just used the blurry background? Or did I only do that for this video? Huh. Anyway, when I made this video, I had like 3,000 or 4,000 subscribers. So...
My boyfriend is a huge fan of your content and it makes him feel good, so please keep it coming.
Please keep it coming. I will keep it coming. Thank you for the $2 super chat. As an ex-Mormon, the Book of Mormon cameo was gold. I actually hear that a lot. A lot of Mormons really appreciated that joke for some reason.
Mr. Better, I hope you've been holding up alright during all this madness. I love your videos. And I hope you voted in your primary. All of you vote.
Yes, everyone should vote.
Off topic, you have voiced displeasure with Joe Biden. Considering your voting third party is Bananas video, how will you vote in November?
So... I am not happy with Joe Biden being the nominee, but he does have the best chance of beating Trump. So, that's very likely the direction I'm going to vote. That doesn't mean I'm happy about it. And that doesn't mean I have to make videos telling other people to be happy about it. I think everyone kind of understands what's at stake here, and I hope they make a choice based on that. Had to make it all ones. That's right. So for a minute there, this was 11, 11, 11, which I never thought I was actually going to reach. I'm surprised. You guys seem to really enjoy these live streams. So if you want more content like this, head on over to Twitch. Because I stream every 2 days.
Just check yes when taking a background check. It's essentially on an honor system.
I stream 2 days a week, usually work related, so if you want to see more.
Since you're a Destiny fan, what games do you recommend to play on Xbox?
I've been working through Outer Worlds. I know that's not an Xbox exclusive, but that's what I've been playing on Xbox lately.
What do you think of the argument that gun control would disproportionately affect minorities?
I think I would have to look more into it, but I think it would do more to protect minorities than it would disarm them. I mean, the rules as they are already work against arming minorities. So I can't imagine that it would be worse or more disproportional, but I could be wrong. Say what you want about the old videos, but the Dirty Words of Capitalism video is still my favorite to this day. So it's the Dirty Words of Economics, where I talk about capitalism, socialism, and communism. And that's a video that for a long time I've really wanted to update, but I just haven't gotten around to it. So we're gonna watch 2 more videos because we've been going for almost 5 hours now, and we do need to end at some point. So we're gonna watch Subverting the Narrative, which is the last video of that year. So the first video was When is Independence Day? We watched that like 4.5 hours ago.
I followed you since just before the follow account explosion, and I still love your content. You make amazing stuff. Keep up the good work.
Thank you very much for the €5 and the words of encouragement. I appreciate it very much. Your videos are fantastic. What do you need to produce them at a faster rate, or do you not have the desire to? I mean, I want to make videos more often. I think my recent videos have just been more in-depth, so they've required more research. Like campaign finance and healthcare were huge videos that took forever to research. So there's the super chat I'm responding to right now. So I don't know if there's anything missing that I need in order to increase my production. It's just the topics I've been choosing lately have required more work. So I am hoping in the next year to maybe make 15 videos rather than just 10, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, so my first video of year 2 was When is Independence Day? And I had 1,000 subscribers. My last video of year 2 was Subverting the Narrative, and I had around 9,000. Playing the Victim is when the channel took off. So after Asking Better 2, I put out Playing the Victim, which was a collab with Sweeney, and that's when my channel took off, and everything after that was made after I got a silver play button. So very exciting. But this Subverting the Narrative video was made when I was still very small, and it's a fairly controversial one.
There are 2 ways.
We will get through it together after a quick bathroom break, because I've been drinking lots of water, because you should drink water too. Stay hydrated. I muted myself. That was silly. Okay. Thank you for telling me to change the title. So here we are. Last video of year 2, made almost exactly 2 years ago. And then we'll finish with another Asking Better video. Well, not another. We'll finish with the Asking Better video. So, all right. This one is fairly controversial because of obvious reasons. Peterson in the thumbnail, stuff like that.
There are two ways to get ahead in life. You can make yourself look better, usually by doing better, or you can make others look worse. The former is considerably more difficult, so most people default to the latter. This is especially the case when whatever it is that you're doing or whatever it is that you want to make look good is indefensible. Few people will outright deny that the Holocaust happened. There are those people, but they're easily debunked and dismissed, so they're not the ones I want to talk about. I want to talk about the people who secretly and sometimes openly wish that the Holocaust was more successful. It's usually a pretty hard sell to say something as brazen as the Holocaust was good. Most people are gonna slowly back away from you if you say something like that. So you have to switch gears when trying to make your side look better by saying something like, it wasn't that bad. This is the first step in making your ideas more palatable to the average person and to get them to question if maybe things have been exaggerated. Most people are against wholesale genocide. Really? I'm talking about genocide again? It's only been...
You sly dog.
Apologists have to reframe the deaths as not the main goal, but just a side effect. Here's the Auschwitz wasn't that bad narrative in action.
Auschwitz had a nice orchestra.
Yeah,
Soccer
Auschwitz
team.
they had a pool, they had a gym, they had a symphony orchestra. I mean, there's Mexicans in America that would kill for those living conditions. I mean, come on. Man, their clothes were nice and pest-free.
Now, a lot of that is actually true. They did have an orchestra and a soccer team and a swimming pool. But Auschwitz was a massive complex consisting of multiple camps with three major ones. One was a concentration camp for political prisoners, one was a factory labor camp, and the one that we all know, Auschwitz II-Birkenau, was the concentration and extermination camp. Guess which one didn't have any of those amenities? But he also threw one in there that you probably didn't catch unless you're in the know.
Man, their clothes were nice and pest-free.
Is he talking about the normal delousing that prisoners go through? Of course not. The gas used in the mass execution of human beings at the concentration camps was Zyklon B, which was invented in the 1920s as an insecticide.
I can already tell. Okay, if okay, the moderators seem to have the chat under control.
This is a dog whistle to Holocaust deniers, suggesting that the mass amounts of the chemical located at the camps was used for pest control and not what we all know it was used for. So it's worth asking, what is a dog whistle? In real life, it's a whistle that you blow that nobody else looking at you will hear.
Yep, here we go. People are gonna deny that dog whistles are a thing. Actually, I just saw the Sarcasmatron video, another channel I really like and you should check out if you're interested in finding more content. But there's a Sarcasmatron video that says that dog whistles aren't really dog whistles. They're pretty much openly racist. So
to their little discussion, you probably didn't hear any Holocaust denial among all of their jokes. But Holocaust deniers did, and that's a dog whistle. There are literally so many dog whistles that people have made hours of content exposing and explaining them. I've even done a few of them in the first few minutes of this video just to show how easily they fly under the radar. Including having...
I still get, to this day, like I have to tweet this out every once in a while, where people are like, haha, knowing better fell for the OKKK thing. Like, no I didn't. It's very clearly in here that I knew it's... Anyway.
Including having that in the background. You've likely
South Park references.
amount of time on the internet. Ever seen these seemingly unimportant numbers in someone's username? Like me, you probably thought that was just their birthday or something. Or having these two letters at the end of your Twitter handle. It's just an abbreviation for YouTube, I swear.
So, that is, YT stands for YouTube in my case, and several other YouTubers' cases. I'm not gonna like point out specific people, but there are other Twitch handles that are channel name YT, and that's just because they're a YouTube channel. If you don't get what that means, you have to say the letters out loud. So knowing better, YT. Yeah, I'm sure someone in the chat will spell it out for you if you need, but it's a kind of a pride symbol.
How about these triple parentheses? What does that mean? Jews. But saying Jews is a little too on the nose, so instead they say international banking or the media or
the globalists are going to overthrow everything.
Globalists, Zionist, cultural Marxists, all of these are just code words to talk about Jewish people without actually saying it. And then there's this guy who says that Hitler didn't actually hate individuals.
Does the golden one even exist anymore?
Now, a lot of mere mortals with a pleb tier understand.
I haven't heard from him in forever, but he has a frog in the background, so I didn't make that up.
No, he actually didn't. Hitler's battle was against international Jewry, international finance.
This reframing of Hitler's reasoning for the Holocaust isn't unique to open white supremacists, but it isn't always so out in the open as...
Did Hitler do anything wrong? No!
It's usually a little more subtle and nuanced.
Hitler was obsessed with order and cleanliness. He was a very orderly person. He was very sensitive to disgust. That's what it looks like. And if you're disgusted by something, then you want to eradicate it. Increase the levels of hygiene in the factories, to get rid of the rats and the mice, to plant flowers out front, you know.
This whole thing.
Neat and orderly.
I hope we're at a point where no one takes Jordan Peterson seriously anymore, because he shouldn't be taken seriously by anyone.
And the insecticide they used was Zyklon. A slightly different formulation was the gas that was used in the concentration camps. And so Hitler went from cleaning up the rats and the mice in the factories and the insects, and then he went into the mental hospitals and started cleaning up in there, and then...
Like he's a robot with one instruction, clean, and he just does it overboard or something. Like, what?
Like it just went broader and broader, again, sort of one
so
step
stupid.
at a time.
That's Jordan Peterson, a well-spoken clinical psychology professor who's gained a lot of popularity recently for defending free speech against feminism. But as people started to listen to what...
There was sarcasm in that. I hope you noticed.
Unorthodox views on Hitler. In that previous clip, he posthumously diagnoses Hitler with cleaner-type OCD and suggests that the Holocaust was just an escalation of that pathology, and the use of the insecticide Zyklon B on people was just a natural extension of using them on pests. According to this narrative, he didn't hate the Jews, he just wanted to clean up things that disgusted him. The fact that he's a real clinical psychologist with a PhD lends a dangerous legitimacy to that idea. Exterminating physically and mentally disabled didn't come out of a desire to clean up. These people were often described as drags on the economy and society and were known as life unworthy of life or useless eaters. Remember that the time leading up to World War II was the Great Depression, so food and money were rather scarce. Eliminating these useless eaters, as well as the Jews and everyone else, increased rations for the rest of the German people, which kept morale high during the war. The only people who ate better than the Germans were Americans. Saying that Hitler's motivation for the Holocaust was anything other than racial hatred distances us from the possibility that we too are capable of such evil. A number of famous psychological studies in the 60s and 70s showed us that almost anyone is capable of horrific acts if they can justify their actions.
I mean, who's going to take the responsibility if anything happens to that gentleman?
I'm responsible for anything that happens here. Continue, please.
All right, next one, slow.
That doesn't sit well with most people. So
I should link to my recent video.
Let no man call us crazy.
Oh, jeez.
They called hit.
References for no reason.
It's generally accepted among historians that Hitler was a rather poor military commander. Some might even go so far as to call him stupid. He made a lot of decisions during the war that in hindsight seem rather incompetent and likely led to Germany's defeat. Analyzing these decisions as anything other than mistakes is, well...
So here's what you should have done if you were a Nazi and you wanted to win the war.
God, this...
Enslaved the Jews and the Gypsies and had them work, right?
Oh, that's what you should have done, huh?
You should have had them work for the benefit of the victory. And then, if you wanted to, you liquidate them afterwards. That's the logical thing to do if you want to win. And we assume that Hitler wanted to win. But that's not a very intelligent assumption. Why would you assume that? He wasn't exactly a good guy. So why should we assume that he was aiming at the good that he was promoting, even in his own terms, right? The glorious, everlasting Third Reich.
Okay, I'll let myself say this.
Fourth Reich is a dog whistle. It's the ethno-state that neo-Nazis want to create. I know he plays it off like he misspoke, but that's kind of the point of a dog whistle, that you can claim that that's not what you meant when you're called out on it. Nobody...
So, Fourth Reich is a dog whistle. If you look it up, it has its own Wikipedia page. It's a dog whistle. What's up for debate is whether he meant it as a dog whistle or not. And nobody speaking intelligently about Hitler would ever say fourth. Like, that's... who... He must have been reading a lot of neo-Nazi stuff for that to even be in his head. Like, no one accidentally says fourth. Most people don't even know that there were others aside from the third. So him randomly saying fourth is very strange and suspect. I don't think that he like meant it. Anyway, it's iffy, right? But this whole discussion about Hitler wanted to lose on purpose is mind-blowingly stupid, and no historian thinks that was the case. It's just Jordan Peterson.
Nobody speaking intelligently about Hitler would mix that up.
So what do you do with the Jews and the Gypsies? Well, round them up, fine. Enslave them, fine.
Fine.
You certainly don't devote a substantial proportion of your war resources while you're losing to accelerate the rate at which the extermination is taking place. Because that's a bit counterproductive, unless what you're aiming at is the maximum possible mayhem in the shortest period of time.
So firstly, that's exactly what the Nazis did. They rounded them up and enslaved them. As I said, Auschwitz III Monowitz was a labor camp. Once they were worked nearly to... I don't think Jordan Peterson is a Holocaust denier. Nor do I think Ethan and Ela, who I show later on, I don't think they're Holocaust deniers either. I think they just have some dumb views. And Ethan and Ela have come out since to correct themselves on this, but they hadn't at the point that I made this video. To death, and their usefulness had diminished. They were liquidated, as he puts it. It wasn't until later in the war that Auschwitz II-Birkenau was expanded so that people were gassed.
Yeah, a lot of people think... Anyway.
But rather than chalk that up to an extension of the overall plan, Peterson attributes this to a desire to lose on purpose. Whenever you interpret Jordan Peterson, the common response from his supporters is that you're taking him out of context, so...
No, he believed that the Germans had betrayed him with weakness, and so he was perfectly willing to accelerate the rate at which Germany was losing the war.
Yeah. He very, very specifically says that Hitler was trying to lose on purpose, which is just no academic thinks that.
Supposes that the Holocaust was part of Hitler's secret plan to maximize mayhem. The Holocaust started in 1941, Auschwitz II was expanded in 1943, and the D-Day invasion wasn't until 1944. So Hitler had chosen to accelerate the rate at which Germany was losing before Germany really started losing? Sure, they had lost North Africa and Sicily at that point, but to say that he flipped the table in 1943 is a bit of a stretch. He comes to this conclusion by citing Carl Jung.
If you can't figure out what someone is doing or why, look at the outcome and infer the motivation. If it produces mayhem, perhaps it was aiming at mayhem.
Hitler
I'm about to say it anyway.
Wasn't incompetent or filled with racial hatred. He accomplished exactly what he set out to. Do you see the problem with this line of thinking? You can't infer motivations by looking at outcomes. That's not how people or history works.
That's not how any of this works.
Was the Civil War the war to end slavery? If you look at the outcome, sure. Kinda. Yes, we're gonna talk about the lost cause, because all too often the Venn diagram of people who think Hitler didn't do anything wrong and people who think the South will rise again is just a circle. We've seen these apologetics before, we're just an extra century removed from it now. So it's fairly easy and important to draw parallels to see where this might be going. Just changing the name of what you call that war can signal what you think that war was about. Most foreign countries call it the war between the states, which is a beautifully accurate and neutral term. But most people here in the United States call it the Civil War, which makes it sound like a rebellion that needed to be... Next, if you call it the War of Northern Aggression, you're probably from the South. I've done several videos on the causes of the Civil War, but in short, the North didn't set out to end slavery or the Southern way of life. Whatever that was beyond slavery. Several states in the North actually kept slavery and didn't end it until the
Somewhat relevant. The whole lost cause thing, which is happening right now, still, in 2020.
Because they wanted to keep slavery. There was no plan to end it, they just thought that it was going to end soon, so chose to accelerate the mayhem. If you just look at the outcome and infer the motivation, it looks like the war to end slavery. But it wasn't. It was a war to keep slavery for the South, but to preserve the Union for the North. But descendants of the people who fought for the Confederacy don't like attaching that racist institution to their relatives, so they have to change the motivation somehow. One common way is by saying that the average soldier was just fighting to defend his homeland. Literally every soldier thinks that. Even I was told that when I was on the other side of the world. But it doesn't really matter what the average soldier thought he was fighting for. What matters is the government's stated purpose, which in this case was the preservation of slavery. But that still doesn't sound very nice, so they've rebranded it as states' rights. It wasn't about states' rights, we all know it. No, it wasn't, unless you consider slavery to be a state right. It's 2018, I can't believe I still have to say that. But that just goes to show how this
2018
can completely change public attitude.
Great.
Which is why you need to be paying attention to what these people are saying and why they're saying it. You do still see the outright defenders of slavery, the people saying it wasn't really that bad.
Slaves that worked there were well fed and had decent lodgings provided by the government.
This should remind you of those Auschwitz orchestras.
Yep, those welfare queens who were slaves in the White House. What?
We've seen this story before. For decades before and after the Civil War, the white man's burden idea flourished across the world, saying that it was the white race's responsibility to civilize and educate the sullen people. Even Robert E. Lee lamented this great evil placed on the white race. What a terrible burden to have to colonize and enslave people around the world. I don't know how we ever survived. Every once in a while you'll see this meme pop up on Facebook, because yes, Grant owned slaves through his wife's estate. This is the other side of the coin, that they were just as bad. Or worse when you leave out the fact that Lee also owned slaves through his wife's estate. Weird how that's left out of this picture. You can make yourself look better by saying that the war was about something else.
Yeah, it's really kind of depressing that 2 years later they've been making the same argument for 100 years, so...
Or you can make the other side look worse, usually by lying.
This, of course, occurred significantly later when Churchill bombed the Germans and so on.
Dresden, here we go.
I was happy to get a picture with his statue in London, but let's say people demand it be taken down one day due to the Dresden bombings.
Yeah, that's why. That's why people are mad at the Churchill statue, because of the Dresden bombings. The reason I bring this up, but
you know about Dresden.
For the record, I said this on Reddit, but just to get it out there, Churchill was a racist, so spray painting that on the statue is not only accurate but removable. So don't get so mad about it.
Dresden, you guys know about that place?
I do not.
So after
So this bit, yes, Ethan and Hila are Jewish. I know that. I watch their channel. I've been watching their channel for years. I know that they're Jewish. That's still me. They can still be wrong about Dresden, though. Being Jewish doesn't negate, it doesn't absolve you of responsibility for spreading incorrect information, which is what he does here.
You guys know about that place?
I do not.
So after World War II ended, like 2 days after...
And they've corrected themselves since this, but yeah.
The Nazis surrendered officially. The Allies went and bombed. Dresden was like a historic city in Germany, and it was untouched by the war because it was just a civilian city. There was no military there.
No, it wasn't.
2 days after the war ended, the Allies, England specifically, and I think America, they firebombed the whole city just out of straight revenge.
After the war ended.
300,000 civilians.
300,000.
Video where I said more people died in Tokyo than Hiroshima or Nagasaki. He just said that as many people died in Dresden as all three of these cities put together in a few days after the surrender? Why have we never heard about this? Because that's not how it happened. Like at all. Dresden was not just a civilian city, it was a major industrial, communications, and transportation hub. There were legitimate military targets there. The bombing occurred in mid-February 1945, 3 months before the surrender. And how many people died? 25,000. Max. Don't worry, Ethan, you were only off by a factor of 12. You go to their channel looking to laugh at vape culture, maybe hear some commentary about excessive PC SJWs, and make fun of legitimately over-the-top feminists.
Disgusting!
Then you're watching them interview a musician on their podcast, and before you know it, you're listening to Nazi propaganda. Not the alt-right, but literal 1945 Nazi propaganda. Ethan got the...
So again, I know he's Jewish. I don't think he's a neo-Nazi, clearly, but he was spreading incorrect information about Dresden, and he has corrected himself since. So, yeah. But when I made this video, he hadn't.
Number from Slaughterhouse 5 by Kurt Vonnegut. Kinda. Who consulted with this guy, David Irving, a notoriously discredited Holocaust denier. The false story continues to circulate because it's a way of saying that the Allies were just as bad. You've probably heard of this tactic before, called a whataboutism. It's a way of pointing out a perceived hypocrisy without addressing your own wrongdoings. What about Grant owning slaves? What about Dresden? What about that time that the US put people in camps?
Yeah, I mean, a state rounding up a potentially subversive enemy population within its own borders during a war is not really something the United States can be...
Do you know who loves it when you call Japanese internment camps concentration camps? White supremacists and neo-Nazis. Because
that's still true. I mean, when you put the two on equal footing, it's not usually, anyway, from a good faith argument place. It's on purpose to make the US just as bad as the Nazis. And since you're probably American and you're like, well, the US wasn't that bad, rather than elevating the badness of internment camps, you lessen the badness of concentration camps to even it out. And it's a really crummy tactic that they use, and I wish they didn't. So that's why I'm trying to correct that here. The Japanese internment camps in America were absolutely racist, absolutely horrible, but differ from the Nazi concentration camps in purpose and effect. Like, yeah.
Because it puts what the US did to the Japanese on the same moral footing as what the Nazis did to the Jews. Don't get me wrong, the internment camps were one of the most shameful things the United States has ever done, but it wasn't Auschwitz. They intentionally dilute terms like concentration camp and even genocide until they don't carry the same weight that they used to.
I mean, you can make comparisons all you want. It's just whether you're doing it from a good faith or bad faith, and they are clearly doing it from the bad faith side.
Speaking of terms that don't mean what they used to, you've probably seen this meme as well. Yes, Lincoln was a Republican who freed the slaves, and the Democrats started the KKK shortly afterwards. But the parties flipped during the Civil Rights Movement. If you were a Republican 100 years ago, you'd probably...
If you were Republican.
That's another set of terms that have completely switched meaning compared to a century ago.
It's a blooper.
I've been a libertarian in my past, but now I consider myself a classical liberal.
Classical liberal? What does that mean?
What does that mean?
Liberal means that he would be considered a liberal back in the day. He's definitely closer to a conservative or libertarian by today's standards. Doing this muddies the waters and makes the terms so confusing that they're stripped of all their meaning. Labels are stupid anyway. What does liberal or conservative even mean anymore?
You consider yourself a conservative?
I do.
Okay.
I mean, I'm a millennial, so I don't really like labels, but yes, I'm conservative in thought.
Oh, and everybody is apparently a Nazi now, too.
The media has spent the last 2 years trying to convince you that Donald Trump is a Nazi, trying to convince you that anybody on the political right is a Nazi, okay? Everyone to the left is a Nazi. I've repeatedly stated my position on Nazism. I'm not a Nazi.
That haircut isn't helping his case any, but he...
So I got a lot of flack for saying that at the time. Like, oh, you're just making fun of his haircut. The thing is, he cut his hair that way specifically for the Unite the Right rally. Like, his normal haircut is, I mean, longer than what I have in this video. And he very specifically cut it that way for the Unite the Right rally, which is why I made that jab. If you look up James Alsop now, all of his pictures are, oh, okay, he's not on YouTube. Well, all of his other pictures, he has a normal haircut. He did it on purpose so that people would make that joke, I guess. I don't know.
He's right. He's not a member of the National Socialist German Workers' Party, but he is a prominent member of the alt-right, a term popularized by Richard Spencer. This Richard Spencer.
Hail Trump! Hail our people! Hail victory!
because alt-right sounds 100 times better than neo-Nazis. That's just one of the many ways they use to get the average person to at least listen to their arguments and hide what they really want.
Being completely honest, there were a couple people there with swastika flags or Hitler iconography or whatever.
Because swastikas are the only symbol.
3 swastika flags? 3 swastika flags, okay. And so let's say, you know, for every swastika flag, there are 10 Nazis there in support. Okay, so that puts you at 30 Nazis, right? This event had 1,200 plus people.
So in his voiceover, he showed...
I mean, more people are watching this stream than were at the Unite the Right rally.
Definitely a Nazi, according to him. We can assume that there are also 9...
Which is good.
Nazis. But
I hope we outnumber the
I didn't know
neo-Nazis.
this at the time, but this is the flag of the National Socialist Movement. Come on, guys, are you even trying? So using his math of 10 supporters per flag, that's more people than are shown in this frame. They can get away with this by hiding behind lesser-known symbols and euphemisms.
Yeah, Sean's video on the Unite the Right rally is top-notch. So good. And also his video on the bell curve is amazing. Definitely recommend checking out that bell curve video. If you still believe that IQ is even a thing, watch his bell curve video.
And not even hiding well, by the way. It's like hiding behind a pane of glass. But that's all it takes to fool the average person. They're not white supremacists, they're identitarians. They're not marching for white pride, they're marching for Southern pride. Except you don't really see anyone waving any current day state flags, which would make sense. It's always that one flag from 150 years ago of a country that only existed for about as long as most of us went to high school. What did that country fight to preserve again? They're honoring their heritage or defending their history, things that most of us can agree with or at least understand. But they're only defending a specific heritage and a specific history, and it's important to remember what that history is and what it represents. It's the kind of history that Germany actively suppresses out of shame. They don't forget it, but they don't encourage reenacting it or cling to a romanticized version of it. You could say that this goes against freedom of speech, yet another shield the alt-right uses to continue pushing their narrative, as if any of these people are being silenced. Free speech and diversity of thought are ideas that most of us can get behind. But anytime the alt-right or anti-SJWs are criticized for what they say, they claim that their free speech is being suppressed and that they should be allowed to say whatever they want. Which is true, but also...
The instant anyone stops defending their argument and starts complaining about their right to have it, something's gone horribly wrong.
If people continuously lump you in with Nazis, and Nazis seem to be attracted to your political positions and historical perspectives, it's worth asking yourself why you hold these opinions. Is your narrative a neo-Nazi euphemism for something else? Is your reason for supporting something an alt-right dog whistle? You may have well-researched, well-informed reasons for backing up your positions, but they don't. They have simple, racially motivated reasons. And your narrative may have been co-opted by them in order to draw people to their side. So if you hear a story that's so counter to what you have always been taught that it strains belief, maybe look it up before you unwittingly spread neo-Nazi propaganda, because now you know better. It's the 2-year anniversary of my channel, so that survey is still open if you haven't taken it, and I'm still accepting Q&A questions down in the comments below.
Today it's the 4-year anniversary of my channel, and there is a survey link down below that you should take if you haven't already. I use that information to help guide the channel in the future. I am gonna... Oh, that light just went out. Okay. I am gonna do a bit of an ad here. Please do the subscriber survey linked down below if you haven't already. That information is very valuable to me, and I do use it to shape the direction of the channel in the future. Last year's survey suggested that I do the Armenian genocide video and the MLM video, so I did, and those are some of my best videos of the year. So I'll definitely be looking through that survey for future topic ideas, and it also helps me know, who my subscribers are. Initially, it was just linked in the community tab and on Twitter and stuff like that, and you're going to get a sample bias of just people who pay attention to the community tab and just people who pay attention to Twitter. So if you're watching this live stream and you haven't taken it, please do. if you're not following me on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook, you should do that as well. I use Twitter to gather information about where my audience is for the next video. Instagram is more fun, pictures of ferrets and behind the scenes type stuff. That's not what I meant. I meant this one. There. So Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. The Reddit is where I post sort of long form content. So if you're interested in seeing my response to current events, statues thing, I don't know if I've written a protest thing. I've definitely done that on Twitter though. But Reddit, if you want to have more long form discussions about my content. I keep forgetting to turn my background music on when I come to this full scene. But the background music to all of my channel's content is available on Spotify and Amazon in the links below, and possibly in the chat that way. You can't use it in your own projects, but you can listen to it whenever you want. It's out there. The whole point of putting it out there was so that I would own the copyright to it. So if you happen to put it in your own video, it will be copyright claimed, and I won't be able to do anything about it. Anyway, what else did I need to bring up? So YouTube memberships, you've probably seen quite a few people with forks next to their name in the chat. That's a way to support my channel on a monthly basis for $2 a month. You get access to the Discord, and you get a fork next to your name in the comments section or in the chat. Other ways to get on the Discord are to be a patron on Patreon or a Twitch subscriber. So I live stream on Twitch twice a week on Sundays and Tuesdays, usually work related. I'm either researching a video, writing, or editing. I haven't streamed while filming because I don't think that would be a productive use of my time, but I have done all of the other process of making videos. So you can see that and contribute as much as you like on Twitch. I'm an affiliate now, so you can subscribe to me on Twitch and all that. And then Patreon. And Patreon is by far my biggest source of income. By supporting me on Patreon, you're supporting all of my content, whether it's YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, Nebula, whatever the case may be. You're helping me just make content in general. I recently, this year, I did a lot of side projects. I only did 10 videos because I was also doing a South Park episode of Working Titles and starting Twitch and getting my music copyrighted and stuff. So I was kind of busy with a lot of background stuff this year, and now that it's kind of set up, I'm hoping to increase my production next year, maybe every 3 weeks rather than every 4. But patreon.com/knowingbetter. $2 you get on the Discord, $5 you get early access to videos, $10 you get your name at the end of a video, and $20 you get the vault and that sort of extra stuff. So all of this is voluntary. You don't need to do it. My channel is surviving on its own. Like, I'm not desperate or anything. Oh, that song is very loud. So the channel is doing well, but if you want to keep it doing well and you're able, I know times are tough right now, so please don't feel obligated if you can't. Let me go ahead and turn the notifications on, because super chats and donations also help keep the channel going, so I appreciate it all very much.
Drink water. Beat the heat, KB. Beat the heat.
Thank you very much for the water reminder. Economics video. Let's see, where is that one? I need to scroll down a bit. Do you think capitalism even works if everyone is a rational actor? I don't believe everyone is a rational actor, so no. Okay, someone did a GIF.
You are by far one of the best on YouTube. Informative, level-headed, interesting, and fun.
Aw, thank you.
For a large channel, you are underrated. Congrats.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Even when I think I know quite a bit about the subject of one of your videos, I always learn something. Keep doing what you're doing. You're making a huge difference. This was one of the first videos
Thank you, though. Thank you.
I saw, and it had a big impact in a very crucial time in my development.
I'm assuming you mean subverting the narrative?
Keep on keeping on. Cool.
Thank you for the $2. Or $12. I started watching your content around the time the Hawaii video was made. That's when my channel was taking off. Videos really helped dig me out of the rabbit hole I was in, 18. Well, I'm glad I was able to help.
What do you think is the most important history topic that seems to be omitted from public schooling?
Oh, that's a tough one. I'm not sure I have an answer immediately. I think more recent history needs to be taught. So, like, after World War II, we really kind of neglect post-World War II history in U.S. classrooms, which is a bummer because that's what shaped most of our current life. Thank you for becoming members.
This was the first video I watched from your channel. Can't remember how I ran into it. Keep up the great content, research, curiosity, and logic. Thumbs up, medium light skin tone.
I like when she reads out the emote. Slightly smiling face. Oh hey, your channel is 2 days younger than my daughter? Oh, you have a very young child.
What do you think is the most important history topic that seems to be omitted from public schooling?
Is that a repeat? Oh, it is. Well, I hope I answered your question. Yeah, post-World War II, even post-Civil War is often neglected in U.S. schools for some reason. Painful history, I guess, that they don't necessarily want to talk about.
Your first video I ever saw was the Columbus video back when you had 5K subscribers, and I loved your content ever since. Looking forward to more.
Well, I'm glad you enjoy it. Hopefully you can see how like my opinions and the way I make content has changed since then, and you're still here, so that's good. Super fan here. When will you address Puerto Rico's peculiar relationship with the U.S.? Robo voice say the cake is a lie. It had to be $5, so you missed it by a penny.
You're the best man. One of my favorite YouTubers, and by highlighting the criticism by someone, my second favorite YouTuber is also your most major critic.
Is your also okay? Well, good. I'm glad you're still here despite various criticisms. As for Puerto Rico's peculiar relationship, I might do a video on that at some point if it comes up. And I try to do things that are at least somewhat relevant to right now. So right now I'm mostly concerned with police militarization and sort of election type stuff. But I may start doing more fun, maybe not fun, passion type projects like I did with the running shoes one. That was a passion topic, a passion type topic that I wanted to do for a while and finally got around to doing. So that was kind of a fun one for me. You can probably look through my catalog and see the other random fun ones, like the Camel Corps or Titanic, that don't really fit in with the rest, but are kind of fun one-offs, and I like doing those. So Puerto Rico might come up in the future. But I said that we would watch the Asking Better video from the beginning of my second year. So this is June 2017, so 3 years ago. And I want to see who my influences were, if I still consider them to be influences. I mean, they'll still be influences, I guess. They'll always be influences, but how I weigh certain aspects, we'll see. We'll see how much things have changed, I guess, and I need to change the title. Okay. Alright, so let's do this. I have no idea how embarrassing this is going to be. I haven't seen this video in probably 3 years. I'll leave the ferret camera up as well, and the notifications on, so interrupt me away, like, feel free. Great intro. Getting to know, knowing better.
I hit 1,000 subscribers the other day, and I figured I'd let you guys ask me questions about my videos or my
1,000 subscribers. How quaint.
channel or me or whatever you wanted. So here it is. I've returned to the spot where I filmed my very first video, and there's no script for this one. I just have your questions right here, and let's get right to it. What is your favorite video you've made to date? That's actually kind of a tough one. If I had to say which one was my favorite to make, it's probably the Cold War video, because I got to go to an abandoned ghost town, and I had to get special permission from the county and everything to do that. And then I went to a national forest, and I had all these different costumes and stuff, so that one was a lot of fun to make. But the one that I was most excited to make, I guess, was my Mount Rushmore video, and then the videos that came afterwards, like the failed...
So I did consider doing a video about pharmaceuticals specifically, but it just ended up not happening. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe in the future I'll do that.
Republics, the wannabe states, and the slavery scar, those were all part of kind of a series. And I really enjoyed those ones too. And what costume character portrayal is your favorite? A lot of people seem to really like Scumbag Knowing Better. I actually hate that character, but I keep doing him because you guys seem to enjoy him. And then the Cheating Better, I guess. I mean, he's supposed to be a loser, so I don't really like him. But if I had to say like who my favorite one was, it was probably the nerdy character in my Cold War video, because I got to say things like "gee willikers" and stuff like that. So I've never done him again, so maybe I should. Do you own it?
Still haven't had the nerdy guy come back.
Any shirts without buttons or collars? Do you ever take your shirt off in your videos? No. What one word would you use to describe yourself? Reserved. What is your favorite?
Still accurate.
If I had to say my favorite fiction book, it's probably Paper Towns. The book was really good. The movie, not so much. Non-fiction.
I feel bad for saying that.
Human.
Those people worked hard on that movie. I shouldn't have said that.
About chatbots trying to pass the Turing test. And then my favorite educational book is The Happiness Hypothesis. It's a pretty good book about the flaws and biases of how we think and how to improve them.
Covering up the books.
You reduced Wheatley's screen time. He was in all of your old videos. Honestly, it's because I started doing my videos inside because winter happened. It just seemed more difficult to try and sneak him into my videos. But he's here now. Say hello to everyone. No? Okay. Yeah, I'll try to get him in more videos from now on, since I know you guys like him and I'm kind of able to go outside more. But as you can probably hear, there's a lot of difficulties with being outside with cars and mosquitoes and the crows and everything. It can be a problem sometimes. So I'll see what I can do. Tell us something fun about Wheatley, okay? Wheatley has a tattoo, 2 dots behind his ear, one for each person that he killed while in prison.
Thank you for becoming a member.
Eggs. Scrambled? In your second video on dreams, you mentioned that you worked in a lab for the past few years.
If I hadn't been working in a lab, thank you for the
There's no way I would.
GTQ.
Later in that scene,
I don't know what that is.
a copy of Cohen's famous book, Analyzing Neural Time Series Data, under your pillow.
Just a GTQ. This is when you're going to want to have a textbook under your pillow in order to learn by osmosis.
That is some serious attention.
Guatemalan.
What
Huh.
exactly is your day job? Well, at the time, I had just graduated with my degree in psychology, and I worked in an EEG lab, an electroencephalography lab, where we were measuring frontal asymmetry. So that dreams video was maybe 2 weeks after that. What do you do for a living, or did? But right now, my day job is not quite as glamorous.
Yeah. I mean, I still go outside now, but I stay away from people. I go for walks alone.
I work in a textile factory, and then this is my intellectual and creative outlet, at least until I find something bigger and better.
Now YouTube is my main job because of all of your generous support. I legitimately mean that. Like, I never thought I could do this as a job.
Become like a bad dream we can't wake up from, and everything you said about specialized skills being the currency of a breakdown came true.
Well, the reason...
My daughter pointed out that your anniversary is also me and my husband's wedding anniversary. Thanks for your videos and your service.
Congratulations on your wedding anniversary.
What's your background as in educations and such?
So the specialized work stuff, I said because of Walking Dead. Like, I was really into Walking Dead back then. I'm not anymore because, I mean, they've just kept the story going without any development for years.
My first degree was in secondary social studies education. So I was a social studies teacher for a few years. I taught U.S. history, world history, geography, psychology, economics, government and civics. And then I went back to school to get my degree in psychology, where I focused on cognitive psychology, that is how the brain perceives the world. So I did some sensation and perception stuff. That was my favorite, which is why I keep alluding to the fact... Ow! That one hurt. Okay. I keep alluding to the fact that I'm...
From Guatemala, I love your channel. I learn a lot and think that role in society is very important because you educate people. Thank you. I'm glad I'm able to educate people.
KB wants to delete pennies. Protest him by sending an extra penny with your donations.
Okay. You don't have to actually add the penny, but I appreciate you saying that, Ben. I do want to get rid of the penny, just like John Green and CGP Grey and countless other people. The penny is useless.
I'm going to start doing vision and color videos, and I told myself I'll wait until I have 1,000 subscribers, and I do now, so be on the lookout for those here soon. I actually know quite a bit about that. So
me talking about the color video before it happened.
Are going to be the enemy. Okay. The rest.
I was a first year. You know, I never got to teach AP classes because new teachers always get stuck with the garbage classes. That's yeah. So the teachers who had been there for 10 plus years, they were the ones doing AP. I was stuck with economics and geography.
So this video is brought to you by Off. Why do you know so much? That's a fun question. I mean, I have 2 degrees, I taught for a few years, and one of the best ways to learn is to force yourself to teach. I regularly fall down Wikipedia rabbit holes. I definitely recommend doing that if you ever have the time. Just look up something you want to know about and then just keep clicking links, and eventually you'll find yourself on the page for the Mojave Spaceport, which is a thing, and you'll have learned all sorts of stuff that you never thought you wanted to know about. And
that's how I learned about the Camel Corps.
Random information really kind of helps. Why did you quit teaching? I'm assuming you mean classroom teaching, of course. And the answer to that is pretty simple. I went back to school to get my
It's been nearly a year since I became a backer, and it's been worth every penny.
Well, thank you, Kemuel. I definitely recognize the name. You're on Patreon. So I'm glad you've been around for a year. I hope you stick around.
A degree in psychology, because they don't tell you this, but your GI Bill VA benefits expire after 10 years. So I saw that I was running out of time, and I went back. Who or what inspired you to start this channel? The first educational YouTube video I remember seeing was CGP Gray's The United Kingdom Explained. And then I saw a few of his other videos, like First Past
When
the
you
Post
poo
voting.
one flush or two, front to back.
Most of the time, one seems to take care of it.
And stuff. And that got me thinking, hey, you know, I could do this if I had the time anyway. A few years went by and I saw SciShow started and Crash Course and Vsauce, and those were my big like educational inspirations to want to start the channel. And then I didn't really have the time to start it. There's an ant on the lens, dang it. Who are your biggest inspirations as a YouTuber? So those were like my big educational inspirations. Some of the other ones, I guess, Mika Kitty, or Tessa Violet as she's called now. I mention her all the time, but a lot of the ways she films stuff and does jokes. I get some of my comedic inspiration from Exerbia and his self-deprecating style. I guess Casually Explained to a certain extent, although I didn't discover him until after I started my channel. So.
Wow.
What keeps you going on?
I mean, now, okay, if I were to like say my major content inspirations, it would be like Sean, 3 Arrows, Philosophy Tube, ContraPoints. I like the way they explain things. I have a different visual style from them, right? I don't dress up in massive, I do costumes, but they're simple costumes, like a hard hat. So I do limited costumes, but I also don't just do voiceover like what Sean and 3 Arrows kind of do. So I'm in the middle, I guess, of that spectrum of super theatric and podcast. I'm kind of in the middle. I don't agree with them politically on everything, but again, you should seek out information sources that occasionally disagree with you.
I've become a member, been a patron since earlier this month. Time to give back to the great people who make my life better. Heart.
Well, thank you. I'm glad I've been able to make your life better. Yeah.
On YouTube, what drives you to keep making videos every week? I mean, I know it's super cliche to say this, but it's you guys. The first few months, I was like, why am I doing this? No one's really watching.
I still thought that up until year 3. I was like, no one's watching. Why?
1. I love the thumbnail of this stream. The pillow color matches your eyes very well. 2. Do you ever find yourself knowing something and doing it again by accident?
Okay, so to point number 1, you love the thumbnail for this stream. I also love the thumbnail for this stream, and it was done by Sambeawesome. There's a link below to Sambeawesome. She's also a mod for the channel, so you see her in the chat. Hello, Sambeawesome. She did great. She was super easy to work with on the thumbnail. If you ever need art, I don't know if her commissions are open or not, but you should definitely check her out. She's also on Twitch. She live streams herself drawing and painting and all sorts of stuff. So definitely go watch Sambeawesome. I can't stress that enough. One of my favorite Twitch channels and one of my favorite artists. So go check out Sambeawesome.
But as I slowly grew...
Oh, and to point two, do I ever find myself knowing something and doing it again by accident? I mean, yeah, all the time. Right? I think most people do that. I hope... Yeah, I'm going to leave it there.
Audience, and I get inspirational comments from you guys. I keep going. Also, as I mentioned before, my job is a physical job. It's kind of physical labor, which I enjoy. Yeah, I actually enjoy it a lot, which sounds strange. But then this is my intellectual outlet, and I know if I were to stop it, I would feel very unfulfilled. Other than me, obviously, who are your top 5 favorite YouTubers? Or
Mr. Beat said that.
What are your favorite YouTube channels? Okay, well, other than Mr. Beat, I mean, there's the usual suspects. So other than like the people I mentioned as my inspirations, well, I mean, Exerbia, first of all, I enjoy his content a lot. Wendover Productions, I like his stuff too. He does like transportation and air travel videos a lot, which is a pretty niche topic.
He still does transportation videos mostly.
Really get into, but his stuff is really entertaining and interesting. So him, and then Internet Comment Etiquette. He's more of a comedy channel.
I love his stuff. His recent stuff is great.
Content. There's like a background intellectual level to it, like social commentary. I mean, he's certainly no George Carlin, but you know, he's.
Why did I have to say that?
Comments about
he's hilarious.
How we are as a society at the same time, and I think it's smart. I don't know.
Thank you for the $2 Australian dollars.
Smart and entertaining. Some of the more recent people I've discovered who I really enjoy. They're part of the We Create EDU community, which I'm a part of now. Is Jade from Up and Atom. She does physics videos.
She's still making videos. Go check her out if you haven't.
I recently discovered Soph's Notes the other day, and
still 3 years later, one of my favorite channels, Soph's Notes. Definitely check her out if you want more psychology and anatomy type stuff. Like she does a lot of brain stuff. So yeah.
And I binge watched her channel. She needs to have more content, by the way, but she does human anatomy and neuroscience videos. What are your thoughts on the Paris Accord?
So yeah, definitely check out Soph's Notes if you haven't. And Jade still is making videos that you should check out. Some people that I want to mention now because they're still smaller than me and I think they should be bigger. Sweeney. He does animated history stuff. Definitely check out his channel if you haven't. Cogito, also animated history stuff. Great. Sarcasmatron, I'm a big fan of, especially his recent work. Great stuff. His How to Spin a Virus video is great. I've already kind of mentioned Sean ContraPoint's H-Bomber. Love H-Bomber. Wish he would make more content, but it seems like he's about to put out like a really long video, so I'm looking forward to that. I feel like I'm Big Joel, Sarah Zed, Jack Rackham, all the people that I support on Patreon. I think you should check out.
It was a good idea. It is a good idea. Trump pulling out of it was just a political stunt. I don't see the point in pulling out. I think we should have stayed. Favorite video games? Well, that changes a lot. I guess my top 3 right now are Overwatch, Fallout 4, and Civilization 6. Favorite
That's pretty accurate, still.
4, but with NV dialogue selection setup. I mean, New Vegas was good, but 4 is definitely my favorite. There seems to be more to it. I do wish that the dialogue options and charisma checks or intelligent checks were more prolific. Would you rather fight 100 duck-sized horses or 1 horse-sized duck? Definitely the duck-sized horses, because I'm pretty sure I could take out at least 20 or 30 before they...
P.S. You would have been a great app teacher, but even better, you are one of the best YouTube teachers. Thanks. Open mouth smile.
Open mouth smile. Thank you for the super chat. And I might do Bitcoin if cryptocurrencies take off a little bit more than they have.
Before they get me, whereas a horse-sized duck, I probably wouldn't stand a chance. I really enjoyed your stream on Mr. Beat's channel, also a fantastic channel. I would love to see more of these kinds of interactions. How did you feel about that stream, and are you planning to do any work with other YouTube folks in the near future? I enjoyed the stream a lot. Like, we had
I did a Confederate statues debate.
To remove Confederate statues or not. It was an intellectual debate rather than an emotional debate. We all had facts that we were dealing with, but we felt differently about those facts, and that's how you should have a debate. So I really enjoyed the stream. I would be happy to appear on other streams if I'm ever invited.
I've done a few. I've gone on a few.
In talks with some people about doing some collaborations here in the near future. I'm totally open to that. If you have an idea and want to collaborate with me, there's plenty of ways to reach out. In your intro, you show a variety of actions that you should know better than to do, but why not place a soda can in the freezer? This is what happens when you place a soda can in the freezer. What are your 3 favorite things?
It'll explode.
Ugh. I mean, okay, I guess I like my curiosity. I'm not very good at this whole
still not
boasting about myself thing. My dedication,
still not.
I guess. When I set my mind to do something, I usually do it. And then I enjoy my humility. Any advice for someone just entering college? Don't stress yourself out. But I mean, you're not going to do that because I told you. Take classes in stuff that you're not sure you're interested in to see if you're...
Do you still know your Bill of Rights gestures by heart? I think so. The First Amendment... Okay, let's see if I can do this. The First Amendment has 5 freedoms. Freedom of religion, speech, assembly, petition, religion, speech, assembly, petition. Someone help me out here. What's the last one? Press. Thank you. Press. Yeah, okay. Second Amendment is guns. Third Amendment is the quartering of troops, which is actually going to be very important in my next video, believe it or not. Third Amendment. Read up on it. Fourth Amendment is the protection from search and seizure. How did I express that, though? Was it like... Fourth Amendment is the protection... I don't know. Fifth Amendment is double jeopardy and the right to remain silent. That's what that is. The Sixth Amendment is the right to sue people over $20. No. The Sixth Amendment is trial by jury. That's what it is. Trial by jury. The Seventh Amendment is give me my $20. Your right to sue for more than $20, which was attached to inflation and is much more than that now.
I enjoyed your video on Japanese history. Very interesting. I will look through your stuff some more. Keep up the great work.
Good, I'm glad you'll check out the rest of my stuff. The Eighth Amendment is the handcuffs for cruel and unusual punishment. The Ninth Amendment is states' rights. Just because you can't see my thumb, it's still there.
Talk about Nebula. How is that going? I fully support the idea of it being creator-controlled.
And then the 10th Amendment is just because it's not... I might have the 9th and 10th mixed up here. Just because it's not in the Constitution doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Like, my toes still exist. So, messed up a few there, but I think I still got it down. So could I please talk about Nebula? How is that going? I mean, Nebula is a separate platform. It's like CuriosityStream, if you're familiar with that. It's just another streaming service that for $2.99 a month you can see exclusive content made by YouTube creators. The only thing I've done special for Nebula is my South Park episode of Working Titles, although the rest of my content is also on there just to be on there. If you watch my stuff on there, I get paid for watch time, so it's another way to support my content. If you watch the Working Titles episode, I also get paid for watch time, so it's helpful. So it's just it's additional content. It's not a replacement for any of the content that's on my normal channel.
You're interested in them. Take classes in things you might not necessarily agree with, because this is the time to expose yourself to other ideas and find out if you really don't agree with them. How do you decide video topics? Usually someone will say something either on Twitter or in a comment, and I'm like, no, that's wrong. I have to type out a huge explanation of how that's wrong. And I'm like, you know what, why don't
I don't do that anymore.
And sometimes people just suggest them, or something happens in the real world, and I'm like,
someone's wrong on the internet. No, I don't do that anymore. I'm now that I have a following, I get wrong opinions sent to me all the time, and I've just had to learn to accept that some people are wrong and want to stay that way.
Like, I have to talk about this. Usually there's some sort of spark of interest that gets me thinking about a topic. What subjects, while educational and rife with misconceptions, would you avoid approaching on this channel, and why? This is a tough question, and I read the question when you first posted it, and I was like, no, of course not. I would cover anything, and it bugged me for days.
I should have mentioned, yes, JJ McCullough. I'm a big fan of him as well. Sorry I didn't mention him during my little list. I'm sure I left off a ton of other people as well, and I'm sorry if you're watching and I just kind of spaced your name. I've been streaming for almost 6 hours now, so my lists have disappeared, and I've kind of forgot. If I forgot you, I'm sorry.
Because I was like, there has to be something that I wouldn't talk about. I mean, come on. I will only talk about stuff if it's, well, first of all, educational, and yeah, if there are misconceptions about it, but also if there's a reason for people to know about it. And if the only reason I would do a video is to be incendiary, then I probably won't do it. Are you still going to make the currency video? Yes. Can you please do a video?
I did.
Sugar-free foods, and if they have an interaction with your GI, that is an epic name. Sugar-free foods on your GI is more of a biology type video. I mean, if only I knew someone who had a degree in biomedical sciences. Yeah, I could probably talk about that. I mean, it has some psychological interactions too. What do you want the channel to achieve? What would be the ultimate I did it goal? A silver play button.
Thank you, everyone who helped me get this. I actually cried. Legitimately, I cried when I got it. This was the ultimate I did it goal, and I can't believe I actually got it. The next one is clearly gold, and I'm halfway to that. I'm not expecting to ever get there, but if I do, that would be amazing too. This was the one I wanted, though. This was my goal. Anything beyond this is just icing on the cake. This is my sound blanket, courtesy of you guys. Helps reduce echo.
So 100,000 subscribers. Okay, also, like, you know, I want people to learn stuff and blah, blah, blah. I'm wondering, how can we get you more subscribers? I get a question or comment about this every week, it seems. So let's just go ahead and...
That was true back then.
Shouldn't you have that hanging on the wall somewhere?
Here's the thing, I'm worried it will get damaged if I do, so I keep it safe in a box.
Consider yourself a moderate. You pulled me out of mill right-wing beliefs years ago with your moderate rhetoric, but now I see you as a fellow comrade. When are you running for office?
Okay, so there's multiple questions in there. Do I truly consider myself a moderate? Yes. I'm a moderate. I'm in the moderate left. I'm not a centrist. Okay? So you can still be a moderate on either side. That still exists. So I'm moderate left. I'm glad I pulled you out of your right-wing beliefs with my moderate rhetoric. But I don't think I'm a full-blown comrade. Like, I'm not far left. I'm moderate left. And I agree with people like Bernie Sanders, and Bernie Sanders is not a communist, despite what Fox News wants to say about him, I guess. So, yeah, I still consider myself a moderate. As for the silver play button, like I said, I worry that if I hang it up, it'll fall down and get broken. So I keep it in a box, along with the bronze play button that was made for me by a friend. Both of those are in a box, a special memory box.
Answer it once and for all. There's a few ways that you can help get me more subscribers and more exposure. First of all, most of my views come from YouTube itself, and YouTube will...
This is oddly relevant.
...to more people, the more engagement that it gets. So first of all, watch my videos, which you're hopefully already doing. Second is to hit the like button. I know people say that stuff all the time, and there's a reason, because it actually does help. The more likes a video gets, the more people YouTube will suggest the video to. I'm terrible at doing this. I'm terrible at pressing that button, but I'm trying to get better. Commenting on a video.
I'm not gonna like my own video.
Obviously don't just comment to do it, but if you have something to say, commenting is another form of engagement, and it will push my video out to more people. Adding it to playlists also helps. So whether it's your favorite,
wow, 2017 YouTube
or educational playlist, and then of course sharing it. So now let's talk about the external ways. First of all, most of my external views come from Reddit, and this is important because this is a big change, so pay attention. I used to post my videos, and I really hated doing it because I don't like self-promoting, but self-promoting is better than no promoting, so I did. But now that I have 1,000 subscribers and some of you seem
1,000
dedicated,
This is embarrassing. This weird plea.
If you think my videos are worth it, then by all means, please share it to Reddit. And if you see that it's already shared, give it a thumbs up, maybe.
Oh,
I typically post
might get banned for saying that.
Post my videos to curious videos and mealtime videos, and then the subject-specific ones if it happens to fall into one of those like geography or political video, stuff like that. So if you feel that the video is worth sharing, please do, because I won't be anymore. I will, of course, continue to share my video.
I bet you answered this earlier in the stream, but what do you think we citizens and government did right, and what did we do horribly wrong during this whole COVID thing?
Oof. Okay, so come on, light, turn red. Oh, I don't know why my light isn't turning red. But what do I think we did right? I mean, we closed down like we should. What we did wrong is open back up. I don't think we should do that. Be honest, is it the same box you keep your ribbons in? No. I keep my military medals and stuff in a shadow box.
Would you ever do a video on Mormonism like your video on Scientology?
That's been on the list since I first started the channel. It's just such a huge topic that it's taking me much too long.
Have you updated your fashion since these videos?
Nope. Still the polos and button-ups. Yep.
Videos to the Knowing Better subreddit, but all of the other subreddits I leave to you. My second biggest external source is Facebook. I have a Facebook page that
I think that's still true.
But just like YouTube, it doesn't share it to everybody if there isn't engagement.
I guess my question
on it.
is, what points of the far left do you not agree with? I consider myself more left due to wanting to abolish rent and private property, not personal property. Of course.
Yeah, see,
A Liberal Democrat district councillor from the UK here. Thanks for your social justice. Vitters, they gave me persuasive arguments to use with Tories.
wow, an actual politician in here. Well, I'm glad I was able to help you. As for what points of the far left do I not agree with, I don't know. I think that's a discussion for another time because of how in depth I have to get. And since I'm 6 hours into this live stream, I don't want to dive in too deep. However, I agree with you that personal property should still exist. Rent, I'm not entirely sure exactly how I feel about it. I obviously don't like paying rent, but I do. I rent an apartment. That's a more in-depth conversation, I think.
Follow my Facebook page, like, comment, share. Sharing it to your own Facebook page is of course a help, especially if you have lots of friends. Next is Twitter, and again, just like Facebook and YouTube, liking, retweeting, and all of that helps.
I'm much more active on Twitter than I am on Facebook these days, so
helps get it out to more people. So this vid was a commercial. Hail capitalism. Yeah, I'm sorry I decided to do a 1,000 subscriber milestone video and you viewed that to be a commercial because...
Look at that sass. Jeez. So sassy.
I talked about Patreon probably, but one of the Patreon rewards is that you get a mention during my milestone videos, as well as getting your name at the end of all of my videos and stuff like that. So, sorry. Not sorry. So there you have it, my 1,000 subscriber Q&A special. Hopefully now you know a little better about knowing better.
So awkward. Alright, so that's gonna be it for today's stream. We streamed for just over 6 hours. Thank you everyone for being here, for participating, for donating. Did I do a shout out already in this stream? I don't know. You'd have to... Yeah, anyway. I shouldn't focus on the chat now while I'm trying to wrap things up. So, thank you for sticking around, for watching my channel all these years. Whether you've been here for 1, 2, or 4, I appreciate it so much. The fact that I'm able to do this for a living is mind-blowing to me and something I never expected. So it's I hope to keep doing it, and by all accounts it's very clear that you guys want me to keep going, so I will. The next video is on police militarization and should be out by the end of the month. If you want additional content between now and then, my bloopers will be going up on Patreon tomorrow. I stream on Twitch on Sundays and Tuesdays. And you can follow me on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Reddit, all that fun stuff. And you'll be able to keep in touch with me there. So, yeah, now I feel down. No, we should end on a happy note. So, everyone, be happy. Let me bring the ferrets out. It's time for them to wake up anyway. And we'll say goodbye and send you on your way, I suppose.
Thanks for the amazing stream and hard work. Can I get some hearts in chat?
Alright, so this is Peabody. He's usually the first to wake up. Wants to play. So, and then that's Atlas, still taking his time getting up. Like I do sometimes. Takes me a while to get going in the morning, so. Alright everyone, you have a good night. Thank you for sticking with me this afternoon. I hope you had fun. And I hope to see you again. If I missed a super chat, I'm sorry, like a recent one. I can read it, so. Thank you everyone. Have a good night.